Chapter 2182. Only if he really had her in his heart would he remember everything related to her, right? Even if it was just a trivial matter, she would only know what he had done for her back then. But he had never said it. If Lu Jin hadn't asked her today, Gunyinji would never have known about Hua Xiaoheng's silent care and protection for her. During the years when she had thought it was hopeless to have a crush on him, he had already built a wall of love to protect her from the wind and rain. He had allowed her to do whatever she wanted in the circle he was watching over. Gunyinji felt like she was eating vanilla ice cream under the scorching sun. Although it was already so sweet that it had melted, the refreshing and warm feeling made her heart and bones soften. She wished she could snuggle into Hua Xiaoheng's arms right now. Hua Xiaoheng quietly moved his arm off the sofa behind Gunyinji and wrapped it around her soft waist. Gunyinji's body trembled slightly. Although the expression on her face didn't change much, her blushing cheeks gave away some clues. Only Lu Jin was unaware of the sudden sweetness in the room. He was still carefully thinking about the identity of the ordinary-looking girl. Ninji, if your former undergraduate classmate didn't have the surname Mao, then how do you feel about that person just now? Is there anything about her tone of voice and behavior that you find familiar? Gunyinji composed herself and quietly pinched Hua Xiaoheng's arm that was tightening around her. She smiled and said, "This isn't a game, Dad. It's different from seeing the real person. If the real person was standing in front of me, I would be able to recognize her even if she had changed her appearance. Was her camera's memory just a decoration? I just checked her game data, but I couldn't see anything." Lu Jin sked. His hands were itching to completely destroy the server and source code of the large-scale online game. However, he also knew that the large-scale online game was currently an important clue for them. If it was destroyed just like that, it wouldn't be worth it. It would allow the person behind the scenes to hide even better. Gunyinji's eyes flashed as she began to reason. Although I can't figure out her true identity for the time being, we can do the reverse. First of all, we can't see her data at all. Even a plug-in won't work. There's only one reason, and that's because her data is directly hidden by the system. This means that she's an insider of this game company. Moreover, it's not an ordinary employee of the game company, but an executive of the game company or someone who has a very close relationship with the executive or even the boss behind the game company. Because only with such a strong relationship would the game's programmer or system maintenance open such a huge backdoor for her. Secondly, she knows my undergraduate classmates very well, or at least knows my dormitory roommates. This means that she is very likely to be my classmate in the same department. Lu Jin interrupted. Don't the students from other departments and grades know you? My girl is smart and beautiful. Everyone in the school should know you. Gunyinji, you have too much faith in your daughter. Gunyinji couldn't help laughing and said, Dad, I was very low-key during my undergraduate studies. At that time, Hua Xiao gave me the identity of a distant relative of his. I lived in Sea City and was looking after houses for relatives. Lu Jin's gaze instantly darkened. He looked at Hua Xiaoheng unkindly, as if he had mistreated his girl. Hua Xiaoheng, the relative sitting next to her, coughed uncomfortably and explained. Ninji was young at that time. She was only 16 years old, and she was in class with a group of third-year classmates. It was better to keep a low profile. Otherwise, how would Ninji study well if all the lascivious girls pounced on her? A girl who was smart, beautiful, and had a family background and status would indeed attract many boys in school. Lu Jin reluctantly accepted this reason, but he still felt very guilty. He said, "Sai, it's all my fault. If it weren't for me, Ninji would have followed young Master He over there. Whether it was school or work, she would have been comfortable and smooth sailing. Why would she need to keep a low profile?" Hua Xiaoheng, was she deliberately stabbing him in the heart to draw blood? Seeing this, Gunyinji quickly changed the topic and said, Dad, I haven't finished analyzing yet. Do you still want to know who this girl who bragged to me that I can't escape is? Oh, go ahead. Lu Jin raised his hand. I'm listening. Gunyinji tilted her head and moved closer to the front of the sofa, slightly avoiding Hua Xiaoheng's burning arm around her waist. Only then would she be able to clear her head. She stretched out her finger and continued. Based on how familiar she was with my roommates in the game, I still think she's a classmate in the same department as me, or at least temporarily, a classmate in the same department as me. This person shouldn't have cared about me in the first place. As soon as she spoke, I couldn't suppress her desire for me to be unlucky. Even if she was a game character, I could feel the malice and disgust coming from her. At this point, she suddenly stopped talking and thought about it seriously for a while. She shook her head and said, "No, it shouldn't be. What's wrong?" Lu Jin and Hui Xiaoheng asked in unison. Gun Yinji almost pinched her fingers and posed like a fortune teller. She frowned slightly and said, "I've thought about it carefully. There were actually very few people who had a problem with me when I was an undergraduate. There were much fewer weird people and things than when I went to be university in the imperial capital for graduate school." At that time, she had met Wen Shuyi, the weirdo among weirdos, in order to take the exam for Hijichu's graduate school. Gun Yinji pursed her lips and retracted her thoughts from Wen Shuyi. "Isn't that good? The scope is smaller again. How could that be wrong?" Lu Jin asked in confusion. "It's because the scope is small. There were only a few people who had a problem with me when I was an undergraduate, but none of them had the time or conditions to commit the crime." Gun Yinji spoke smoothly and even used legal terminology. "That doesn't matter. Let's see if they have the motive first, and then see if they have the objective conditions." Hua Xiaoheng immediately decided. "Who else has a problem with you that I don't know about?" Gun Yinji. She had forgotten that Hua Xiaoheng probably knew more about her than she did. However, when it came to what happened back then, she couldn't avoid talking about their first time. With Lu Jin glaring at her covetously to hear the details, Gun Yinji felt that her face was so hot that it could burn. Hua Xiaoheng turned his head and glanced at Gun Yinji. Seeing her suddenly blush, he was slightly stunned and also thought of that matter. His heart trembled slightly, and he quickly changed the topic. "I think the person who had a problem with you the most during your undergraduate years was your ex-first boyfriend, Mei Xiaowen, right?" Lu Jin's eyes suddenly widened. "First boyfriend? Nianji, your first boyfriend wasn't Hua Xiaoheng?" Gun Nianji quickly waved her hand. "Dad, don't listen to Major General Hua's nonsense. Of course my first boyfriend was Major General Hua Xiaoheng." Although he was still sitting next to Gun Yinji without batting an eyelid, his iron bones were about to be warmed by Gun Yinji's words. Chapter 2183. Hua Xiaoheng simply held Gun Yinji's hand and smiled at Lu Jin. "I'm indeed Yinji's first love. As for Mei Xiaowen, I can only say that he was the catalyst for our love. Without him, Yinji might not have realized her feelings for me." Gun Yinji rolled her eyes countless times in her heart. Deep down, she admitted that Mei Xiaowen was her first boyfriend, but in the face of the two most important men in her life, she was a coward. She didn't dare to tell the truth. But how could there be so many black and white truths between couples? For example, wouldn't everyone say such unreliable words like, "I'll love you for 10,000 years happily"? The people who listen would also believe it wholeheartedly. As long as the two of them were happy, it was fine, and they didn't offend anyone. Gun Yinji rationally decided not to dwell on this issue. She quickly changed the topic and said, "Since we've already confirmed that this person is related to my undergraduate classmate, why don't we think of a way to find her?" "How? You don't even know her last name. How can you think of a way?" Lu Jin's scientist's thinking was always more linear. He was worse than Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng when it came to digging holes. Hua Xiaoheng could tell that Gun Yinji was feeling guilty. He looked at her with a half-smile and didn't expose her. Gun Yinji braced herself and said under Hua Xiaoheng's intense gaze, "I've thought of a way, but I need your help." "No problem. Go ahead. I'll give you whatever help you need." Lu Jin waved his hand excitedly. "Daddy wants to be your robot cat that will do whatever you want." Gun Yinji, robot cat? She didn't expect Lu Jin to have a hobby of watching antique cartoons. The corners of Gun Yinji's mouth twitched, and she quickly glanced at Hua Xiaoheng before replying seriously. "I'm getting married soon, aren't I? I want to treat my undergrad classmates to a meal and have them join in as well. Have a part." When this extremely down-to-earth word came out of Gun Yinji's mouth, Lu Jin felt like the world had turned into a fantasy. Hua Xiaoheng still looked indifferent. Anyway, he was already used to Gu Nianji's various behaviors. Even when she said she wanted to learn Yanko, he would calmly borrow a video for her to dance to. Lu Jin looked at Hua Xiaoheng a few times. Seeing that he wasn't shocked at all, he suppressed the surprise in his heart and asked Gu Nianji, "Then did you attend your classmate's wedding?" "Gu Nianji," she said coldly, "Dad, now is not the time to talk about courtesy. Then why do you still want your classmate to follow you?" Lu Jin scratched his head. "I don't think it's appropriate to use this method to find that person. Would that person be so stupid as to rush to give you money and even get caught by you? This is just a pretext." Hua Xiaoheng put his hand on Gu Nianji's shoulder and explained to Lu Jin with a warm expression. And with Nianji's current status, even if the price was clearly stated, there would still be a bunch of people fighting to get it, let alone just letting everyone follow suit. Gu Nianji rolled her eyes at him. "Hua Xiao, don't make me sound so snobbish. I don't want to get together with my old classmates. As for the follow suit, it's just a joke. If they can come, I'll cover everything, including the travel expenses, accommodation expenses, and the cost of the dinner." "That's more like it." Lu Jin nodded in satisfaction. "I'll transfer you some money later. Take it to treat your classmates to a meal. Don't let them pay for it. Do you need money?" As he said this, Lu Jin glared at Hua Xiaoheng, as if he was condemning him for not giving his woman money to spend. Hua Xiaoheng rubbed his nose and asked non-committally, "Nianji, what do you want us to do?" Gu Nianji smiled and told them her plan. Lu Jin and Hua Xiaoheng nodded and said, "Okay, let's do that." One day in May, Gu Nianji called her undergraduate dorm roommates, Green Tea Fong, Little Temptress, and Lady Chow. "Green Tea Fong, it's Gu Nianji. Do you remember me?" Green Tea Fong's hands trembled when she heard Gu Nianji's voice, but she still said gently, "Who are you? I don't know you." "Green Tea Fong, how dare you not recognize me?" Gu Nianji's voice suddenly rose an octave. She looked flustered and exasperated, making Green Tea Fong giggle for a long time. "Okay, I won't tease you anymore. What can I do for you, Chief Gu? You finally remember your old classmate. TSK, I've been waiting for your call for so long." Green Tea Fong's voice was still so gentle and elegant, but she was actually very black-bellied. Men were deceived by her green tea appearance. Gu Nianji also clicked her tongue. "It's still the same taste, the same recipe. Green Tea Fong, your green tea skills have increased." "That's right. I naturally have to be very focused in front of my old classmate, especially in front of you, Chief Gu. I'm afraid that if I'm not careful, I'll only be able to answer yes or no," Green Tea Fong said as she sat in her office, signing documents. Gu Nianji laughed and said, "Okay, enough nonsense. I called you today because I want to treat my old classmate to a meal. Aren't I getting married?" Green Tea Fong's hand tightened, and the pen scratched a hard line on the paper. "Get married." She threw the pen in her hand and stood up with one foot on her chair. She put her hands on her hips and posed like a teapot. She yelled into the phone, "You finally said you're getting married. Where's the invitation? Where's the bridesmaid group?" "Gu Nianji, I've waited so long that my hair has turned white. If you don't give me the invitation and let me be your bridesmaid, I'll break off all ties with you." Gu Nianji's eardrums were about to burst from Green Tea Fong's roar. She quickly moved the phone further away and said with a drawn-out laugh, "Okay, of course I'll give you the invitation. The four of us in my dorm are so nice. Why wouldn't I give you the invitation? But before my official wedding, I want to treat my undergrad classmates to a meal. Do you think I should go to Sea City or the Imperial Capital?" Green Tea Fong finally let out a long sigh of relief after getting the invitation. She turned to glare at her subordinates, who were almost petrified, and waved her hand. "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen me lose my temper before?" She turned and closed the office door. Green Tea Fong finally sat down and asked quietly, "You want to treat your former undergrad classmates to a meal? Sure, with your reputation, you'll be able to get a lot of support once you gather them. Let's see how much money you're offering to treat them. You're even welcome to eat until you're broke." Gu Nianji laughed so hard she put her hands on her hips. "No problem, you're welcome to eat, but I've barely contacted my former classmates. I only have the contact details of the three of you." She spoke very subtly, But Green Tea Fong already understood. She immediately said, "No problem, leave it to the three of us. I'll discuss it with Little Temptress and Lady Chow right away. As for the location, we'll see how many classmates we can gather and let you know." Gu Nianji nodded. "Sure, I'll also call Little Temptress and Lady Chow separately. Otherwise, they'll say I'm biased." "Oh, you know about that?" To be fair, Green Tea Fong had taken care of Gu Nianji the most. Gu Nianji was closer to her and treated her like an older sister. Gu Nianji giggled. "Green Tea Fong, you're the green sand mole in my heart. You know that. Pfft. You're the mosquito's blood on my wall." Green Tea Fong teased her for a while before saying, "All right, don't worry. I'll help you gather them. We'll definitely have a good gathering when the time comes." Gu Nianji grunted, then said in a seemingly casual manner, "Oh, right. In the years since graduation, everyone has families, right? How about this? Each student can bring a family member, and everyone can get to know each other. What do you think?" "Of course." Green Tea Fong smiled casually. She coughed and lowered her voice to ask, "If we really want to invite our undergraduate classmates, you know who we can't avoid. Wouldn't your boyfriend mind?" Gu Nianji knew she was talking about Mei Xiaowen. She smiled nonchalantly and said, "Then let's invite him. If we don't invite him, it'll be a blatant lie. I don't want people to think that about me." A real woman dared to stand up to the scumbag that she dumped. Please remember the domain name of this book. The fastest website for mobile version, am. Chapter 2184. Haha, I'm glad you don't mind. Green Tea Fong laughed, then said seriously, "I'm not trying to make things difficult for you, but Mei Xiaowen is our class representative, Little Temptress, Lady Chow, and I haven't had any contact with him all these years. He treated you so badly back then, so of course we're on the same side. We don't bother with people who don't treat you well. But if you're inviting other undergraduates this time, then maybe someone will tell him. If you don't invite him, it'll really be a little suspicious. Who knows? Some people might even start spreading more rumors. Even if you're the Senate's chief legal counsel, Mei Xiaowen is still a cinnabar mole in your heart. Words like that will choke you to death." Gu Nianji listened to Green Tea Fong in silence, then finally smiled. "I know. That's why I said it doesn't matter. You, Little Temptress, and Lady Chow can do as you see fit. We'll invite him, but it's up to him if he wants to come or not." "That's right." Green Tea Fong nodded with satisfaction. "Don't worry about me. Wait for us to inform you in 2 days." Gu Nianji happily covered her phone and lay on the sofa. She crossed her long, fair legs to exercise as she said, "Then I'm counting on you. I'll call Little Temptress and Lady Chow later, just in case they eat me up when they see me." "Hee hee, you think you won't get eaten up just because you called? Girl, just wash your neck and wait." Green Tea Fong teased her for a while before putting down the phone. She quickly took out her old classmates' records and flipped through them. Gu Nianji then called Little Temptress and Lady Chow. Little Temptress was in a meeting with her subordinates when she received the call. Seeing Gu Nianji's number, she immediately walked into the small room and smiled. "Chief Gu, you're finally willing to call me?" Gu Nianji smiled and begged for forgiveness. After a few pleasantries, she said, "Little Temptress, I want to invite an old classmate to dinner. I just discussed it with Green Tea Fong, and she agreed. What do you think?" "Of course, Green Tea Fong, Lady Chow, and I will help you organize it. How many do you want?" Little Temptress was still as capable as ever, and quickly thought of the practical problem. "As long as you agree," Gu Nianji said cheerfully, her legs kicking even harder in the air. "Anyway, it's just a classmate from the same undergraduate course. If they want to come, they can come. They can bring a family member. Sure, no problem. I have a lot of experience in planning large-scale events, and I can finally show it today." Little Enchantress said with a grin, "Little girl, wash yourself clean and lie down, and wait for us to have sex with you." Gu Nianji scolded him with a smile. She teased him a few more times before hanging up and calling Lady Chow. Lady Chow was the most steady person in their dormitory. Because she had the demeanor of a noble young lady from ancient times, she was given the nickname Lady Chow. She wasn't a petty person, so she didn't express any dissatisfaction with this nickname. Instead, she began to refer to herself as this consort, which was quite funny. When Gunyinji called, she was just about to go for lunch. When she saw Gunyinji's caller ID, she quickly swiped open the phone and said, "Nyinji, you still remember me?" Gunyinji felt a sense of distance from her when she said, "This consort." It was as if all these years had been filled with time, and they had never been apart. The intimacy between schoolmates and teenagers was something that time could not erase. Of course, this was a classmate they had a good relationship with. If it was a classmate they didn't have a good relationship with, they would rather spend the rest of their lives apart and never see each other again. Gunyinji sat up from the sofa and couldn't help nodding and bowing. "Greetings, Lady Chow. How has Lady Chow been lately? Have you had a good time?" Lady Chow snorted and almost sat on the floor with laughter. "Chief Gu, greetings to this consort. So this consort can rest in peace. Bad things don't work, good things do." Gunyinji quickly knocked on the wood 3 times. "Lady Chow, you are entering the palace. How can you talk nonsense?" Lady Chow knew that Gunyinji was worried about her, and her heart warmed. She thought back to when this little roommate first came to their dorm. She didn't seem to speak much at first. She only stared at you with her big, black eyes. Her expression was delicate and innocent, just like a newborn kitten. The moment they saw her, they all had the urge to hide this child so that she wouldn't be polluted by the evil society. Of course, after getting to know her, they realized that the delicate and innocent appearance was all a facade. This girl was delicate and intelligent. She wasn't at all naive, and was so smart that people would admire her. Although she was the youngest in their dorm, she had all kinds of clever ideas and was the apple of their eye. They all took good care of her and protected her. They didn't look down on her or bully her because she was an orphan at the time. Gunyinji was rescued from a burning car by Hua Xiaoheng at the age of 12. She stayed with him at the Special Operations Forces base in Sea City for 4 years. At the age of 16, she took a special exam and skipped a grade to enter Sea University's Faculty of Law as a junior. Her academic progress was comparable to her classmates who were a few years older than her. She had just left the Special Operations Forces base and had to blend in with the crowd. Like a newborn chick, her first impression of society would have a great impact on her worldview. Fortunately, Gunyinji met 3 very good roommates, so she was able to let go of her innate wariness. The 2 of them joked around for a while before Gunyinji mentioned that she was getting married and treating. Lady Chow's reaction was exactly the same as Green Tea Fong's and Little Temptress's. They all immediately took on the responsibility of treating her to dinner and told her not to worry about anything. They would take care of everything for her. She didn't even have to worry about money. She could just come to the banquet. Gunyinji was inexplicably touched. She immediately said, "Don't argue with me about money. It's my wedding treat, after all. How could I let you guys bleed?" "Chief Gu, you're looking down on us." Lady Chow laughed. "We can still afford this bit of money. Just treat it as a wedding gift from the 3 of us." "This gift is too expensive." Gunyinji quickly declined. "Really? Besides, it's my treat. If you guys really want to give me a wedding gift, you can give me something else. I believe this bit of money isn't a big deal to you, but it means a lot to me." She tried to persuade her for a long time before Lady Chow reluctantly agreed. When she hung up, she kept telling her that she was being too polite. How could Gunyinji not know that Lady Chow was considerate? She was worried that her family wasn't rich enough, so she wanted to subsidize her. In their hearts, she was probably still that little orphan girl who needed everyone to take care of her. Gunyinji's heart warmed. Some people treated her like an orphan girl and thought she was easy to bully. But some people treated her like an orphan girl and thought she needed more love. You see, the same thing, but the starting point was different, so people felt completely different. She didn't mind the latter kind of orphan girl at all, because she would receive a lot of love. A person who had lost her childhood memories did indeed need a lot of love to fill that void. After contacting her old classmates, Gunyinji went to the restaurant at Hua Xiaoheng's official residence for dinner. Zhao Yangzi and Yin Shixiang were already sitting there reading the newspaper. Lu Jin was holding an iPad and looking at something. Seeing her come in, Zhao Yangzi smiled and said, "I heard you're going to treat your former undergraduate classmates to dinner." Gunyinji nodded and was in a good mood. I just call my undergraduate roommates. Green Tea Fong, Little Temptress, and Lady Chow. Do you still remember them? They were so nice to me. I didn't contact them for all these years after graduation because of various things, and they didn't blame me at all. I'm so lucky to have such roommates. In Shixiang and Zhao Yangzi looked at each other and smiled. In Shixiang said proudly, "Of course." That year, Major General Hua said he wanted to send you to college and get in touch with society. In order to find you roommates, Major General Hua went to great lengths to do all kinds of investigations. He even hired a psychiatrist to do psychological assessment and personality analysis of those people. He only chose those classmates who could match your personality as roommates. He was afraid that our little princess would be wronged. Zhao Yangzi also blinked and said, "Green Tea Fong, Little Temptress, and Lady Chow. We're very familiar with them, but they don't know that we've investigated them. Don't let it slip." Gun Yinji, she had thought that she was lucky to have met 3 roommates who got along well with each other, but it turned out that someone had quietly done a lot of preparatory work behind the scenes. Yes, how could there be so many smooth paths under the sun? Someone had helped her remove all the stumbling stones. Genius 1 second to remember this website's address. Mobile version. Chapter 2185. Gun Yinji was so moved that she couldn't speak. Tears almost welled up in Jian Qi's eyes. Lu Jin looked up from his iPad and said, "That's more like it. Otherwise, I would really regret." Gun Yinji coughed loudly and said, "Dad, what about the thing you promised to do for me?" Lu Jin almost let it slip. In Shixiang and Zhao Yangzi didn't know about the existence of the other world. They had always thought that Gun Yinji had been kidnapped abroad. Lu Jin laughed and said guiltily, "I'm busy, don't worry." Seeing that Lu Jin had shown weakness, Gun Yinji was relieved. She smiled and said, "I'll be treating you in a few days. Don't hold me back." I won't. Lu Jin agreed. While they were talking, the orderly from the kitchen brought lunch over. Everyone usually ate separately. There was a large plate in front of them. Usually, there were 2 dishes and a soup, plus fruit and dessert. In Shixiang and Zhao Yangzi had the same plate. There were 2 steaks and mashed potatoes, a bowl of white radish mutton soup, and a cut navel orange as fruit. They didn't eat dessert. On Gun Yinji's plate was a dish of fried onion, sea cucumber, and black-bone chicken stir-fried huaishan. The main dish was Yangzhou fried rice. There was also a bowl of abalone, apricot, mushroom, and snow clam soup that was especially nourishing for women. It was yellow and delicious in her mouth. The fruit was shelled lychees, and the dessert was a triangular piece of New York yogurt cake. She looked at the large plate in front of her and pursed her lips. "Although it's all my favorite food, I've been eating like this every day recently. Is Major General Hua feeding pigs?" Zhao Yangzi ate his steak with a knife and fork and winked at her with a smile on his face. "I'm not raising pigs. I'm preparing to raise little piglet." Gun Yinji, she didn't understand what Zhao Yangzi meant. In Shixiang held back his laughter and kicked Zhao Yangzi onto the table. Lu Jin liked stir-fried beef tenderloin and husband and wife lung slices, plus a large bowl of white rice with congee bamboo and wolfberry soup. The fruit was only a green kiwi and a plate of volcanic rock cake. He looked at the food in front of Gun Yinji and nodded. He said seriously, "Flour gums, sea cucumbers, black-boned chicken, huaishan, abalone, snow clams, and yogurt are all prepared for pregnancy." Gun Yinji froze for a moment. Then blood rushed from the tips of her toes to the top of her head. She felt her entire body flush red. In fact, her face was only slightly pink, like a small flower bud that was about to bloom. In Shixiang and Zhao Yangzi saw how embarrassed Gun Yinji was and desperately tried to hold in their laughter. They changed the subject and said, "You want to treat us? Who are you inviting?" Gun Yinji composed herself and suppressed the strange feeling in her heart. She smiled and said, "Oh, my undergrad classmates. I just called Green Tea Fong, Little Temptress, and Lady Chow you're talking about." "Oh, are you treating everyone to a meal before you get married? Why don't you let them have a share?" In Shixiang said with a smirk, "When I'm married, Chi-Chi, I let my classmates from childhood have a share. Gun Yinji rolled her eyes at him. You're just showing off on purpose, okay? Chi-Chi is such a good girl to be your wife. You're in luck. In Shi-Xiang chuckled and said, Chi-Chi is also your roommate, but she's a postgraduate student. Won't you consider treating your postgraduate classmates to a meal? Gun Yinji shook her head and said with a half-smile, My only friend during my postgraduate days was Chi-Chi. We'll have many opportunities to eat together. It won't be just once or twice. Why did you only have one friend during your postgraduate days? Lu Jin asked with concern. Didn't you say Major General Hua helped her choose her roommate? That was during my undergrad days. Zhao Yangzi finished the last bite of steak and took a sip of water. He said, Nianji wasn't even an adult at that time. Major General Hua was also worried that she wouldn't be used to living outside. In Shixiang also said that's right. When Nianji went to the imperial capital to study under Professor He, she was already an adult. It was time to let go. When he heard that Gun Yinji's masters was He Jichu's masters, Lu Jin understood. He smiled at Gun Yinji and said happily, My girl is so rare. Gun Yinji, In Shixiang, and Zhao Yanzi were already used to Lu Jin's doting demonic style, so they were no longer surprised. They finished their lunch without being affected and got up to go back to the office. Gun Yinji and Lu Jin were left behind. Lu Jin asked, Where's Major General Hua? He hasn't been back for lunch for the past 2 days. Maybe he's busy. Gun Yinji looked at her watch. I'm going back to work at the Senate tomorrow. I won't be back for lunch. Dad, you can eat by yourself. Go ahead, go ahead. I'm fine. Lu Jin waved his hand without hesitation. I plan to go to Elder Lu's office for a meal tomorrow. Gun Yinji, only Lu Jin could run from the 3rd Ring Road to the mountains outside the 5th Ring Road for a meal. The next day, after Gun Yinji went to work at the Senate, she found out that she had invited her undergraduate classmates to dinner. It was a trending topic on Weibo. Gun Yinji looked at the trending topic and was speechless for a long time. Hashtag students of C University's Faculty of Law Class XX. Chief Gu has invited you over for dinner. Hashtag it was obvious that it was Green Tea Fong's doing. She had really carried out the policy of big and special. 3 years after graduating from undergrad, Gun Yinji was the fastest developed among her former classmates. Of course, other than those rich second-generation heirs whose families had mines. For example, Green Tea Fong, Little Temptress, and Lady Chow all had family businesses. After graduating, they worked outside for 2 years before returning to work in their own family businesses. These were not comparable. There were also some undergrad classmates who had just graduated with their master's degrees this year and were starting to look for jobs. They could not compare to someone like Gun Yinji, who had risen like a rocket. But this did not stop everyone from getting together as old classmates. Because it had only been a short time since graduation, everyone's status in society was about the same. There was no such thing as not wanting to see their classmates if they weren't doing well. But for someone like Gun Yinji, because she was too fast and too good, most people could not get jealous. Anyway, after Green Tea Fong bought the trending topic on Weibo, she was added to the undergrad class chat group. Green Tea Fong. Hi everyone, I'm Green Tea Fong. Do you guys remember me? As soon as she entered, she sent a message with a cute JPG emoticon. The class chat was quiet for a while, then exploded with activity. A group of boys ran out at her and even sent her red packets to celebrate. They asked excitedly, Green Tea Fong, you're finally back. I thought you had cut all ties with us. Actually, everyone knew why Green Tea Fong, Little Temptress, and Lady Chow had left the group. It was because Mei Xiaowen had created the group. He was their old class rep and had been in charge of all the post-graduation class gatherings and whatnot. In the beginning, because of his relationship with Gun Yinji, they didn't get along very well, but Gun Yinji didn't contact them afterward. Slowly, everyone's hearts cooled down. Mei Xiaowen liked crowds, so after a few invitations, everyone united around him again. Only Green Tea Fong, Little Temptress, and Lady Chow had followed Gun Yinji's lead and left the class chat. Now Green Tea Fong was back, and she had brought that trending topic with her. After exchanging a few pleasantries, everyone began to ask her questions. Green Tea Fong, is it really Gun Yinji who wants to treat us to dinner? Is it that girl who skipped a year to third year at 16? She's now the chief legal advisor of the Senate? Is it really the same person? Chapter 2186. The corners of Green Tea Fong's mouth twitched as she replied slowly. Oh, you're still wondering if Chief Gu is the little Nianji from our class? Do you live in the Stone Age and can't surf the internet? Little Temptress also entered the group at this time. She saw the conversation and immediately said furiously, "This isn't stupidity, it's blindness." Was there need to ask if they were the same person? Haven't you seen her photo on the internet? When Gu Nianji was still a graduate student in the Faculty of Law at B University, she had made a name for herself online because of the German lawsuit. After she became the chief legal counsel of the Senate, she appeared on the hot search list every other day. Her official Weibo profile picture was her ID photo. Was there any doubt? Green Tea Fong and Little Temptress's sarcasm put the student who had asked, "Is it really the same person?" He couldn't help but reply, "I was just asking out of curiosity. Do you guys have to be so overbearing?" Seeing that the three of them were about to quarrel, the other students immediately tried to smooth things over. All right, today is the return of an old classmate. Let's talk about something happy. Yeah, Green Tea Fong, where are you working these days? Enchantress, long time no see. Send me a selfie. Green Tea Fong and Little Temptress didn't come back to fight, but they felt a little uncomfortable seeing their classmates speculate about Gu Nianji. They didn't understand why Gu Nianji wanted to treat these classmates to dinner, but they had already said it and bought the trending searches. They couldn't go back empty-handed. Green Tea Fong composed herself and tried to lighten the mood. Then she sent a message. Green Tea Fong, everyone, have you seen the trending searches? Gu Nianji was getting married, and before that, she wanted to get together with her old classmates and treat everyone to a meal. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Where is everyone now? Let me see if I should treat them in Sea City or the imperial capital. At the mention of treating, everyone became lively. More and more students began to speak. Treat? Since Chief Gu is treating, then I must go, ha. I'm in the imperial capital. Anytime. Upstairs +1. I'm also in the imperial capital. I'm going to graduate this year, and I've just finished my thesis. I'm looking for a place to have a feast. Let's take this opportunity to get together. This year is the third year since I graduated from my undergraduate program. I miss all of you. As they spoke, everyone reported their current location. Honestly speaking, everyone's relationship at that time was quite harmonious. The only disharmony was probably after Gu Nianji and Mei Xiaowen's relationship broke up. The class was naturally divided into two factions, those who supported Mei Xiaowen and those who supported Gu Nianji. Other than that, there really wasn't any real conflict between them. Green Tea Fong read for a while, then slowly replied. Most of them are in the imperial capital. 80% of the students are in the imperial capital. I don't think we need to discuss where to treat, right? The minority obeys the majority. It would take more than 3 hours to fly from Sea City to the imperial capital. The high-speed train was also fast, but would take a little longer, about 5 hours. It would only take a weekend. He then confirmed the date. It would be the following Saturday to give everyone more time to prepare. As for the exact hotel, he would inform everyone after discussing it with Gu Nianji. While everyone was discussing, Yao Ji pulled Lady Chow into the conversation. Lady Chow was more detailed. She looked at everyone's comments and added with a smile. Nianji said that everyone can bring a family member. If you have a husband or wife, you can bring them to the event. You can bring your family? Are you serious? Kyber, my son, a guy who had gotten married and had a child after graduating, joked. My son is very handsome, even though he's only a little over 1 year old. Everyone congratulated him and gave him red packets to celebrate. Lady Chow smiled and left a message. Congratulations, but you can't. The family member must be an adult. It's not convenient to bring a child to a hotel. The guy was only joking. He didn't want to bring his child to a class reunion. That would make him look old. Other students also joked in the group. What if you have a girlfriend and a wife? Who should you bring? That's a problem. Ha! Old Luo, you're too timing. The group was bustling with activity. The number of messages shot up, and soon reached 99 plus. Green Tea Fong, Little Temptress, and Lady Chow created a small group and chatted privately. Green Tea Fong, have you guys noticed? Mei Xiaowen hasn't spoken yet. Little Temptress, is he online? Or is he busy and didn't have time to check the messages? Lady Chow, it's lunchtime now. If it's not urgent, he should have seen our messages in the group. The three of them chatted privately for a while and were thinking of a way to verify whether Mei Xiaowen was online or not. The guy who had just asked if Gu Ninji and Chief Gu were the same person actually tagged Mei Xiaowen in the group. Mei Xiaowen, class rep, say something. Didn't your girlfriend say that Chief Gu and Gu Ninji weren't the same person when we had lunch together the other day? You didn't deny what she said either. Everyone in the group froze when they saw the message. The group, which had been bustling with activity a moment ago, instantly quieted down. Mei Xiaowen couldn't pretend he hadn't seen the message, even if he wanted to. He frowned and glanced at the flirtatious girl sitting next to him. Finally, he sent a reply. Welcome Green Tea Fong, Little Temptress, and Lady Chow back to our big group. Gu Nianji is treating. Great. Everyone, join us. Have fun and eat well. Seeing Mei Xiaowen's message, the guy who had tagged him earlier replied in surprise. Class rep, aren't you going? Yes. Everyone was craning their necks and rubbing their eyes, waiting for his reply. There weren't many couples in the class back then, and Mei Xiaowen and Gu Nianji were the most eye-catching couple. They had split up on bad terms on Christmas Eve that year, and it was still fresh in everyone's minds. Mei Xiaowen's fingers hesitated. He was about to reply when the girl sitting next to him glanced at his phone and said with a smile, Oh, Gu Nianji is your classmate? She's treating. This is an opportunity that I can't wait for. She winked at Mei Xiaowen. Mei Xiaowen was in high spirits with her and naturally didn't want to argue. However, he carefully explained, Gu Nianji and I used to be a couple, but we broke up. Now that she's getting married, shouldn't I avoid arousing suspicion? We're all classmates and know each other well. It wouldn't be good to embarrass her if we went, right? Mei Xiaowen said hesitantly. The girl smiled and raised her hand to stroke her neat short hair. She said casually, What's wrong with that? She's treating us. Doesn't she know about the situation? Maybe she's purposely treating an old classmate to humiliate you. Don't tell me you're afraid to see her. Her words pierced Mei Xiaowen's heart. He couldn't afford to lose face in front of his current girlfriend. He immediately said, I'll go. Do you want to come with me? Chapter 2187. The woman seemed a bit surprised, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes widening in a cute way. Oh, can I go too? I'm not her classmate. What's wrong with that? They said everyone can bring a family member. Girlfriends count as family too. Mei Xiaowen smiled slightly. I see. I'll check my calendar to see if I'm free that day. The woman didn't agree right away and left some suspense. Mei Xiaowen became even more enthusiastic and immediately replied in the group. Long time no see with Gu Nianji. I'm very happy to know she's finally getting married. We're friends, so of course I want everything to be good for her. He paused and added, Last time I saw the news about the Senate's chief legal counsel, I couldn't believe it. After all, she looked mature and beautiful in the photos online, very different from how she used to look. Even though I'm familiar with her, I didn't recognize her. Then he tagged the guy who had asked if they were the same person. Sorry, bro, we misled you. Even I didn't recognize her, much less you. The guy felt he had saved face and replied in the group. It's okay. Class rep is Gu Nianji's ex-boyfriend. If even class rep can't recognize her, how can we? I thought it was just someone with the same name. After all, her name isn't so special that she's the only one in the world, right? The hot-tempered little temptress saw this and was furious. She immediately replied, I think you're both stupid and blind. Since you saw someone with the same name and looks familiar, why didn't you check her resume yourself? Why did you have to ask Mei Xiaowen? As the chief legal counsel of the Senate, Gu Nianji's resume was publicly available on the internet. Lady Chow went to the Senate's official website and took a screenshot of Gu Nianji's resume and sent it to the group. Lady Chow, see for yourself, even an illiterate person can read pictures. Look at the shiny C University emblem on her undergrad and the date of her graduation. The guy was so embarrassed that he left the group in a fit of anger. After he left, Green Tea tried to smooth things over. Okay, everyone else knows that Chief Gu is our classmate, right? Come. Those who are free next weekend, come and register with me. I'll count the number of people and tell Nianji that she'll contact the hotel where we're having the party. Most of the remaining students had a good impression of Gu Nianji. She was now in a high position and was a law major. Everyone was studying law, so it wasn't a bad thing to bond. Everyone signed up, and in the end, everyone except for the boy who had just left the group, including Mei Xiaowen, said that he wanted to go. And Mei Xiaowen had to bring a family member with him. Green Tea Fong was very considerate. She counted the number of people and confirmed the time before sending the message to Gu Nianji. For convenience's sake, she added Gu Nianji as a friend and added her to her Little Temptress and Lady Chow's small group. The group was named after their undergraduate dorm room number. Chatting in the group was like returning to the time when everyone was lying in bed and chatting at night. Gu Nianji looked at the name list and the number of people Green Tea Fong had sent her. She replied with a smile. Looks like I used to be quite popular. Most of the people are here. Little Temptress. Yeah, there's only one person who's a bit of a B***TCH. He left the group. I think he's too embarrassed to join. Gu Nianji didn't ask what it was. She smiled and typed. Really? Who is it? Little Temptress typed a name and said, It's a male classmate. Gu Nianji couldn't be bothered to ask about the male classmate. She only cared about the female classmate. But after going through the names, Gu Nianji couldn't think of anyone who was against her. She rubbed her temples. She decided to take it one step at a time. Because Green Tea Fong had bought the trending searches, the news of Gu Nianji's wedding treat spread like wildfire in the C University Faculty of Law. Not only her classmates, but even students from other classes were asking about it. They wanted to freeload and see Gu Nianji. They found Green Tea Fong and expressed their wish to give Gu Nianji a wedding gift. Of course, this was because they had ulterior motives. Everyone knew that. Gu Nianji didn't want to accept gifts, so she rejected them all. After confirming the number of people and the time, Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng discussed which hotel would be the most suitable for the treat. She sat cross-legged on Hua Xiaoheng's lap and opened a directory of hotels in the imperial capital. She flipped through them one by one, from the environment to the food, drinks, and alcohol. Hua Xiaoheng leaned against the wall and stretched his long legs on the floor. He hugged Gu Nianji from behind and looked through all the hotels in the imperial capital. He mused, These hotels are more high-end, and the security is more strict. I don't think it's a good place to test them. Then what kind of place is the best for us to test them? Gu Nianji asked curiously. She was looking for a hotel, of course, one that looked high-end, had a romantic vibe, and had delicious food. She had almost forgotten that she was going to fish. Hua Xiaoheng chuckled and took out another directory for her to see. Of course, it's a hotel with a moderate environment, messy management, and slightly messy staff. Gu Nianji was speechless. Why are these hotels suitable for fishing? Gu Nianji was even more curious now. There are too many people, and people will talk. How will it be easy to investigate? There are no fish when the water is too clear, Hua Xiaoheng said simply. Hua Xiaoheng said simply, That's why we need to muddy the waters so that those people will think they have an opportunity. If they fortified their defenses and prepared for battle, the mastermind will be able to slip away faster than a monkey. Gu Nianji suddenly understood and nodded. Sure enough, we have our own specialties. Hua Xiao, you're the expert in this field. I'll listen to you. This was the benefit of two people with different majors. Because they didn't understand each other's work, it was easier to blindly worship each other unconditionally. It could greatly improve the relationship between both parties. After all, no one wanted to go home and still be criticized for their mistakes at work. If two people were in the same major and both had strong personalities, it was easy for neither to submit to the other. Their relationship would be affected by work, and they would end up parting on bad terms. Gu Nianji looked at him with adoration. Hua Xiaoheng wanted to kiss her and hold her in his arms, as if he wanted to kiss her to the bone. 2 days later, Gunyinji sent the hotel's name and address to Green Tea Fong. Green Tea Fong looked at it and fell silent. She originally wanted to speak in a group of 4, but after some thought, she added Little Temptress and Lady Chow into a separate group. She said, "Nianji's hotel is ready. What do you guys think?" Little Temptress and Lady Chow had actually already seen it in the group. They were completely unfamiliar with the hotel. Little Temptress and Lady Chow searched on Google before they found the hotel's introduction. Lady Chow thought about it for a long time and left a message. "It's a mid-range hotel. Not bad, right?" Little Temptress also said, "Even a hotel like this costs $200 per person. There are more than 20 people in our class. Including family members, that's more than 40 people. It's not a small amount." Green Tea Fong sighed and typed, "Actually, it's less than 10,000. How about we fork out money and find a better hotel?" Lady Chow immediately replied, "I think that's fine. I'll fork out 50,000. Let's find a 5-star hotel, the kind that costs 2,000 per person." To the 3 of them, 50,000 was only a month's salary. They were all people who could afford it. However, Little Temptress suggested, "We need to make this clear to Nianji in advance. Otherwise, it'll hurt her pride." Lady Chow and Little Temptress unanimously recommended Green Tea Fong to discuss the hotel with Gunyinji. Green Tea Fong was the best at talking. Green Tea Fong was worried that Gunyinji had already booked a hotel, so she called her immediately and said tactfully, "Nianji, I know a pretty good 5-star hotel. Me, Little Temptress, and Lady Chow happen to have business dealings with this hotel. They can give us a 20% discount and charge our company. How about we pay for this meal?" Gunyinji immediately understood what Green Tea Fong meant. She quickly smiled and said, "Green Tea Fong, please don't. It's not that I don't have money. I just need a treat at that hotel. I can't tell you the reason yet, but you'll know when you get there. Must we treat at that shabby hotel?" Green Tea Fong raised an eyebrow. "Looks like there's a big show waiting for us. Genius 1 second remember website address. Mobile version." Chapter 2188. Gunyinji laughed and said non-committally, "What drama? Green Tea Fong, you're overthinking it. We'll meet soon in less than 2 weeks." Green Tea Fong chuckled. "Okay, see you then." She sent her classmates' addresses to Gunyinji. Gunyinji looked at them and memorized the names. When she returned to Hua Xiaoheng's official residence after work that night, Gunyinji informed Lu Jin and Hua Xiaoheng, "The treat has been settled. Most of the classmates are coming. Only one left the group and was too embarrassed to come again." Lu Jin nodded. "Where's the list? Do you have it?" "I have the names and addresses of my classmates. On the surface, it's for the invitations." Gunyinji forwarded the list to Hua Xiaoheng and Lu Jin. Each of them will bring a family member. The family member didn't write their name, only their identity. Lu Jin opened the list of classmates and read it at a glance. He said, "Most of the boys and girls in your class aren't married." "Yes, most of the family members are girlfriends and boyfriends." Gunyinji shrugged and said with resentment, "I'm the youngest, but I got married earlier than most of my classmates." She was only 21 years old. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her calmly and said, "Then how many times do you want to get married?" Don't forget that the 2 of them had already gotten their marriage certificate. Gunyinji, she suddenly blushed. She was actually the first to get married among her undergraduate classmates. Lu Jin smiled and said, "My girl can get married as many times as she wants." "Xiaoheng, are you looking down on my girl?" Gunyinji rubbed her forehead and just wanted to swallow what she had just said. Hua Xiaoheng smiled. "I wouldn't dare. As long as you marry me every time, Nianji can get married as many times as she wants." Gunyinji couldn't help rolling her eyes. Was he coaxing her like a child? She didn't want to continue this meaningless topic, so she continued, "How's your setup going? Have you found any clues?" "That depends on how the other party acts." Lu Jin spread out his hands and said innocently, "We don't cause trouble, but we're not afraid of causing trouble either." Gunyinji giggled. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't help but smile, because Gunyinji had said the same thing before. They were a real father and daughter. The power of inheritance was terrifying. The next day, Gunyinji carefully selected invitations and sent them to every student. When the students saw the hotel address, they were not surprised. In their minds, this hotel matched Gunyinji's identity as an orphan. However, there are also people who expressed their doubts and said in the group, "Isn't Gunyinji the chief legal counsel of the Senate? Why are you looking for a second-rate hotel? Yeah, it's only about 200 per person, right? Gunyinji doesn't have any inheritance. She's been able to treat more than 40 people to a meal at this kind of hotel without accepting gifts after working for more than a year. That's already very good. What do you want? Why do you have to pick a place to eat? Even the rich second generations in our class don't have this much money." The person who was rebutted retorted unwillingly, "Isn't she married well? Your fiancé is a major general, right? Just this little bit of wealth. Isn't it embarrassing?" Little Temptress couldn't bear to watch any longer and immediately went all out. Does a major general have to be rich? Everyone knew how much a major general's salary allowance was. If she really treated them to a 5-star hotel with an average cost of $2,000 per person, you'd be comparing the unknown origin of their money again. If she's so hard to please, she can choose not to go. Why do you have to say such sour words? Mei Xiaowen saw that everyone was about to start arguing and finally went up to put out the fire. "All right, we're all classmates, so can't we even ask questions?" Little Temptress, you still have a bad temper. Even someone with a good temper like Ninji can't take it, right? Little Temptress snorted when she saw the reply and replied, "Outsiders won't know if Ninji has a good temper or not. Class rep, you really don't know Ninji that well. You don't even know her temper." Mei Xiaowen's face turned red with anger. He even suspected that Gun Ninji had told her roommates about what had happened between them. He had pursued Ninji for so long and had only hugged her like a friend when she was especially sad. He hadn't even kissed her on the lips. This was what Mei Xiaowen was most upset about. However, he had never revealed this in front of his classmates. So when he heard Little Temptress's words, he only laughed coldly and didn't reply. Sitting next to him was his current girlfriend. Their relationship had skyrocketed over the past few days to the point where they were about to meet her parents. Mei Xiaowen wasn't young anymore. Although his family hadn't forced him to marry, he hadn't thought about getting married early until he met this girlfriend. This was the first time he'd thought about getting married early. Seeing him turn off his phone with a displeased expression, the woman smiled and kissed him. "What's wrong, Xiaowen? Did something go wrong at the party?" "No." Mei Xiaowen shook his head and laughed coldly. "It's a few ignorant women. Just because they're Ninji's roommates, they dare say, I don't know her as well as they do." "Oh, why would they say that?" the woman asked calmly as she held Mei Xiaowen's hand. Mei Xiaowen's heart skipped a beat. Of course, he didn't want to admit to his current girlfriend that he didn't get along with Gunyinji. He mumbled, "It's nothing. No matter how Ninji throws a tantrum in front of others, she's always obedient in front of me. I know her inside and out, just like I know you." As he spoke, he pushed his giggling girlfriend onto the bed. Ever since the invitation had been sent out, Gunyinji had started searching for the hotel settings in the online game. The Juanhao Hotel she'd chosen was a real second-rate hotel. It wasn't bad, but from the hardware to the software, it was still a long way from being a top-notch 5-star hotel. However, although it wasn't the best hotel, the business here was booming. Because the prices were affordable and there were a few specialties that were delicious, Gunyinji was very satisfied with the place. To her, not being expensive and delicious was definitely a plus. But because of the cost, the hotel was lacking in other areas. For example, security didn't have people who did background checks on customers. There were people from all walks of life who came to eat, so the staff was more mixed. More importantly, the soundproofing between the private rooms was very poor. The walls were like paper and could be punched through with one kick. The Special Operations Forces field personnel sent by Hua Xiaoeng had already made a detailed report on this situation. The Juanhao Hotel didn't know it had been thoroughly investigated and was still happy about the recent big deal. When Gunyinji booked the hotel, she used an alias. The other party didn't know that the large private room that could accommodate 50 people was booked by Gunyinji. They only knew it was a class reunion because someone was getting married. They often hosted these kinds of banquets, so they didn't take it to heart. Gun Yinji put on the VR helmet and glasses and opened the control panel of her game account to search for the hotel settings. Sure enough, it didn't take long for her to find all the settings for the Juanhao Hotel. She even had the actual coordinates. The landforms and landmark buildings around the hotel were clearly visible. It looked like a 100% replica of a tourist attraction. But this time, she didn't click in. She just looked at the settings and logged out. She suspected that the other party had already made targeted arrangements after she caused trouble the previous few times. Not long after she logged out, the same settings for the Juanhao Hotel were picked out and the game started. The network manager and programmers of the game were also notified immediately that someone had chosen the Juanhao Hotel setting they had just set. They immediately locked onto the person's IP address and looked at it carefully. When they found that it was a restricted account, they sent a message, warning canceled. The online game programmer waved his fist and said confidently, "This time, as long as someone who isn't a restricted account enters this setting, they will be immediately locked. I want them to be able to enter, but not leave." This time, the person walking in the game setting of the Juanhao Hotel was a woman. She was dressed in appropriate professional attire, low-key and exquisite. People who didn't know the industry wouldn't be able to tell that her custom-made clothes were made by a famous designer. She had a smile on her face and was very excited. She hoped that this would be the last time she would see Gun Yinji being arrogant. This hotel was really perfect for her to set up an operation. The success rate was as high as 90%. This probability was also very convincing in front of the madam. This was because the madam had always only looked at the success rate simulated by the game's data. Because of this reason, she had almost never failed, except when Kevin was killed. Not only was the madam brooding over it, but even she was very unwilling to accept it. That was why she planned this operation. No matter how smart Gun Yinji was, she only had one brain. How could she compete with the data they had accumulated over the years? Genius 1 second to remember website address. Mobile version. Chapter 2189. After the news of Gun Yinji treating her undergrad classmates to dinner before her wedding spread, her graduate students also came over in 2s and 3s to ask if Gun Yinji should treat them as well. Gun Yinji's master student was at the B University Faculty of Law, and her supervisor was the once famous tenured professor of Harvard Law, He Chu. Unfortunately, He Chu had already resigned from his teaching position, and no one knew where he went. Gun Yinji's master's student only took 1 year to complete all the credits and graduate. Now that 2 years had passed, she was almost successful, and they had just graduated. Because of this, Gun Yinji wasn't familiar with her master's students, and the only classmate she was close with was Ma Chi-Chi. She couldn't compare to her undergrad classmates at all. Gun Yinji thought about this and complained to Hua Xiaoheng after work that night. "Hua Xiao, why didn't you pick my graduate classmates too? Otherwise, I could have made a few more friends." Hua Xiaoheng sat on the sofa reading documents. Beside him was an antique floor lamp with a postmodern feel. The light was bright and soft with a hint of yellow. Under the slanted light, only the side of his face could be seen. It was like an ink painting cut with a knife, just right, without a single extra line. There was a shadow next to the sofa, and it was his well-built figure. He crossed his legs and flipped a page nonchalantly. He said calmly, "You weren't an adult when you were undergrad." He didn't finish, but Gun Yinji understood immediately. She puffed up her cheeks and glared at Hua Xiaoheng for a while before walking to him and half kneeling. She tugged on his sleeve and said confidently, "Even if I'm already an adult, you still have to take care of me, care about me, and be good to me like before." She stuck out her tongue and licked her chapped lips. "You can't ignore me." Hua Xiaoheng looked up slightly and looked her up and down. He reached out and pinched her soft, pink earlobe. "You want me to care about you? Yes." Gun Yinji nodded disappointedly and grabbed Hua Xiaoheng's hand that was pinching her earlobe. "Don't rub it. It's itchy." Hua Xiaoheng smiled and leaned over to kiss her lips. "Then you have to listen to me. When have I ever disobeyed you?" Gun Yinji pouted and was about to roll her eyes. Hua Xiaoheng moved closer to her ear and said in a low voice, "Last night, you were disobedient." Gun Yinji almost buried her face in his chest. She rubbed against his chest and murmured, "That's because you went too far." 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. Tomorrow was Saturday, so it was Gun Yinji's treat. She got up early in the morning and began to dress up. All the skin on her body had to be cared for with essential oil. She wrapped her body with a soft white towel and waited for half an hour before going to wash again. Finally, she applied the body lotion that Lu Jin had specially made for her. She only had to blow-dry her hair. A thin layer of makeup was applied to her face. The very fine foundation was very close to her skin color, and it was almost impossible to see the makeup. She chose a set of camouflage casual pants that looked like a hunting outfit. There were 2 large pockets on the legs. Wearing comfortable running shoes, he didn't look like he was going to show off at a class reunion. Instead, he looked like he was going to participate in special training. Fortunately, she was still young. Even if she was wearing a plain dress, she was still breathtaking. Gun Yinji carried the backpack that Lu Jin had specially made for her and came out of the house with her phone. She saw Hua Xiaoheng waiting for her at the door. "Major General Hua, you're so handsome today." Gun Yinji's eyes sparkled as she greeted him. Hua Xiaoheng naturally leaned over and kissed her face. "You're very beautiful too." Gun Yinji's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled. It was rare to be praised by Hua Xiaoheng. The two of them got into the car and drove to the Juanhao Hotel. This place was outside the 5th Ring Road of the imperial capital. It covered a large area, and the appearance of the hotel was pretty good, but the internal management was very average. Fortunately, there was delicious food to make up for it. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to gain a foothold in the imperial capital. Gun Yinji was still on the way when she received a call from Green Tea Fong. "Yinji, are you here yet? Our classmates from out of town have arrived a long time ago. We'll be there soon." Gun Yinji looked out of the car window. "I can already see the hotel. Where are you?" "We're outside the main entrance to welcome the host." Little Temptress's loud voice was still as lively and cheerful as ever. Gun Yinji couldn't help smiling. "I'll be right there." Hua Xiaoheng floored the accelerator. The car immediately sped up and went even faster. They arrived at the hotel entrance in less than 5 minutes. Hua Xiaoheng got out first and went around to the other side of the car to open the door. Gun Yinji finally got out of the car like a queen. Hua Xiaoheng took her hand and smiled at the crowd standing on the steps. Green Tea Fong, Little Temptress, and Lady Chow ran over first. "Yinji." Gun Yinji let go of Hua Xiaoheng and happily hugged the 3 of them. Green Tea Fong, Little Temptress, Lady Chow, "I missed you guys so much." Following that, the classmates standing on the steps also came down in 2s and 3s to shake Gun Yinji's hand and congratulate her on her upcoming marriage. Hua Xiaoheng stood to the side and nodded from time to time, playing the role of family member to his heart's content. Just as everyone finished their introductions, a bright red Porsche sports car drove over from the hotel's main entrance. Mei Xiaowen and his girlfriend sat in the sports car. Both of them saw Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng surrounded by a group of people, and their eyes dimmed in unison. Just then, Hua Xiaoheng's phone suddenly rang. He took a step to the side and took out his phone to answer the call. He turned to Gun Yinji and said, "I have something to do. I have to go back now." He nodded to Gun Yinji's classmates. "Thank you all for coming. Order whatever you want to eat later. Don't stand on ceremony. I'll be taking my leave now." He put away his phone and quickly got into the car. He started the car and drove away from the hotel's main entrance in the blink of an eye. Mei Xiaowen and his girlfriend had just gotten out of the car. Seeing Hua Xiaoheng drive away, Mei Xiaowen was slightly surprised. "Why isn't Yinji's fiancé eating with us?" His girlfriend got out of the car with a smile and glanced at Hua Xiaoheng's speeding car. She said meaningfully, "He might have a mission. Who has the time to deal with freshly graduated students like you?" Mei Xiaowen furrowed his brows and muttered to himself, "I thought he treated Yinji well. He didn't even attend a reunion with his family, and Gun Yinji was the one who was treating. He didn't even give her face." His girlfriend straightened her back and stood beside him. Her voice was slightly cold. We all saw him propose with a big diamond ring in front of the whole world in Russia. Actually, it was all a show for others. A marriage that isn't a good match never has a good ending. Mei Xiaowen glanced at her, his eyes sweeping over her bulging belly. He smiled and said, "We're a good match. Do you want our child to be born out of wedlock?" His girlfriend smiled and glared at him. "It doesn't look good wearing a wedding dress with a big belly. We can register first and hold the wedding after the child is born." "Okay, I'll listen to you." Mei Xiaowen felt Gu Nianji and the others looking at him. He immediately grabbed her hand and brought it to his lips to kiss it. Gu Nianji was stunned and couldn't believe her eyes. The graceful woman standing next to Mei Xiaowen was wearing a black and white checkered skirt with a 1,000 birds pattern. The dress fit her well and made her slightly bulging belly stand out. Gu Nianji's gaze moved away from the woman's slightly bulging belly and looked at her smiling face. Her hands clenched. How could it be Yi Xinyan? She was actually pregnant? Genius 1 second remember website address. Mobile version. Chapter 2190. Gu Nianji's shock only lasted for a moment. She didn't even show it in her eyes. She only glanced over and nodded with a smile, like she was seeing any other student. She didn't deliberately act distant or friendly. The other students smiled and greeted Mei Xiaowen. "Class rep is here." "Class rep change cars again?" "TSK, TSK. Isn't this a Porsche?" "This year's new model is not cheap." The boys surrounded Mei Xiaowen's car, full of praise. Yi Xinyan stood next to Mei Xiaowen with an almost imperceptible smile of victory, but she felt a little awkward. Although Mei Xiaowen's classmates surrounded the car, no one asked him to introduce her. She was certain that this was her first time meeting these classmates. She glanced at Mei Xiaowen's face and saw that he was trying to find Gu Nianji in front of him in the crowd. Gu Nianji was already chatting and laughing with Green Tea Fong, Little Temptress, Lady Chow, and a few other female classmates as they walked towards the hotel lobby. Mei Xiaowen pursed his lips. Yi Xinyan pinched his hand. He snapped out of it and looked at the boy beside him who was looking at the car. He smiled and said, "Let's go in." He didn't introduce Yi Xinyan. She wasn't here, so who was he going to introduce her to? After waving goodbye to the male students who had gathered around them, everyone entered the hotel together. The hotel was a small high-rise with 9 floors. It wasn't too tall, but it wasn't too short either. Gu Nianji had booked the revolving restaurant on the top floor. It was the most expensive restaurant in the hotel. There were many people today, and they were all classmates, so the restaurant wouldn't be revolving. Everyone took the elevator to the 9th floor. The restaurant was decorated like a normal hotel, but it was obviously not classy enough. The chandelier hanging in the middle of the restaurant was a bit dim. It wasn't because it was old, but because it hadn't been cleaned for a long time and the crystal was covered in dust. The chairs were covered with yellow brocade covers. It wasn't real brocade, but synthetic fabric. The edges were open and the middle was worn thin, so the padding inside could be seen. There was a thick glass turntable on a large round table, painted red. The red was a bit oily, but when she wiped it with her hand, there was nothing there. It was actually quite clean, but the paint color was very average. There were a few large oil paintings of flowers hanging on the walls of the dining room. It was obvious that they were the work of a famous artist. Of course, they were not the real thing, but prints printed on canvas. From afar, it was still scary, but the red fire extinguisher hanging in the middle of the oil paintings was a little disgusting. In high-end hotels, fire extinguishers would be placed discreetly. They would never be hung between the decorations on the wall. Yi Xinyan could tell at a glance that this hotel was not presentable. She snorted and hooked her arm around Mei Xiaowen's. Gu Nianji, Green Tea Fong, Little Temptress, and Lady Chow were the hosts and invited everyone to take their seats. More than 40 people were seated at 4 large round tables. There were about 10 people at a table. Everyone sat together according to their familiarity with each other. Gu Nianji hadn't expected Mei Xiaowen to bring Yi Xinyan to sit with her, Green Tea Fong, Little Temptress, and Lady Chow. Most of them were girls, and none of them had brought their families along. Most of the boys had brought their families. Gu Nianji had shaken hands and chatted with many of her male classmates' girlfriends and wives. Mei Xiaowen and Yi Xinyan were the last to enter. Gu Nianji hadn't had a chance to greet them. After they sat down, Little Temptress spoke first. She held a glass of red wine and smiled. "Class rep, you've changed girlfriends again?" She looked Yi Xinyan up and down with interest. "This one's not bad. She's a little better than your ex-girlfriend. So you're pregnant already? When are you going to invite us to your wedding?" Mei Xiaowen breathed a sigh of relief. If no one had asked Yi Xinyan, he wouldn't have asked. Little Temptress was the best. Mei Xiaowen smiled and bowed. "This is my fiancée, Yi Xinyan. She's the chief financial analyst of Carlyle International Limited's Pacific Rim Economic Zone." Mei Xiaowen was obviously flaunting this long list of titles. Gu Nianji nodded. Her expression was calm. "Nice to meet you. I know Miss Yi. She's a very capable person." Mei Xiaowen's expression turned strange. He looked at Gu Nianji. She didn't look like she was lying. He looked at Yi Xinyan and asked hesitantly, "You've known each other before?" Why did Yi Xinyan act like she didn't know Gu Nianji in front of him? Yi Xinyan raised her eyebrows. She held her wine glass in one hand and supported her waist with the other. She smiled. "Sort of. We keep in touch at work, but we're not close." She then said with a half-smile, "Why does Chief Gu have a deep impression of me?" "Sorry, I have a photographic memory. I won't forget anything I see, even if it's a cat or a dog." Gu Nianji shrugged and picked up the menu. "I've already ordered some dishes. Everyone can order according to their preferences. We'll talk after we eat." Everyone had a menu in front of them. Everyone ordered a few dishes according to their preferences. Soon, the table was filled. It was almost evening, and everyone was hungry. Without further ado, they ate first. Halfway through the meal, when they were about 70 to 80% full, they began to chat. Of course, the topic revolved around Gu Nianji's wedding in 4 months. "Nianji, where are you planning to hold the wedding?" A female classmate asked curiously. She was sitting at the same table as Gu Nianji, so it was easier to talk to her. Gu Nianji scooped herself a bowl of soup with a smile. "I'm still looking. I'm getting dizzy from all the choices. Tahiti, the Maldives, or Hawaii. These places are very popular now. Even celebrities hold their weddings there." A male classmate said excitedly. His eyes were practically shining. Gu Nianji smiled. "We're planning to hold our wedding in the Xia Empire. Actually, there are many beautiful places in the Xia Empire. Why go abroad? Safety isn't guaranteed. Yeah, our Nianji's fiancé isn't just anyone. It's safer in the Xia Empire, right?" Little Temptress winked at her. She couldn't stand Mei Xiaowen showing off his fiancé. Gu Nianji smiled, but didn't say anything. She didn't deny it right away, so it must be the case. Everyone began to speculate about the best places to get married in the Xia Empire. Yi Xinyan's eyes flashed. She stirred the silver spoon in her bowl and said softly, "Chief Gu used to study in Sea City? Then you were in Sea City 3 years ago?" Gu Nianji nodded. "Yeah, I've always been in Sea City. I only came to the imperial capital 3 years ago for Professor He's postgraduate program." Gu Nianji didn't know if it was her imagination, but when she mentioned Professor He, she detected a flash of murderous intent in Yi Xinyan's eyes. Although it was only a flash, it was obvious that it was vicious and murderous. Chapter 2191. Gu Nianji narrowed her eyes and slowly tapped her fingers on the table. "Miss Yi, where did you get your undergraduate degree? You seem to be very familiar with C University. Are you an alumnus as well?" Yi Xinyan smiled slightly and propped her elbows on the table, her fingers caressing her throat. Her voice was low and slightly raspy. "I'm sorry, I got my undergraduate degree overseas. I can't possibly be your alumnus." "Really? Which university overseas?" "The circle of Huaxiao international students is very small. Maybe we can find someone we know." Gu Nianji winked at Yi Xinyan with great interest. Yi Xinyan's eyes flashed, and she chuckled. "Miss Gu is so concerned about me because I'm Xiaowen's fiancé? Actually, you don't need to ask about me. Xiaowen and I have known each other for almost a year. Although our relationship has developed rapidly, no one knows what the future holds. I just want to enjoy the moment." She turned to look at Mei Xiaowen and held his hand affectionately. Cherish every day that you spend with him. Mei Xiaowen was elated to hear this. What could make a man more proud than his ex and current girlfriend fighting over a man's affections? Even the famous Major General Hua Xiaoheng seemed to be ranked behind him. Mei Xiaowen's pale face quickly flushed with excitement. He shook Yi Xinyan's hand and turned to look at Gu Nianji, saying warmly, "Nianji Xinyan is my fiancée. Don't target her and let bygones be bygones. Let bygones be bygones. You're getting married, and I have a fiancée now. I'm going to have a child in 6 months. Can we forget what happened in the past and continue being friends?" He made it sound like Gu Nianji still had feelings for him and was purposely picking a fight with his fiancée. Gu Nianji had been through so much that she was rarely angered or disgusted by someone. Unfortunately, Mei Xiaowen had. The corners of her eyes twitched uncontrollably, and her gaze instantly turned cold. However, it would be too degrading for her to speak out against Mei Xiaowen. Moreover, people would think that she was angry because of her love for him. Mei Xiaowen would be even more pleased with himself. Gu Nianji swallowed her anger without batting an eyelid. Her face was still full of smiles as she said openly, "I'm not targeting your fiancé. We're just ordinary classmates, and we've never had a romantic relationship. Why would I target your fiancé? Jiang Hongxia is the only one who has the right to target her, right?" Mei Xiaowen was stunned. Gu Nianji continued, "By the way, where's Jiang Hongxia? I remember that she was pregnant because of you, right?" Little Temptress immediately slammed the table and jeered. That's right, that's right. I remember that Jiang Hongxia was pregnant. Mei Xiaowen, don't tell me you're already a father. Is this your second child?" Green Tea Fong immediately chimed in. TSK, TSK, as expected of the class monitor. She's responding to the country's call to have a second child. Lady Chow also raised her wine glass. "Class rep, you can do it. We are waiting for your third child." Mei Xiaowen's cheeks, which had just been flushed with excitement, turned even redder. He said angrily, "What are you talking about? When did I ever have a child? See, isn't there only one in her belly?" Little Temptress pointed a slender finger in Yi Xinyan's direction. "Carlyle is an internationally renowned investment bank. Miss E, you're so young, yet you're already the chief analyst. You must have graduated from a prestigious school overseas, right?" Green Tea Fong was about to speak, but from the corner of her eye she saw Gu Nianji raise her wine glass as if she was about to drink. Out of habit, she took the glass from her and placed a bottle of yogurt in her hand. "Drink this." Gu Nianji was speechless. Green Tea Fong patted her shoulder and nodded with a smile. "That's right. She must have graduated from an Ivy League school majoring in finance, right? I heard that Wall Street investment banks only hire from prestigious schools." Lady Chow took out a tissue and wiped it on her face, then said gracefully, "That's right. Tell us which prestigious school she graduated from, so we can be proud of it." Another girl giggled as she watched for a long time, then teased, "Class rep, we all want to know which prestigious school your fiancé graduated from. You don't think we're all targeting her, do you?" How narcissistic did Mei Xiaowen have to be to think everyone was being jealous and targeting his fiancée with so many people asking at once? Mei Xiaowen could only smile wryly and shake his head. "Nianji, don't burn the bridge after crossing it. When I went to America to look for you, you said you weren't my girlfriend?" Gu Nianji laughed. "Class rep, is your memory really that bad? You came to America to see me. We agreed to give you an answer on Christmas." "Christmas?" Little Temptress shrieked. "I remember now. It was Christmas Eve. Everyone was at Mei Xiaowen's house." With Little Temptress's words, the past that had been sealed for over 2 years was brought to the surface. Everyone looked at each other and laughed in unison. Mei Xiaowen's dorm boy grabbed his shoulder and winked. "Class rep, so you didn't have any friends with Gu Nianji before?" "Oh, I should have gone after her too. It's too late now. Nianji's already taken." Little Temptress knocked the boy's head with her chopsticks. "Don't bite off more than you can chew. Do you think Nianji is someone you can go after just because you want to? Why don't you take a look at yourself in the mirror?" The boy clutched his head and screamed, "Do I have no human rights just because I'm ugly? I'm ugly, but I'm proud. Actually, this boy wasn't ugly at all. He had thick eyebrows and large eyes, and was full of heroic spirit. One look, and you could tell he was a kind-hearted person with the right values. Mei Xiaowen's eyes dimmed. He couldn't take it anymore. Sitting next to him, Xinyan's expression was even worse than his. She couldn't help but ask, Gun Yinji really isn't your ex-girlfriend? Mei Xiaowen pursed his lips and stared at Gun Yinji. He wanted to say something, but his phone suddenly vibrated. The phone was on the dining table beside him. He glanced at it casually and saw that someone had sent him a text. The number was unfamiliar, and there was only an audio message. Mei Xiaowen froze and was about to turn off the phone when the audio message started playing automatically. He couldn't turn it off no matter how hard he tried. He heard a male voice say, Gun Yinji really has no taste. I'm such a good person, but she still doesn't like me. I've already chased her all the way to the United States, but she still refuses to be my girlfriend. The audio quality was very good, and there was almost no distortion. Everyone could tell it was Mei Xiaowen's voice. Another female voice said, It's okay if she doesn't agree, you just have to make people believe she agreed. As for how you two get along, isn't that up to you? Everyone knows what happens between a boyfriend and a girlfriend. You just have to let them imagine it. The female voice finished speaking and even giggled. Then Mei Xiaowen's voice said, You're right, she'll be coming back this Christmas. And then the rest of the voice stopped, probably because it wasn't suitable for children. As soon as the audio was played, even the students who were skeptical before now believed Gun Yinji's words. That was, she and Mei Xiaowen had never actually started a real relationship. Gun Yinji stared at Mei Xiaowen's phone and clutched her chest nervously. This must be the recording that Hua Xiao left behind when he was monitoring Mei Xiaowen all those years ago. Other than him, Gun Yinji couldn't think of anyone else who would send such an appropriate audio recording. Because Gun Yinji was wearing a very concealed Bluetooth headset, Hua Xiaowen will be able to hear everything they said today. Chapter 2192. The revolving restaurant on the top floor was silent for a while. Everyone looked at each other, and all the boys felt embarrassed for Mei Xiaowen. It was fine to brag about something like this in the dorm, but it was embarrassing to say it in front of a girl, and it was even more embarrassing to be called out as a lie. Little Temptress was the first to burst out laughing and slap the table. Class rep, you're amazing. All right, I think that's your ex-girlfriend, Jiang Hancha. Why did you break up with her? Was it because of your fiancé? Little Temptress pouted at Xinyan. Xinyan's face was pale with anger, and her ample chest puffed up and down as if she was about to explode. Green Tea Fong had seen this type of woman before and followed Little Temptress' example. She smiled at Xinyan and said, Miss E, you look even angrier than our class rep. Is this true love? It's understandable that you treat a man that our Yinji doesn't like as a treasure. But can you not show off the trash you picked up like it's a treasure in front of us? It's very unappetizing. She rubbed her chest and turned to Little Temptress. Luckily, I was only 70% full. If I was really full, I'm afraid I'd be throwing up by now. Mei Xiaowen's face flushed and paled, and he wanted nothing more than to stand up and leave. But at that moment, he received another text on his phone. He glanced at it and saw that his leg had been welded to the seat, and he couldn't move it anymore. The text said, Leaving halfway is impolite behavior. Impolite people will be punished. Mei Xiaowen finally understood that his phone was being remotely controlled. Modern people's phones were their privacy, and he had too many things on them that he couldn't show others. So even though he wanted to crawl under the table, he braced himself and sat down awkwardly. Sorry, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Fortunately, he still had a few good friends and buddies. Seeing this, he laughed and said, Class rep? Oh, class rep. You're really something. How could you joke about something like this? Did you ask our Yinji? Come on, give Yinji a toast, so that Chief Gu can be magnanimous and forget these silly school jokes. He then asked Gun Yinji jokingly, Chief Gu, can't you joke at all? If you can't, I'll apologize on behalf of the class leader. I'll drink 3 cups of wine as punishment. As he spoke, he poured himself a glass of erguota liquor and drank 3 glasses. When he showed the empty cup to everyone, Several people cheered and cheered incessantly. This person was really talented. With just one sentence, he managed to wash away the malicious slandering incident that could ruin a girl's reputation as a joke from his school days. Gu Nianji wanted to smash the bottle on the boy's head. Other than Yi Xinyan, the rest of the girls were glaring at him, obviously not accepting a joke. Most of the boys also shook their heads in disapproval. If this kind of thing could be used as a joke, it was no wonder that school bullying was becoming more and more common. Mei Xiaowen had only kicked an iron plate. Otherwise, how could he have been caught red-handed? Lady Chow didn't give up. Her eyes were cold as she looked at Mei Xiaowen and said, "Class rep, if you hadn't suddenly released this recording today, would you still say it was a joke? You made a joke, and the reputation of us girls is gone. You guys can make up stories as you like." The boy next to her quickly said, "Lady Chow, don't knock everyone down with one word. We guys aren't all like that." The other boy also quickly explained and condemned Mei Xiaowen. Even if you were in a relationship, bringing up the past to embarrass someone after breaking up is despicable to begin with. We're all adults. Who doesn't know what goes on between men and women? But using innuendo to insinuate that isn't just despicable, it's slander. Little Temptress snorted and said, "Don't try to whitewash me. Do you know why I've always resisted dating a boyfriend? It's because I'm afraid of encountering a situation where I can't even explain myself. If it weren't for this recording, our Nianji would have to suffer in silence. Do I have to turn on my phone to record when I date in the future?" She shook her head. "I'll wait for my family to introduce me and just get married. Dating is a waste of money and manpower. It's not worth it, and I have to risk all kinds of malicious speculation. You may know a person's face, but you don't know his heart. Who knows what kind of beast he is?" Although Gu Nianji was angry earlier, she had more important things on her mind, so she hadn't been particularly angry. Now that she saw most of her classmates speaking up for her, she felt even more comforted. She waved the yogurt bottle and said, "Little Temptress, if something like that happens to you, I'll definitely stand up for you." Little Temptress instantly beamed and hugged Gu Nianji's arm. She rested her head on her shoulder and deliberately said coquettishly, "That's great. Nianji, don't get married, be with me. Be with me. Be with me. Be with me." The students joined in, and the atmosphere in the revolving restaurant on the top floor became lively again. Mei Xiaowen was flustered, sweat beading on his forehead, but he still sat there without saying a word. Yi Xinyan had no intention of leaving either. She glared at Gu Nianji with hatred and no longer hid her emotions. Seeing Gu Nianji happily drinking with her classmates with a bottle of yogurt, Yi Xinyan gritted her teeth and rubbed her stomach before slowly standing up. Holding a glass of red wine, Yi Xinyan walked half a circle around the round dining table and came to Gu Nianji. Yi Xinyan toasted her. "Chief Gu, there are very few people I admire, but you are one of them. Here, let me toast you. If you have done anything wrong in the past, I hope you could be magnanimous and not stoop to our Xiaowen's level." Gu Nianji was speechless. The corners of her lips curled into a meaningful smile. "Miss E is truly affectionate to the class representative. I admire that." But when Yi Xinyan raised her glass to drink, Gu Nianji grabbed her wrist and raised an eyebrow. "You're pregnant. Do you still want to drink? This is just red wine. Small amounts are not harmful to the fetus, only good." Yi Xinyan's smile was extremely gentle, but her grip was extremely strong. She pried Gu Nianji's hand off her wrist finger by finger. Gu Nianji had only said it casually, but since Yi Xinyan had a point, she didn't say anything else and returned to her seat. Yi Xinyan also slowly returned to her seat. Everyone laughed and chatted harmoniously, but Gu Nianji sat there all alone. Other than Mei Xiaowen, no one paid attention to her. In the past, she had been the center of attention and was pampered by the boys for so many years, but now, she had nothing. She had nothing. Yi Xinyan touched her face, expressionless. The expression in her eyes was unreadable as she looked at Gu Nianji with a profound expression. After a while, when the voices in the revolving restaurant quieted down, Yi Xinyan suddenly asked, "Chief Gu, Xiaowen told me that when you were going to take the postgraduate exam with Professor He, you fell seriously ill and were a week late for the interview. Professor, he removed your name from the list. It was Xiaowen who accompanied you to see Professor. He and fought for another interview, right? Gu Nianji froze, her mind racing, and she vaguely knew who this person was. She smiled and nodded. Yes, I still have to thank the class representative, otherwise I would have missed this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Gu Nianji looked at Yi Xinyan and slowly revealed a smug and arrogant smile. No matter what, I always got first place in the written interview. No matter how hard others struggle, with me around, they can only be second. Yi Xinyan's expression instantly darkened. Genius 1 second to remember website. Mobile version. Chapter 2193. Like the pressure in a pressure cooker had reached a critical point, and someone had smashed a hole in it. Everyone could almost see hot air coming out of Yi Xinyan's head. Yi Xinyan stood up abruptly and sneered. Stop bragging. Who knows what dirty tricks you used to entice the tutor to give you high marks? I just want to ask you, the week you said you were sick, was it because you were really sick, or because you couldn't get out of bed because you were F***ed? Shut the F***ck up. What did you say? Shut up. Little Temptress, Green Tea Fong, and Lady Chow stood up in unison to protect Gu Nianji and scold Yi Xinyan. The other students also sensed something was wrong and frowned at Yi Xinyan. They said to Mei Xiaowen, "Class rep, are you going to pretend you didn't hear your fiancé humiliating our classmates like that? We're having a class reunion. As a family member, if you're here to humiliate our classmates, please leave." Their class had been relatively harmonious back then, and although there had been conflicts of interest, their values had been relatively normal. Yi Xinyan had suddenly insulted Gu Nianji with such disgusting words for no reason, so they couldn't just stand by and watch. Humiliating Gu Nianji now was the same as humiliating their entire class. Mei Xiaowen couldn't do anything even if he was the class representative. The truth was, Mei Xiaowen was also frightened by Yi Xinyan's vicious words. His mouth was half open as he glared at Yi Xinyan for a while before he snapped out of it and quickly said, "Xinyan, what's wrong with you? I thought you didn't know Nianji. Why do you seem to know her so well?" Yi Xinyan pushed Mei Xiaowen away and said angrily, "Don't touch me." She looked at the students who saw her as an enemy and sneered. "You don't believe me? I'll show you right now how dirty the chief Gu in your hearts was." As she spoke, she picked up the remote control on the table and turned on the large wall-mounted TV screen. After a period of black, a woman's soft moaning could be heard. On the TV, a piece of white flesh appeared, shaking and jumping. There were also 4 or 5 men with wretched faces. They were shirtless, revealing the fat on their waists. They were doing indescribable things with her. "I'll show you." 3 years ago, Gu Nianji said she was sick and took a week off from school. What was the reason? Yi Xinyan threw caution to the wind. Gu Nianji wasn't going to walk out of this hotel alive today anyway. Even if she had to be buried with her, she would not hesitate. In the past 3 years, her family had been ruined, and she no longer cared about anything. Didn't he endure hardships for more than 2 years just for this day? Yi Xinyan amplified the sound of the remote control, and the image on the video became clearer. She pointed at the screen and said passionately, "Look, is this? What happened?" She panicked. The naked woman who appeared on the TV screen on the wall was not Gu Nianji, but her. Yi Xinyan's face. Everyone was in an uproar. "Hey, Yi Xinyan, are you out of your mind? If you like watching movies, go home and watch them with your fiancé. Why did you bring it to a public place and let us watch your bed scene? Are you a psychopath?" Little Temptress laughed angrily. "Yi Xinyan, are you trying to use this to frame Nianji?" Yi Xinyan panicked and kept tapping on the remote control, moving forward and retreating, but the woman's face on the screen didn't change. It was still her face, not Gu Nianji's face that had been made. Gu Nianji crossed her arms and nodded with a smile. "Mei Xiaowen, do you still think she doesn't know me? You've been blinded again, haven't you? This classmate Yi Xinyan doesn't just know me. She knows all of us." Gu Nianji pointed unceremoniously at Yi Xinyan. She had already been suspicious of Yi Xinyan's identity, But now that she even knew about Gun Yinji's condition, she was immediately convinced of Yi Xinyan's true identity. She looked her up and down, trying to find the girl's face from the past, but couldn't find any clues. This plastic surgery had been done with exceptional skill. Gun Yinji rubbed her wrist and rubbed her watch. She knows us. Yinji, what do you mean? Green Tifong also looked Yi Xinyan up and down, deep in thought. Is she our classmate too? But I don't remember her. I managed to contact everyone in our class. Except for that boy. Everyone else is here. Not a single one is missing. She's not our classmate, but she's in the same year and department as us, Gun Yinji said dryly. She crossed her arms and raised her chin. Her eyes were filled with disdain. Here, the female lead in the action movie on the wall is Yi Xinyan, also known as Feng Yishi. Did everyone forget? Gun Yinji looked at Yi Xinyan again. Feng Yishi, you went to the United States after a year of hard labor and release? You even graduated from a foreign university. I just want to ask, how much did your backer pay to fake your educational background and experience? I think he's going to lose everything this time. Yi Xinyan, don't deny it. You only had plastic surgery. A DNA test will reveal your true identity in minutes. Are you really Feng Yishi? I remember now. A boy was the first to shout. Before Yinji came to our school, Feng Yishi was the prettiest girl in our department. Tis TSK, why would the prettiest girl film this kind of film? Little Temptress said sarcastically as she looked Yi Xinyan up and down. Are you really Feng Yishi? The plastic surgery is pretty good. But you're welcome. We're having a class reunion. Why would you post this kind of film? Ha ha ha. You're so lively. Everyone looked at the moaning Feng Yishi on the TV, and then at Yi Xinyan, whose face was as white as a sheet, and began to believe Gun Yinji's words. Was this Yi Xinyan really Feng Yishi? I think it makes sense. The boy who had helped Mei Xiaon earlier said, thoughtfully, Yinji has always had a good relationship with our classmates. The only one she had a conflict with was Feng Yishi. Yeah, Yinji was first in the postgraduate entrance exams, and Feng Yishi was second. If Yinji can't participate in the interview, then she'll be automatically eliminated. Feng Yishi will get the only spot. Oh, Professor Yijichu only recruited one master student back then, and everyone fought tooth and nail for it. So Yinji, you were sick for a week. Did Feng Yishi do this to you? Green Tifong put her arm around Gun Yinji's shoulder and pouted at Yi Xinyan. Gun Yinji smiled. Of course not. I was sick and was hospitalized with my guardian. I have witnesses and evidence. As for this kind of short film, Gun Yinji looked at the TV on the wall and said humorously, Feng Yishi probably wanted me to suffer this kind of bad luck, so she did it herself to show me what would happen if I was harmed. You're setting an example for others, Feng Yishi. You're the first in history, and you'll never be able to do it again. Yi Xinyan hugged her head and screamed as she smashed the remote control against the wall. She had a feeling that something was wrong. They had already taken control of the hotel's TV broadcast, so all the TVs in the hotel rooms will be showing the film. At the same time, the madam would have sent people to hack into the city's TV stations and advertising screens to broadcast the video at the same time. At that time, Gun Yinji's highly recognizable face would be a household name. Her unfulfilled wish all those years ago could finally be fulfilled. But where did it go wrong? Why was it Gun Yinji's face on the screen? Of course they had photoshopped the video, but why wasn't Gun Yinji's face photoshopped, but Yi Xinyan's? Yi Xinyan trembled all over. She was very flustered and wanted to back out. At that moment, the other students in the dining hall suddenly felt their vision go black. Dizzy, they all rubbed their temples and screamed. I'm so dizzy. The world is spinning. I can't take it anymore. I can't see anything. Then, with a series of thuds, the people collapsed onto the dining table one by one and soon passed out. In less than 3 minutes, almost all the students in the revolving dining hall had passed out. Only Gun Yinji stood there as if nothing had happened. Yi Xinyan stood across from her, her face gradually brightening. Genius 1 second memory site. Mobile version. Chapter 2194. Gun Yinji looked at her fallen classmates and asked Yi Xinyan calmly, You did this? What did you do? Do you want them to die? When did they ever offend you? There were only the two of them standing in the large revolving restaurant on the top floor, so Yi Xinyan didn't bother with pretentious bullshit. She smoothed her hair and snickered. These people used to revolve around me, but after you came and I was forced to become the second best, they changed sides and went to your side. Do you think they're not guilty? TSK, you're such a psychopath. Just because people don't flatter you and worship you, you want them to die? Narcissistic to the point of mental illness, you've broken another record. Gunyinji shook her head calmly and bent down to help Green Tea Fong, Little Temptress, and Lady Chow lie down on the sofa by the wall. I'm sick and tired of your tone of speaking like you've gotten a bargain, Yi Xinyan screamed, but her voice was on the low side. Even though she raised her voice, it still sounded weird. As soon as she finished speaking, a group of burly men barged in. They seemed to have been waiting outside for a long time. They all wore hotel uniforms, but the muscles on their arms were bulging to the point of bursting out of their white and black sleeves. It didn't take a genius to figure out that they didn't serve dishes in a hotel. Yi Xinyan breathed a sigh of relief when she saw them barge in. She'd been on tenterhooks all night and could finally relax. Fortunately, the last step hadn't gone wrong. She didn't have time to think about what had gone wrong with the video. It was remote control anyway, so it was possible that the network had malfunctioned. Now that she and Gunyinji were standing face to face, and she had more than a dozen powerful helpers on her side, Gunyinji was really going to be in big trouble this time. Yi Xinyan walked slowly to Gunyinji and stopped less than a meter away from her. She crossed her arms and looked her up and down. I didn't expect you to get better and better these years. You're getting more and more beautiful. Do you know that to me, your existence is a crime? Gunyinji didn't care about those people at all. She calmly said to Yi Xinyan, "These are your people? Is this your trick? Actually, you really aren't that smart. Before I entered C University, I really didn't know how you managed to hold the #1 position for so long. Someone is helping you, but you don't want to live a good life. Instead, you want to find trouble with me. Was the lesson I taught you last time not enough? Or are you too arrogant?" Yi Xinyan pursed her lips. "Of course they're my people. The security system you picked is like a sieve. You have no idea how many people I have planted here. Are you dumbfounded now? You think someone will help me, just like you, unconditionally? Do you think there will be anyone who will help me unconditionally after I've been ruined by you?" Before, she had been sweating so hard that she didn't dare to attack Gunyinji directly. Now, she didn't have to be afraid anymore. "So you're saying that there are conditions for that person to help you?" Gunyinji didn't seem to care about the men who were glaring at her. She smiled and said in a persuasive tone, "Yi Xinyan, oh no, Feng Yishi, let's make a deal. Tell me what you know, and I'll plead with the judge to let you become a tainted witness. How about that?" Everything that Gunyinji, Xiaoheng, and Lu Jin had arranged tonight was not only for Yi Xinyan, but also for the mastermind behind her, who was always elusive. A complicated look flashed across Yi Xinyan's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a sense of fanaticism. She raised her hands and said excitedly, "You really said that? I knew that from Christmas Eve to today. Madame has always been meticulous. Everything that happened to you tonight was within her calculations." Yi Xinyan started to chatter. "She said that you don't know how to drink, so she put the drug in the wine to make the others fall first. She also said that you know how to drink juice or milk, so the drugs in these things are different. You seem fine standing there now, but in a while, you'll know how powerful she is." Yi Xinyan's eyes widened so much that they were about to pop out of their sockets. Her nostrils flared, and her cheeks were abnormally red. "Gunyinji, madam?" Gunyinji raised an eyebrow. She was actually analyzing it on the spot. "Looks like I was wrong before. I thought that the person behind you was a man." She looked Yi Xinyan up and down and said, "Since you call her madam, that woman should be old, at least over 30 years old. To be able to use so much money to help you with plastic surgery, fake your education, fake your work experience, and even get an official senior position in a company like Carlyle, she's definitely not an ordinary person. You also said that from Christmas Eve onwards, Madam's plan is flawless. Think about it again. Kevin also did it on Christmas Eve, He's also an executive of the Carlyle Company, and his position is slightly higher than yours. Based on this, the person behind you and Kevin is the same person. It should be this madam. This madam has done more for Kevin than for you. Not only did she hire the best lawyers in the United States for Kevin, but she also helped him get a diplomatic position from the President of the United States and the Secretary of State, just for diplomatic immunity. There are only a handful of women in the world with this kind of wealth and power. It's also well documented. Hua Xiaoheng heard everything she said and agreed with her analysis. He immediately asked his intelligence analysis agency to use big data to search for female tycoons internationally who fit these criteria. Yi Xinyan froze and stared at Gun Yinji's curvy lips that kept opening and closing. An uncontrollable jealousy spiraled from the bottom of her heart like a poisonous snake gnawing at it. She couldn't stand it. She really couldn't stand it. How could someone be so smart? She had only let one thing slip, and Gun Yinji had almost guessed the true identity of the madam. As if a basin of ice water had been poured on her head, the abnormal blush on Yi Xinyan's face instantly faded away and turned into a greenish paleness. She shuddered and quickly waved her hand to take a step back. She said angrily, "Go. You can do whatever you want. I'll record it for you from the side." Yi Xinyan laughed sinisterly and pointed at Gun Yinji. "So what if you're smart? So what if your fiancé is guarded against you? This time, we won't play high-tech or fake. I'll let you experience the simple and violent methods used by the mafia to deal with their opponents in the early years of the last century. I think this is the only way to appease the anger and indignation I've felt after being stepped on by you for so many years." Gun Yinji pouted. "Villains die because they talk too much. I'm not lying to you." Yi Xinyan was stunned for a moment. She quickly looked to both sides and stomped her feet. "Do it." The dozen or so burly men behind her were about to pounce on Gun Yinji when they suddenly staggered and screamed at the same time. They fell to the ground one after another. Yi Xinyan instinctively turned around and suddenly saw 7 or 8 soldiers in camouflage standing at the door with guns in their hands. They looked at her coldly, like she was a dead person. Gun Yinji smiled and clapped her hands. "I agree with you. This hotel's security system is really like a sieve. So if you can tamper with it, so can I." Chapter 2195. Yi Xinyan didn't expect that someone would be able to sneak up on her meticulously planned operation. She was shocked and angry. She pounced on Gun Yinji and shouted, "You've gone too far. I only knocked out your classmates. How dare you kill so many of my men? I'll fight you to the death." However, she wasn't as fast as those professional soldiers. Gun Yinji dodged to the side slightly, and a soldier in camouflage uniform had already flown up. He grabbed Yi Xinyan's throat with one arm from behind. Yi Xinyan almost fainted from the strangulation. However, her 2 years of physical training hadn't been in vain. She quickly raised her arm and pressed the numbing acupoints on the soldier's arm with one hand. She then lifted her shirt with the other. She revealed her bulging abdomen. It looked round and white, and there was a thin black line in the middle of her abdomen. It was exactly the same as a woman's pregnant belly. Could she really be pregnant? Gun Yinji was slightly stunned. The soldier who was strangling Yi Xinyan's throat also saw the woman's round white belly and thought that she was pregnant. He couldn't help but hesitate for a moment, and his arm loosened slightly. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xinyan exerted her strength again and broke free from the shackles of the soldier behind her. At the same time, she tore off her fake pregnant belly. Gun Yinji shivered in fear. The soldier behind Yi Xinyan was also stunned. In the end, under Yi Xinyan's fake pregnant belly was a row of explosives tied to it. Hua Xiaoheng was in a black bulletproof car not far from the hotel. He saw the situation in the revolving restaurant through the surveillance camera. "Zoom in. Look carefully at the type of explosives on her body." Hua Xiaoheng commanded sternly, his eyes stern. They had set up a strict electromagnetic monitoring system here. If it was an electromagnetic remote control bomb, he could have extinguished the explosives in a matter of minutes. However, things didn't turn out as he wished. Lu Jin said with a sullen expression, "It's the most common explosives. They were ignited with a fuse. There's no electromagnetic control equipment." This meant that they couldn't remotely deactivate the other party's explosives. Huang Xiaoheng punched the window, opened the door with great force, rushed out of the car, and quickly ran to the hotel entrance. Lu Jin gritted his teeth and quickly said to Gu Nianji through his Bluetooth headset, "Nianji, hurry up and take the backpack over and open it. Then turn around and cover your head with the backpack. Cover yourself as much as you can." Although the backpack that Lu Jin had specially made for Gu Nianji was the best bulletproof equipment and could even withstand explosives, it was a pity that the backpack was too small. Even if it was taken apart, it could only cover half of Gu Nianji's body, the other half of her body. If Yi Xinyan went crazy and detonated the explosives in an attempt to die with her, Gu Nianji would be seriously injured, but she would be able to keep her life. As for the other people in the revolving restaurant, including her classmates and the soldiers, they might not be so lucky. Lu Jin had no choice but to protect his daughter. Lu Jin said hatefully that Madam still has some skills. He's actually doing the opposite this time. It must be because their operation failed on Christmas Eve, and they know that we have strong technical support here. So this time, they switched to simple, crude, and primitive force. We've been tricked. Lu Jin did not forget to make a technical analysis of the Madam's actions. Gu Nianji did not know whether to laugh or cry. Moreover, she would never let so many of her classmates die with those soldiers. Her gaze shifted to Yi Xinyan's face, and she saw that her eyes were already red and crazy to a certain extent. Yi Xinyan laughed maniacally. She hooked the fuse with one hand and said, "Kill me. Any spark can explode the explosives on my body. I'm warning you, this is TNT with an astonishing explosive yield. If I die, you'll all die with me." When Yi Xinyan had torn off her clothes and revealed her fake pregnant belly, the soldier who was strangling her throat had let go of her for a moment. Yi Xinyan had taken the opportunity to break free and had already pounced on Gu Nianji. The soldiers behind her with guns did not dare to shoot again, nor did they dare to use their daggers. They were all afraid that they would not be able to kill her with one blow. If Yi Xinyan counterattacked before she died, she would definitely pull the fuse and drag everyone down with her. It would be too late for them to pounce on her and strangle her throat because no one could guarantee that Yi Xinyan would not pull the fuse out of reflex. The explosives tied to her body were the most common black gunpowder explosives, and they had been specially processed to explode with the slightest spark. It was not electromagnetic remote control, so this simple and crude operation had become her most powerful weapon. "Gu Nianji, I'll die without regrets if I drag you down with me," Yi Xinyan shouted with a sinister smile as she pounced on her. As Gu Nianji turned around to dodge, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a red fire extinguisher hanging on the wall. Her mind raced, and she did not hesitate to pull the fire extinguisher off the wall. She realized that it was a water extinguisher. Only in this kind of hotel would such a fire extinguisher be used to save money. Gu Nianji was overjoyed and immediately took off the protective cap on the water extinguisher. She slapped her palm hard and pushed open the protruding head at the top of the lever. Water poured out of the nozzle with immense pressure and poured all over the explosives tied to Yi Xinyan's stomach. As expected, the most common and primitive explosives needed the most primitive and ordinary water extinguisher to deal with. The black gunpowder was instantly soaked in water and lost its effectiveness. The powerful water column pressed down on Yi Xinyan so hard that she could not even lift her head. Several soldiers saw this and immediately took down the remaining water extinguishers from the dining room wall and rushed towards Yi Xinyan. Yi Xinyan was hit by a few powerful water columns, causing her to stumble backward. After knocking into a few dining tables, she was pressed against the wall by the powerful water pressure. It didn't take long for her to feel suffocated. The water column in front of her was so heavy and airtight that she could not even raise her hand to hold her throat. She let out a few short cries before her head tilted to the side and she fainted on the ground. Hua Xiaoheng had already rushed over. Seeing this, he immediately raised his hand and fired 2 shots at the fainted Yi Xinyan, accurately hitting her throat. Before the blood could even flow out, it was pressed back by the powerful water column, leaving only a faint crimson color that flowed along the water. Hua Xiaoheng maintained his shooting posture until 3 minutes later. When he was sure that Yi Xinyan had been shot dead, he finally raised his hand to signal everyone to stop spraying water. Yi Xinyan's entire body was drenched and collapsed on the floor of the dining room. There are no signs of life. Hua Xiaoheng walked over with his gun in hand and said coldly to Yi Xinyan's body, "I know you are watching us. I know you can also hear us. Look carefully. Your people have died in my hands once again. Your operation has failed once again. We already know who you are. We also know where you are. Prepare a coffin for yourself. Next time, the person we'll be dealing with will be you." Chapter 2196. Yi Xinyan had been meticulously prepared to come to this hotel to plan the operation. Lu Jin and Hua Xiaoheng didn't deliberately block the electromagnetic signal this time. So the mastermind must have seen everything that happened in the revolving restaurant on the top floor of the hotel. With the breakthroughs in network communication technology and hardware equipment, traffic was no longer valuable, and the cost of a live broadcast was negligible. So when Hua Xiaoheng said this, there was indeed someone sitting in a simple and comfortable tea room, staring intently at the live broadcast from the hidden device on Yi Xinyan's body. She wasn't angry at all. Instead, like Hua Xiaoheng, she gestured with her hand in the shape of a gun and aimed it at Yi Xinyan's throat on the computer screen. Her mouth made a bang sound, as if she had also fired a shot at Yi Xinyan. "Major General Hua, thank you for helping me solve this problem." She smiled sweetly, and there was a rare trace of naivety on her mature woman's face. For an old woman to be able to smile like this, it was either because her acting skills were superb or because her mental fortitude was extremely strong. In fact, she had cultivated her mind for so many years. What kind of storms hadn't she seen? How could Hua Xiaoheng's words endanger her? What a joke. Gun Yinji's guess was reasonable, but unfortunately, there were some things that were very wrong. Therefore, she wasn't worried that the other party would be able to see through her true identity. She knew that Hua Xiaoheng's last words were a trick to provoke her, just like what they had done to provoke Yi Xinyan step by step. She wasn't angry at all. Instead, her smile deepened as she looked at the divination diagram she had set up with the mahogany divination chips in front of her short table. Hua Xiaoheng and Gun Yinji probably didn't know that she had sent Yi Xinyan to her death. This woman wasn't good at accomplishing anything, but she was good at ruining things. She had overestimated her. However, it wasn't too late for her to stop her losses in time. In short, Kevin was dead, Zhuo Qinghong was dead, and now Yi Xinyan was dead. There was no one else in this world who had the chance to reveal her secret. Kevin's death was a complete accident to her, and she was already mentally prepared for Zhuo Qinghong's death. Now, Yi Xinyan's death was her intention, and she had led the plot. With a faint smile on her face, she stretched out her slender fingers and fiddled with the divination chips in front of her, wanting to do another divination. However, she didn't know if it was because she had too many things in her mind or because she wasn't so confident in her book of changes. Her hand trembled and a mahogany chip fell to the ground. When she bent down to pick it up, her back accidentally bumped into the short table, and she actually squeezed the chips off. Looking at the mahogany tokens fluttering on the teak floor, she was silent for a while. Then, she took out the cloth bag and put the tokens back. She smiled and sighed. She thought that if she were to look at the almanac, she would see the words "not suitable for divination" written on it. Shin, I, Shai, I, Tang, I, 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 Ma, R, all right? The Lu in it, the I, the Hunt, the Ma, the Lu. There's no need. The woman touched her face. I've been calculating and observing for the past few days. It's too tiring. She turned around. Her slim white silk cheongsam with a blue and white porcelain pattern swaying with her figure, captivating one's soul. I'm going back to the hot spring. Get ready for tonight's flight. Yes, Mayam. You haven't had a good rest recently. You'll be fine after a good rest. The Luin. The woman took 2 steps. She suddenly thought of something and turned to look at the night view outside the window. But Song Jinning is about the same age as me. Why doesn't she look old at all? The Lu. She looked at the woman's expression and said cautiously, Mayam, you're thinking too much. In my eyes, Song Jinning is a demonic old monster. How can she be compared to your natural beauty? Really? In your eyes, I'm always the best. The woman smiled and patted the Lu and walked to the bedroom. There were several police cars with flashing lights in front of the Juanhao Hotel in the 5th Ring Road of the imperial capital. There were also fire engines and ambulances. The difference was that there were more ambulances this time. They were so densely packed that they almost filled the parking lot. Hua Xiaoheng held Gu Nianji in his arms. She watched the paramedics carry her fainted classmates into the elevator. She asked worriedly, They should be okay, right? They're fine. We've already switched to anesthetics with minimal side effects. Hua Xiaoheng comforted her quietly. He pressed her head against his chest. Stop looking. What about Yi Xinyan's helpers? They're not dead, right? Gu Nianji wasn't pretending to be a saint to those who wanted to harm her. She just didn't want Hua Xiaoheng's hands to be stained with unnecessary blood. After all, Hua Xiaoheng had sent soldiers to protect her this time. If he killed all the thugs, it would be quite troublesome for Hua Xiaoheng with his position. Hua Xiaoheng smiled and leaned over to whisper in Gu Nianji's ear. Worried about me? Gu Nianji pursed her lips and hit him lightly. I'm being serious. Yeah, it's fine. They were also anesthetized. Hua Xiaoheng rubbed her head. These people are Yi Xinyan's dirty witnesses. He shot Yi Xinyan to death. Because it was in the Huaxia Empire, he had to go through legal procedures. However, due to the sensitivity of his identity, this time it would be an internal investigation and not a public trial. Gu Nianji didn't complain that Hua Xiaoheng shouldn't have shot Yi Xinyan to death. In fact, when she saw Yi Xinyan's body covered in explosives, she felt that a psychopath like her should die early. She had already treated herself as a human bomb. Did she still need to sympathize with her difficult upbringing? No. She didn't want to know how many painful psychological struggles she had. She also didn't want to know how tragic her childhood and bitter life experiences were. In short, she wanted others to die because she didn't have a good life. This kind of logic could also be called antisocial personality. Suspects who caused mass casualties all had this kind of mentality. Soon after, Yi Xinyan's body was sent away in a black body bag. Hua Xiaoheng hugged Gu Nianji as they went downstairs. When they arrived at Hua Xiaoheng's bulletproof car, Lu Jin opened the door from the inside and looked at Gu Nianji anxiously. Nianji, are you okay? Although he knew that she was fine now, in the old father's heart, the loss of a single hair on his daughter's head would be magnified to the point of being heartbroken. Gu Nianji smiled and shook her head. She got in the car and sat beside Lu Jin. Hua Xiaoheng followed and sat next to her. The three of them sat in the back seat of the car. It wasn't crowded, but they were still quite close to Gu Nianji. Lu Jin couldn't wait to show her the results of his analysis and calculations. Nianji, look, I've calculated it. That madam deliberately sent Yi Xinyan to her death this time. Hua Xiaoheng smiled and said in a low voice, I don't have the count to know. Genius 1 second remember site address. Mobile version, am. Chapter 2197. Lu Jin's ears were sharp. Although Hua Xiaoheng's voice wasn't loud, Lu Jin still heard it. He turned to look at him and asked in surprise, How did you know if you didn't calculate it? I used my own optimization algorithm and chaos mathematics to come to a conclusion. Hua Xiaoheng leaned over and fastened Gu Nianji's seatbelt. He said, Professor Lu calculated it from the perspective of mathematical probability, so of course the results are more accurate. I just deduced it from my intuition. He looked up at Lu Jin and said, when Xin accidentally said the word madam, she was dead meat. The other party had hidden her identity so well that she wouldn't allow others to spy on her. Besides, Xin was so agitated by Nianji that she lost her cool, which also proved that she wasn't a good helper. Lu Jin was deep in thought. You didn't do it from your intuition, but from your work experience. You could say that. Hua Xiaoheng nodded and smiled as he closed the car door. The driver started the car and followed the ambulances to the hospital. Gun Yinji's classmates had all been sent to the hospital. If she didn't see them wake up, Gun Yinji wouldn't be able to sleep. Fortunately, not long after she arrived at the hospital, her classmates woke up one after another. The medicine that Hua Xiaoheng had ordered to give them had no side effects. It was as if they had just slept. They were full of energy and didn't have the restlessness of a headache or fever at all. Gun Yinji breathed a sigh of relief and peeled an apple for the smiling little temptress on the hospital bed. It's good that you're awake. You don't want to know what happened after that. No, I want to hear it. Little temptress's eyes were sparkling, and her face was full of gossip. What happened after that? Gun Yinji had no choice but to briefly explain what had happened after that. In the end, she wiped her hands with a tissue and said, actually, it was really dangerous at that time. That Feng Ishi was really crazy. She wanted to kill me just for a graduate student spot. I had already defeated her once, but she still wanted revenge. At this time, Green Tea Fong and Lady Chow also woke up. They sat on the hospital bed and listened attentively to her. When she was done, Green Tea Fong picked up the cup of water on the little table next to the bed and took a sip. She said, it's not just a postgraduate position. To a narrow-minded person, you've taken away all her glory and value. You even destroyed the family she was so proud of. It's no wonder she'll fight you to the death. Gun Yinji thought about it for a while, then shook her head and said, personality is fate. That's not wrong. My personality is different from hers, so it makes sense that I can't understand what she's doing. That's right. If you had the same personality as her, you might be able to empathize. Lady Chow smiled. Give me a tangerine. Gun Yinji threw an orange over and said, by the way, I've made everyone suffer this time. In order to make it up to everyone, in addition to my wedding invitation, I'll also give you an invitation to attend my wedding. An invitation to rehearsal. Wedding rehearsal? Little Temptress took the invitation and looked it over. She asked curiously, is there a rehearsal? How many guests did you invite? Gun Yinji smiled and said, not many, but there are a lot of important guests. In order to make sure nothing goes wrong on the day of the wedding, I have to rehearse. She then said mysteriously, the wedding rehearsal time is more extensive than the official wedding day, and it's also more free. Because there are no TV stations or news agencies recording, it's more private. All the important people invited will be present on the wedding day, and you'll have the opportunity to eat at the same table and dance with those big shots in the political world. Really? Green Tea Fong was excited. I'm a fan of President Pushin. Will he come to the wedding rehearsal? I know he'll definitely come on the wedding day. But thinking about it, he knew that the official wedding would be solemn and orderly. With Gun Yinji's fiancé's identity and status, the military would probably surround the wedding site tightly. Everyone had to worry about being monitored, even if they wanted to whisper to each other. But the wedding rehearsal was different. Although it was the same as the official wedding process, the wedding rehearsal ceremony was not open to the public, and the location was still kept secret. It was even more intriguing than the official wedding site. Lady Chow's eyes also lit up. I'm not interested in President Pushin, but I admire General G very much. Do you have a chance to talk to him and ask for an autograph? Little Temptress looked at her two former roommates speechlessly and covered her eyes with her hands. I don't know them. They're so young, but they're already admiring some old man. Pfft, you're talking like you don't follow celebrities. Lady Chow and Green Tea Fong made disdainful gestures at the same time. Of course, I follow celebrities, but I'm different from you guys. I pay special attention to physical pursuits. Little Temptress boasted shamelessly and pulled Gun Yinji back. She immediately smiled and said, Yinji, we're roommates. Let's make a deal. Other than these heavyweight old men, do you want to invite some young male celebrities to your wedding? Gun Yinji laughed and pried her hand away. Just go ask whoever you like. Why me? She looked around to make sure no one was around and quickly said, don't say anything. I just let the cat out of the bag and Hua Xiao glanced at me and I was killed. Your Hua Xiao is so jealous. Little Temptress poked the back of Gun Yinji's hand. I don't care. It's not every day that I get a chance to get up close and personal with a young celebrity. You can't take away my right. Gun Yinji spread her hands to indicate that there was nothing she could do. Hua Xiaoheng happened to walk in from outside and overheard their banter. He said calmly, which celebrity does classmate Wang like? Yinji, if you're not familiar with them, ask Big Xion to contact them. Oh, Hua Xiao, are you serious? Little Temptress's eyes lit up. She almost nodded and bowed to Hua Xiaoheng. She smiled obsequiously. Gun Yinji quickly waved her hands. I'm not familiar with them. I'm not familiar with anyone. I'll contact Brother Xiong. Beside her, Green Tea Fong smiled casually and said slyly, I remember there was a young celebrity who spoke at the Senate last month. Yinji, do you have his contact details? Oh, right. It's the celebrity I like. His nose is very beautiful, and he smiles like a young man. He's clean and clean. I love him. Little Temptress was even more excited. Gun Yinji didn't pay attention and nodded. I have his WeChat message. Hua Xiaoheng. Gun Yinji suddenly realized that the temperature in the ward seemed to have dropped. She looked down and saw that Green Tea Fong was about to suffer internal injuries from holding back her laughter. She realized that she had fallen into a trap and glared at her angrily. You can even make fun of me. It seems that you've recovered. Then I'll go home and sleep. You guys hurry up and leave the hospital. Come to my wedding rehearsal then. She waved her hand calmly and walked to the door. Hua Xiaoheng followed her out of the hospital. The two of them got into the car. Lu Jin had already sat in the front seat to fiddle with his equipment. Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng sat in the back seat. She kept glancing at Hua Xiaoheng, but Hua Xiaoheng sat upright. His expression was very natural, and she couldn't tell that he was angry at all. But Gun Yinji knew that he was angry. It was just a WeChat message from a small celebrity. Although he looked very much to her liking, she was just looking at him. How could she have other thoughts? Gun Yinji thought about this and secretly sent Hua Xiaoheng a text message. Major General Hua, that small celebrity is just more to my liking, but I'm just looking at him. He's not as handsome and beautiful as you, Major General Hua. He can also fight and kill. Hua Xiaoheng, he smiled faintly and replied to Gun Yinji. You can ask the small celebrity. Do you want to fall in love? The kind that will put you in jail. Chapter 2198. The corners of Gun Yinji's mouth twitched. She quickly handed the phone to Hua Xiaoheng and said fawningly, Hua Xiao, look, I deleted him. As she spoke, she deleted the celebrity's WeChat message in front of Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her and took the phone. The person's WeChat account had been permanently blocked by Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji, why hadn't she felt that Hua Xiaoheng was so jealous before? However, she was still very happy inside. She hugged Hua Xiaoheng's arm and smiled. Hua Xiao, you did what I wanted to do the most. Hua Xiaoheng, what do you want to do the most? You mean this? Hua Xiaoheng waved the phone at her. Gun Yinji nodded, her eyes sparkling. Yes, what I want the most is to delete the people I don't like from your phone. Hua Xiaoheng rubbed her head. You can make the decisions on my phone. You can delete everything. As he spoke, he handed his phone to Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji sat up straight. That's what you said. Don't go back on your word. Hua Xiaoheng smiled. Have I ever gone back on my word? Gun Yinji's eyes darted around. She held back some words and looked down at Hua Xiaoheng's phone. Her face swayed, and the phone actually unlocked. Gun Yinji was shocked. You actually saved my face in your phone? Hua Xiaoheng smiled, but didn't say anything. Then, Gun Yinji began to look through Hua Xiaoheng's phone excitedly. However, when she opened the address book, there were only a few lonely contacts. They were all family members. His only colleagues were his personal secretary and General G. She could count them on her fingers because there were less than 10 people. There were no photos in the photo album on the phone, and there were only him and her in the text messages. There was no one else. It was so clean that it made people's hair stand on end. Gun Yinji didn't feel happy. She was stunned for a while before she reacted. She angrily threw the phone back to Hua Xiaoheng. You can't have a phone at all. Even your phone has to be checked by the organization every month. So what was she worried about? Even if Hua Xiaoheng was up to something, he wouldn't leave any traces on his phone. As for his work phone, it was monitored 24 hours a day, and it was cross-monitored. It was backed up and uploaded to the cloud at any time. It could be said that the military was much more worried about Hua Xiaoheng's physical and mental integrity than Gun Yinji. Hua Xiaoheng patted her head. You finally realized it? Actually, your phone has always been under my surveillance. His face instantly turned red. These days, she had been in contact with Green Tea Fong, Little Temptress, and Lady Chow. In the group chat, there were some emojis that were unbridled. Gun Yinji buried her face in her hands. She was furious. I don't have the face to see anyone. Hua Xiaoheng smiled and pulled her into his arms. Don't worry, I'm the only one who saw it. As he spoke, he planted a kiss on her exposed forehead. If he hadn't read Gun Yinji's chat history with her former roommates on a whim, he wouldn't have known that Gun Yinji treasured him so much. He knew she loved him, and only him. However, the two of them were 10 years apart, and their growth and work experiences were completely different. It was indeed very difficult to understand each other. So, to be honest, Hua Xiaoheng didn't really understand the way Gun Yinji sometimes expressed her love. But he didn't say anything. He waited for the good and the bad in silence. Fortunately, this girl didn't back down, nor did she feel fear. That was why the two of them had gotten to where they were today. He held Gun Yinji's hand. Her smooth, white fingers lay softly in his wheat-colored palm. It was as if he could stir them into cooked silver thread noodles with a little force. In a few months, the two of them would be holding hands in front of the whole world. He kissed the back of Gun Yinji's hand and said, "From the day we signed the marriage certificate, your security was the same as mine, so everything about you is under surveillance. However, because we didn't publicly announce our marriage, I was the only one in charge." She was the sweet responsibility he was willing to bear from head to toe, from the present to the future. Gun Yinji sighed in relief. It seemed that perhaps it wouldn't be so awkward if Hua Xiaoheng saw it. She clenched her hand into a fist and placed it in Hua Xiaoheng's palm. She said in a low voice, "Then can I still have some privacy?" "Of course. You could get a private phone in the future." Hua Xiaoheng said with a smile. "Do you regret marrying me?" Gun Yinji quickly shook her head. No. In order to get what you want, you have to give up something. I've thought it through. Because he was too important to her, she would rather give up her freedom to be with him. However, he wasn't free either, so Gun Yinji didn't feel that it was unfair. She thought that someone's love was to draw a prison. His love for her was to build a wall of love, so she could stay safely inside the wall and play with her phone. Gun Yinji, who grew up as an online child, couldn't ask for more. She lowered her head and secretly curled the corners of her lips. After a few days, Hua Xiaoheng's subordinates finally finished a list of internationally famous female tycoons. They added a brief introduction and placed it in front of Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng gathered Yin Shixiang, Zhao Liangzi, Gun Yinji, Lu Jin, Lu Yuan, and Song Jining for a meeting in his study to play the list. I don't need to say anything else. President Lu and Ms. Song should have found out about our previous plan from Professor Lu. Lu Jin coughed uncomfortably and said carefully, "President Lu and Ms. Song are both directly related to the failure of the experiment 18 years ago. I don't think there's anything wrong with telling them clearly." "Dad, I didn't say you did anything wrong." Gun Yinji quietly pushed Lu Jin's arm. "Major General Hua is just briefing Brother Xiong and Brother Zhe about the situation. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi, who were innocent bystanders. However, when they received the look from Gun Yinji, they could only nod in resignation." "Professor Lu, that's indeed the case. We didn't know you said it. So Major General Hua is just answering our questions." Actually, answering their questions was nothing. They didn't care if Lu Yuan and Song Jining knew about the situation, because these two had a much higher security level than them. Yin Xixiang and Zhao Yangzi had no right to know a lot of things that Lu Yuan and Song Jining could know. Hua Xiaoheng was just used to saying things perfectly so that no loopholes would be picked on. He smiled. Nianji is right. Come, let's take a look at these people. As he spoke, the lights in the study dimmed. The white screen on the wall slowly descended from the roof and began to play the video of the information. Hua Xiaoheng's intelligence gathering and analysis agency now used videos to summarize the information, and the pure text information was kept separately. Therefore, this intelligence analysis was done like a documentary, very lively. Please remember the domain name of this book. The fastest website for mobile version, M. Chapter 2199. After the video started playing, a bunch of women's avatars appeared on the screen. The voice of the commentator was an ordinary electronically synthesized male voice. There was no inflection, but the pronunciation was very standard. According to current statistics, there are a total of 23 well-known female politicians in the world, including leaders of countries and international organizations. Because of their identity and status, their every move is closely monitored. It's impossible for them to have the chance to engage in such behind-the-scenes operations. Ruled out. Thus, these female avatars slowly faded away, and then a bunch of female avatars appeared. Among the world's richest people with a personal wealth of $1 billion, there are 256 women. And most of these 256 female tycoons are young female tycoons who inherited their wealth. There are only 3 who match our speculation of age and race. As he spoke, the screen in front of him darkened again. When it lit up for the 3rd time, a middle-aged woman with a headscarf on her head appeared. She wore a pair of big Chanel sunglasses and carried a very low-key elephant-gray Hermes Birkin bag in her hand. She lowered her head and hurried along the streets of London. The electronically synthesized male voice sounded at a moderate pace. Uma Ella, born in India, grew up in London, studied in the United States, and suddenly received a large amount of wealth from an unknown source at the age of 30. She bought an aerospace and defense company and became the largest federal military contractor in the United States. She's half Chinese, a quarter Indian, and a quarter British. Because of her work, her actions are secretive, and she rarely makes public appearances. She only appears at fundraisers for presidential candidates in the U.S. election year. She doesn't have a fixed target for support. Every year, both the Democratic and Republican candidates donate money, so she's a guest of both parties. She's good friends with the current President and Secretary of State of the United States. Seeing this, Gunyinji nodded and said, "This background is indeed quite suitable." Lu Yuan also nodded thoughtfully. She suddenly has money, and she's in the military business. She's also good friends with the current President and Secretary of State of the United States, so she has the ability and qualifications to help Kevin become a diplomat. Lu Jin propped his head on his hand and frowned. What major did she study? Does she know Chinese? Does she know math? Does she know the Book of Changes? Gunyinji. Hua Xiaoheng smiled and said, based on the current intelligence, she knows a little Chinese, but she hasn't said it in public. She can't write it, and her math is average. We got her SAT results from the United States, and her math scores were average. It's definitely not her. Lu Jin shook his head decisively. The person behind the scenes must have a deep understanding of mathematics and ancient Huaxia culture. He's an expert in the Book of Changes. Gunyinji thought about it silently and asked suspiciously, "Can you even find out if he's an expert in the Book of Changes?" Hua Xiaoheng shook his head and said regretfully, "If that person had never revealed his understanding of the Book of Changes in front of others, then we wouldn't have been able to find out. If that person was the master of fortune-telling on Weibo, then there was no need to check. Therefore, understanding the Book of Changes is not part of our criteria." Lu Yuan rejected Lu Jin's inference. The key is still whether she has the money and power. That's the most important thing. Gunyinji understood and agreed. Yes, maybe mathematical attainments aren't one of the requirements, because she can find a group of geniuses to help her calculate, or use the Book of Changes to speculate. Lu Jin pursed his lips and nodded reluctantly. My girl is right. I agree with my girl. Actually, this was Lu Yuan's opinion, but Lu Jin rarely lowered his head in front of Lu Yuan. However, it was different in front of his girl. Gun Yinji held Lu Jin's hand and smiled sweetly at him. Lu Jin immediately beamed and nodded at her. This person is definitely not. I don't think she is either. Gun Yinji looked at Hua Xiaoheng. Who's the second person? Hua Xiaoheng pressed the play button and said, the first person, Uma Ella, can be ruled out. This is the second one. A second woman appeared on the screen on the wall. This was a middle-aged woman who looked very gentle and intellectual. She wore a milky white kimono with dark gold edges and embroidered with a picture of a white crane spreading its wings. It was obvious that she was Japanese. Her black hair was tied up in a big curl on her head. She knelt on the tatami and smiled at the camera. She held a small sandalwood fan in her hand. The pattern on the fan was very unique. It wasn't a traditional fan pattern, but a pattern from a poker card. Gun Yinji cried out in surprise, Queen of Hearts. This was truly a case of wearing out iron shoes in fruitless searching, only to find it by chance. Is she the Queen of Hearts? Gun Yinji pointed at the Japanese woman on the screen and asked excitedly. Hua Xiaoheng put his hand on the back of her chair and gestured for her to calm down. The electronically synthesized male voice on the television continued. Minako Yamaguchi, the president of the Yamaguchi Corporation in Japan, lives in the mountains of Ohio in the United States for a long time. She lives in seclusion and often doesn't return to Japan for years. Her net worth is conservatively estimated to be close to $10 billion US, but that's only the assets on the books. Her hidden assets are many times more than the assets on the books. Then did she inherit her assets? Gun Yinji asked curiously. Did she inherit her father's or her husband's? It should be her father. Her father is the former president of the Yamaguchi Corporation, Hua Xiaoheng said in a low voice. Hua Xiaoheng said in a low voice, also, even we couldn't find out when she inherited the Yamaguchi Corporation. In other words, you don't know when her father passed away? Lu Jin keenly pointed out what Hua Xiaoheng didn't say. Hua Xiaoheng nodded slightly. The Yamaguchi Corporation is a legal enterprise in Japan. It does legitimate business, and it's the Yamaguchi Gumi's assets that were bleached. It really has something to do with the Yamaguchi Gumi. Lu Yuan sighed. But it should have been separated for a long time, right? Yes, it was separated 20 years ago. Now the two organizations don't interfere with each other's business. On the surface, they don't interact with each other. On the television, the electronically synthesized male voice was still slowly introducing Minako Yamaguchi's background information. Although she lives in seclusion in the United States, like Uma, she also attends fundraising events for the American presidential candidates. However, she has a closer relationship with the American Congress. Every year, she goes to California from Ohio to attend fundraising events for the congressional election. She is best friends with Nancy, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, who is from California. Therefore, she also has the means to help Kevin get the position of diplomat. However, I heard that Nancy doesn't have a good relationship with the current president of the United States, so I don't know if it will affect Minako Yamaguchi's relationship with the president and the Secretary of State. Chapter 2200. The Japanese are related to the Yamaguchi Gumi. Although they have already been cut off, would you believe that the Yamaguchi Gumi has nothing to do with the Yamaguchi Gumi? Lu Jin snorted. Do you think everyone is a fool? Lu Yuan tapped his fingers on the armrest of the sofa and said uncertainly, that makes sense. Why would the fan she was holding have a Q of Hearts? Did Wen Shui come here to see her before? It's very likely, Gun Yinji analyzed. The main reason is that this Q of Hearts is too eye-catching. I've never seen anyone draw the Q of Hearts on a poker card on such a small sandalwood fan. Song Jinning, who had been silent all this time, also said, looking at her temperament and appearance, I feel a little familiar. You're familiar? Hua Xiaoheng sat up straight in surprise. You've seen her before? When? Where? Who can prove it? Gu Nianji looked at Song Jining in surprise. You've really seen her before? Song Jining frowned and thought hard for a while. She just looks familiar, but I can't remember where I've seen her before. Then you've seen her before? Gu Nianji observed her expression and came to a conclusion. Was it recently, or many years ago? Song Jining's frown deepened. She thought for a while before saying uncertainly, I really can't remember. I just think her appearance and temperament are familiar, but I might not have seen her before. Lu Yuan patted her shoulder in understanding and said gently, If you can't remember, then don't think about it. It's probably not something recent, but something that happened before the accident. That was 18 years ago. Jining had a problem with her brain and memory. Although she recovered later, her previous memory must have been affected to a certain extent. Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng didn't ask any more questions. Lu Jin leaned back on the sofa with his hands behind his head and said impatiently, What about the other one? I'll go out after I'm done watching. I don't feel comfortable staying in your study. Hua Xiaoheng raised his hand and continued playing. The third person who appeared on the television screen was someone Song Jining knew. She blurted out, Huh? Isn't that Yuan Jianan? On the television, the electronic male voice had just sounded. This third lady is Yuan Jianan, a Chinese. He is the heir of Chile's Yuan Group. Chile is rich in mineral resources. Ms. Yuan's family controls almost 80% of Chile's mineral resources. Her assets are conservatively estimated to be around $8 billion US. Although it's less than 10 billion, this is because the valuation of mineral resources has fluctuated greatly in recent years. When it was high, she was ranked among the top 100 richest people in the world. Now that the price of mineral resources has dropped, her ranking has dropped a lot. The original Canaan also lives in the United States. The Canaan family's corporate headquarters is located in San Jose, California. They are important donors to several Democratic presidential candidates and have never had a good relationship with the Republican Party. However, she has a close relationship with the eldest daughter and son-in-law of the current president of the United States. The family business of the president's son-in-law has a lot of cooperation with the horror group. Madame Yuan, who appeared on the television, looked like she had taken good care of herself. Her skin was smooth, with a pearl-white glow. Her eyes were as clear as spring water, and she had a pair of naturally willowy eyebrows. She had a small nose, and her lips were a little dark in color, so she used a matte lipstick. When she smiled, she looked gentle and beautiful. At first glance, she only felt that she was delicate and pretty, but at second glance, she realized that she was graceful and charming. At third glance, she felt that she was suddenly looking back, but that person was in the dim light. She was like a man's dream lover. Gu Nianji asked Song Jining in surprise, You know this person too? Song Jining nodded thoughtfully. She came to our research institute before. She was accompanied by the former Deputy Minister of Education, Shi Leji. She wants to find some institutions to cooperate with her and help her solve some technical problems. What kind of technical problems? Lu Jin asked with interest. Do you need my help? Song Jining pursed her lips. No need, I refuse. Our research institute doesn't do applied research, and we have an agreement with the military that we can't take on external research projects. Hua Xiaoheng knew a little about this, but at that time, Yuan Jianan hadn't attracted their attention. Today, she had been captured by their intelligence analysis, and this person had personally gone to Song Jining's research institute. It seemed that they could find some clues. Judging from her age, wealth, and various connections, she does seem like the person behind Kevin, Zhu Qinghong, and Yi Xinyan. Gu Nianji said thoughtfully, But what about that Q of Hearts? I still don't believe that the Q of Hearts who has been in contact with Wen Shui has nothing to do with Kevin, Zhu Qinghong, and Yi Xinyan. You mean the second person, Yamaguchi Minako? Hua Xiaoheng lowered his eyes, took out the gold coin, and rolled it between his fingers. Gu Nianji nodded. Yes, I was originally targeting the second person, Yamaguchi Minako. She's Japanese, and there's a Q of Hearts on her fan. She's related to the Yamaguchi Gumi, has close ties to the American political world, and has a huge amount of wealth. Judging from her age, she's about the same as the person we're looking for. She glanced at Song Jining until the third person appeared. Miss Song even knows that Yuan Jinan. Lu Yuan listened for a long time and provided a perspective. In theory, all three of them could be the masterminds. So I suggest that we investigate them all. The focus of the investigation should be on their contact with Kevin, Zhuo Qinghong, and Yi Xinyan. Gun Yinji suddenly saw the light. Her eyes lit up, and she said excitedly, I understand. The real mastermind must be in contact with Kevin, Zhuo Qinghong, and Yi Xinyan at the same time. And it's a very close connection. From the information we have, this mastermind has the closest relationship with Kevin and Zhuo Qinghong. The loosest one should be Yi Xinyan. But did you all notice? Those three people are all dead. Gun Yinji said faintly, actually, the easiest way is to get these three people to confess, or get them to provide clues. But these three people are all dead. It's as if all the clues have been cut off. Lu Jin snorted and said, I told you. That person must be someone who is proficient in the Book of Changes and chaos mathematics at the same time. You might as well start with this. He still didn't agree with what Lu Yuan had said just now. This person didn't need to be proficient herself. Perhaps someone under her command was proficient. But in Lu Jin's opinion, only the real mastermind behind the scenes knew how to apply such complicated calculations and profound logic to practice. Of course, this was only his intuition and wasn't supported by complete reasoning. Therefore, he didn't insist on his own opinion, but he was also worried, so he only proposed another direction of investigation. Xiaoheng pondered for a long time and said, everyone has a point. How about this? Let's split the investigation into two areas. One is to investigate whether these three rich women have had contact with Kevin, Zhuo Qinghong, and Yi Xinyan. The other area is to investigate whether these three rich women have studied the Book of Changes and chaos mathematics. Genius 1 Second Remember website. Mobile version. Chapter 2201. Gun Yinji nodded. I think that's a good idea. No matter what's going on with these three people, let's investigate them first. Hua Xiaoheng continued to broadcast the investigation of the three people's identities by his intelligence analysis department. Our field personnel collected the DNA of Uma Ella, Minako Yamaguchi, and Yuan Jinan. They analyzed it with their families and proved that the three of them are not related by blood. From the investigation of their social situation and family situation, they don't seem to be related to each other on the surface. So for the time being, they are three unrelated people. Gun Yinji had never thought that the three of them would be related, because if they were, it would definitely attract the attention of Hua Xiaoheng's field personnel. This information had not been mentioned from the beginning, so it definitely did not exist. She believed in Hua Xiaoheng's ability. However, her gaze still lingered between Minako Yamaguchi and Yuan Jinan. Her dark eyes were as bright as lightning, as if she could see through the deepest secrets in people's hearts. Uma is half Chinese, and Yuan Jinan is pure Chinese. What about this Minako Yamaguchi? Is she pure Japanese? Gun Yinji asked thoughtfully. Xiaoheng looked down at the information in his hand and said uncertainly, I think so, but to accurately confirm their race, we need to draw a full DNA profile. Chinese and Japanese were both East Asians, but there were still differences between the DNA of Japanese and Chinese. However, this difference was very small in the entire DNA lineage, and a full DNA profile was needed to confirm it. Let me do it. Lu Jin raised his hand. I'm faster. Xiaoheng glanced at him and said calmly, Of course it's good that Professor Lu is willing to help, but their DNA samples were obtained by the field personnel of the Special Operations Forces. There are special rules that they can't be directly tested by domestic agencies. They need to go through an exemption procedure. Lu Jin looked at Hua Xiaoheng from the corner of his eyes for a while and snorted. He said proudly, TSK, don't you just want me to join your agency and work for you? Gun Yinji. Her heart tightened, and she quickly said, "Dad, don't say that. No one can force you to do what you don't want to do." As she spoke, Gunyinji glared at Hua Xiaoheng. She didn't like the idea of playing tricks on her father. Hua Xiaoheng rubbed his temples with his hands and said helplessly, "I didn't mean that. It's really the relevant regulations. Also, it's not difficult to draw a complete DNA sequence. Our people have done it many times. It's just that it takes a little longer." Lu Yuan couldn't help but speak up for Hua Xiaoheng. "Nianji, there's really no need for Great Professor Lu to step in for this matter. Even if Xiaoheng wants to ask Great Professor Lu for help, he won't waste his feelings on such a thing." "You really won't." Gunyinji was doubtful and still quite nervous. Lu Jin was overjoyed to see how protective Gunyinji was. He blurted out, "It's fine. Actually, I joined Xiaoheng's organization voluntarily." Gunyinji, she turned around in surprise and stammered, "Dad, why would you want to join Hua Xiao's organization? You are a person who loves freedom the most." In the other world, Lu Jin had a crush on Qin Suan, but he didn't take the initiative to work for He Chengjian's military. Lu Jin laughed and said seriously, "I've thought about it. The difference in science and technology between this side and the other side is too big. If I want to continue my research and not be used and coveted by people with ulterior motives, the best way is to let the state protect me. There's only one department in any country that can provide this kind of protection and allow me to continue the scientific research I want to conduct. It's the intelligence department on the special front. The technology here can never be decrypted, but it can also give me the maximum freedom to research." Lu Jin looked at Gunyinji's almost blank expression and pinched her nose lovingly. "Besides, my girl is already married to the highest person in charge of this organization. How can I stay out of it?" As he spoke, he looked up at Hua Xiaoheng and said, "If you want me to help you, you have to agree to my conditions." Hua Xiaoheng was pleasantly surprised. He quickly sat up straight and said seriously, "Tell me. No matter what the conditions are, I'll think of a way to solve it." "Okay." Lu Jin nodded. "Listen up. I want to be the second in command of your Special Operations Forces, and I want to be the executive second in command. The first in command can be changed, but I want to hold the position for life. If you agree to my conditions, I'll officially join the army and join your ranks." "Are you serious?" Hua Xiaoheng suddenly stood up. He, who had always been calm and collected, couldn't hide his joy. "Don't joke around. Do I look like I'm joking?" Lu Jin rolled his eyes. "In 2 or 3 months, my girl will be married to you in front of the whole world. I can't let others say that she doesn't have a strong family to rely on. My girl is beautiful, kind, and smart. She also has a decent job. The only thing she's lacking is that as a father, I'm lower in rank than your father." As he spoke, Lu Jin couldn't help but say, "Your father is a general. When will I be promoted to general?" Gunyinji, she held Lu Jin's hand and tears welled up in her eyes. "Dad, don't say that. I don't think there's anything wrong with you being an ordinary person." She leaned her head on Lu Jin's shoulder and pursed her lips. Lu Jin patted her head and pretended to be angry. "You want me to be an ordinary person? Girl, do you have any misunderstandings about ordinary people?" He pointed at his nose. "Look at me, your dad. How do I look like an ordinary person?" With such an ordinary person, this world is a fantasy. Gunyinji was amused by Lu Jin. She grabbed Lu Jin's finger and shook it. "Dad, don't be too narcissistic. If I want to be humble, I'm being hypocritical." Lu Jin shrugged with an indifferent expression. "I really don't care what other people think of me, but I do care what other people think of my girl." He patted Gunyinji's blushing cheek. "If you didn't marry Hua Xiaoheng, of course I wouldn't have to join the army to help you save face. But since you're married, and you're not going to marry anyone but him, your dad will definitely help you." As he spoke, Lu Jin raised an eyebrow at Hua Xiaoheng. "You have to thank my girl for having such a good helper like me. If you divorce my girl one day, I'll quit your organization and follow my girl. Even if you don't join our organization, I won't divorce Nianji." Hua Xiaoheng said straightforwardly, "If that's what you think, then you don't have to join our organization. This isn't something you can bargain with." Although he hoped that Lu Jin could be of the greatest use, he couldn't treat it as a joke. His job was sacred, and it carried the expectations and trust of more than 1 billion people in a large country. Lu Jin had never been rejected so rudely before. Ever since he was young, he had only lost once to He Changjian. But even He Changjian had to be polite to him when facing him. Therefore, even Lu Yuan was worried for Hua Xiaoheng. He didn't expect Lu Jin to not be angry at all this time. Instead, he smiled and nodded. Okay, at least you have a conscience. I'm a man of my word. As long as you agree to my conditions, I'll join your organization. I need your base to provide full protection for my experiments. Only then did Hua Xiaoheng nod. I'll report to General Ji. Everyone in the study breathed a sigh of relief. They all understood that if General Ji were here, he would be even more unprincipled than Hua Xiaoheng. No matter what Lu Jin's conditions were, he would agree immediately. As expected, after Hua Xiaoheng proposed Lu Jin's conditions to General Ji was overjoyed. He immediately held a special meeting to approve special matters. So a month later, the Special Operations Forces had an executive deputy chief, Lu Jin. He was a general and had the highest level of security. He also had his own experimental building at the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces and his own official residence, which was right next to Hua Xiaoheng's official residence. On the first day he was assigned to the official residence, Lu Jin happily asked Gu Nianji to move in with him. Nianji, this is your home. After the wedding, we'll move to Xiaoheng's official residence. Lu Jin helped Gu Nianji carry her briefcase. Come, take a look at the room Dad arranged for you. Although Hua Xiaoheng was reluctant, what Lu Jin said made sense. He could only endure it silently and help Gu Nianji move her home over. He also packed some of his things and moved some of them over. If the mountain doesn't come to me, I'll go to the mountain. Hua Xiaoheng had never been a pedantic person. Gu Nianji was a little embarrassed when she saw that Hua Xiaoheng insisted on moving in with her. However, even Lu Jin didn't refuse. Instead, he enthusiastically arranged a room for Hua Xiaoheng, so Gu Nianji couldn't object. However, after living there for a few days, she realized that Lu Jin had agreed to Hua Xiaoheng move in so that someone could cook for the father and daughter. Good times always flashed by like a white steed. Another month passed in the blink of an eye, and the first guest list for Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng's wedding rehearsal and official wedding was finally complete. The guest list for their wedding this time was mainly political celebrities and military bigwigs, as well as their closest relatives and friends. There was no one from the entertainment industry. Gu Nianji looked at the entire wedding process and list, and her eyebrows rose higher and higher. She read it out slowly. Wedding band, military band. Wedding salute, military armed forces salute team. Wedding MC, military honor guard. Gu Nianji's voice involuntarily rose. Major General Hua, what are you doing? Hua Xiaoheng was cooking in the kitchen, but he smiled and didn't say anything. Gu Nianji stared at Hua Xiaoheng's back. After a while, she looked down again until she saw the guest list for the wedding rehearsal. Uma Ella, Minako Yamaguchi, Yuan Jianan. Chapter 2202. Gu Nianji quickly walked into the kitchen with the list and stood beside Hua Xiaoheng. She asked excitedly, why did these 3 people come to our wedding rehearsal? Major General Hua, how did you do the security investigation? Did they become thieves? Can anyone enter? Hua Xiaoheng quickly placed the stir-fried 1,000 pieces of tofu into a bowl. At the same time, he placed the stewed minced meat and sea cucumber on a plate and said gently, since they tried so hard to attend our wedding, I'll give them a chance. I hope they won't let me down and give us a wonderful performance to enrich the entertainment lives of the working people. Gu Nianji stared at Hua Xiaoheng in shock. After a while, she gave him a thumbs up. Major General Hua, you're one of the few people who can say the word Schadenfreude in an official tone. I respect you for being a man. Hua Xiaoheng rubbed her head and said casually, I'm your man. Don't you know if I'm a man or not? Gu Nianji was dizzy from his rubbing, but the smell of the food saved her. She sniffed the fragrance of the 1,000 pieces of tofu and minced meat and sea cucumber. It was as if she had eaten another dish. Major General Hua, although you're busy with work and don't cook for us many days a month, even if it's only for a few days, it's worth it. Gunyinji looked at the 2 dishes and soup that looked and smelled good. She followed Hua Xiaoheng from the kitchen to the dining room like a little tail. Lu Jin had just entered the door after smelling the fragrance. He was shouting in the living room, "Did Xiaoheng cook? I'll go wash my hands right away." Gunyinji pursed her lips into a smile at Hua Xiaoheng and gave him a thumbs up. "You've settled your father-in-law. Major General Hua, I still have to respect you for being a man." Hua Xiaoheng sat down. "Go get the bowls and chopsticks and set the table. We've been very busy for the past week. Are you and General Liu still used to the food cooked by the orderlies?" Gunyinji obediently went to the cupboard to get the bowls and chopsticks and the rice. She placed the rice in front of Hua Xiaoheng and said with a smile, "Actually, it's pretty good." I asked. "The orderlies sent by the military to my father's official residence to cook have all been specially trained as chefs. One of them even graduated from a professional chef school. He's a professional." The taste was definitely very good, but compared to Hua Xiaoheng and Lu Yuan, it was still lacking. Hua Xiaoheng poured himself a glass of water and said calmly, "Cooking is also an art. People who can really cook well must have talent." Seeing Gunyinji's face fall, Hua Xiaoheng teased her again. "Of course, eating also requires talent. Otherwise, the average person's tongue wouldn't be that good." Gunyinji almost turned from annoyance to joy. However, after thinking about it carefully, Hua Xiaoheng might not be praising her. She only glared at Hua Xiaoheng and waited for Lu Jin to wash his hands before she started eating. When a meal was almost over, Gunyinji told him about the 3 people who were coming to the wedding rehearsal. Lu Jin looked up in surprise and said, "I heard that invitations to the wedding rehearsal are even rarer than the official wedding. How did the 3 of them get in?" His tone and word were exactly the same as Gunyinji's. It was obvious that they were father and daughter. Hua Xiaoheng calmly poured Lu Jin a small glass of red wine and said, "The shrimp has its way, and the crab has its way. With their wealth, if they want to do something, they always have a way to do it. If we just block them and don't let them come, who knows what they're up to behind the scenes." "Major General Hua, what do you mean? Could it be that all 3 of them are up to no good?" Gunyinji's eyes widened. "I thought it would be the Q of Hearts and Yuan Jinan at most." Lu Jin quickly said, "From the looks of it, Wu Ma is the least likely. She came to the wedding rehearsal for something else, right?" Hua Xiaoheng nodded. "I heard that Wu Ma is talking about investment. She wants to naturalize as a Huaxia Empire citizen. But as you know, Huaxia Empire is not a country of immigrants. It's very difficult to obtain Huaxia Empire citizenship. Although she's half Chinese, her mother's family has long been foreign citizens, and it's been passed down for several generations. So there's no shortcut for her. This time, she was able to attend our wedding rehearsal because of a project with the military." Hua Xiaoheng paused for a moment. He remembered that Gunyinji and Lu Jin weren't outsiders, and that their security level was only higher than his. So he said very implicitly, "As you all know, her federal defense company is the largest federal military contractor in the United States." Gunyinji, she thought about it for a moment, then slowly picked up the spoon and took a sip of the black chicken soup with wolfberry and red dates. Her eyes flashed. "The largest federal military contractor in the United States needs to return her Huaxia Empire citizenship? Then will her company still be able to run?" "So this is a secret." Hua Xiaoheng raised his glass at her and said with a half-smile, "You won't reveal it, will you? I'd be a fool to believe you." Gunyinji rudely used her chin to rebuke Hua Xiaoheng. "According to your organization style, you won't announce this kind of thing unless everything is arranged properly. Since she's able to attend our wedding rehearsal, it means that she can already be exposed to the outside world, right? You're a promising child." Hua Xiaoheng pinched her chin and pressed it down. "Who did you learn to look at people with your chin?" Gunyinji smiled and pushed his hand away. "Eat properly and don't touch me." Hua Xiaoheng, Lu Jin, who was sitting at the side, was already used to the 2 of them being lovey-dovey. He leisurely picked up a sea cucumber and put it in Gun Yinji's bowl. He then picked up another for himself before saying, "What about the other two? Don't tell me they want to naturalize as well?" Of course not. Hua Xiaoheng was still relatively polite when he spoke to Lu Jin. He placed a napkin on the dining table and handed Gun Yinji a napkin to wipe her mouth. He said, "Minako Yamaguchi arrived in Sea City half a month ago. She came with Ninji as the female companion of her former colleague, Smith. Smith's female companion is actually Minako Yamaguchi." Gun Yinji was so shocked that she almost gasped. Smith. She almost said that Smith was 10 years younger than Minako Yamaguchi. Fortunately, when she blurted it out, she remembered Hua Xiaoheng's sore spot and quickly changed her words. When did Smith know such a rich man? Is he going to marry into the family? Lu Jin tilted his head to look at her and frowned. Who is Smith? Smith was a lawyer from Professor He's law firm. He worked with me for a while. Among my colleagues abroad, I know him the best. Gun Yinji paused for a moment and smiled. When I was in trouble in Germany, Smith helped me a lot. Oh, it's that Smith. Lu Jin remembered that he had investigated all the people and things related to Gun Yinji. He nodded. You invited him? He sent me 10 emails and 8 phone calls a day. How can I not? Gun Yinji said angrily. Besides, he's indeed my good friend. However, she didn't know that his female companion was such a heavyweight. Smith, does your mother know that you're dating the female president of Yamaguchi Corporation who's 10 years older than you? Chapter 2203. Gun Yinji sighed about Minako Yamaguchi and Smith's friendship for a long time before asking about Yuan Jianan. What about Ms. Yuan Jianan? How did she get an invitation to our wedding rehearsal? Gun Yinji was so curious that she almost leaned on Hua Xiaoheng's shoulder. Guess. Hua Xiaoheng smiled and nudged Gun Yinji's forehead with his chin. He didn't use much force. Gun Yinji rubbed his chin nonchalantly and muttered with a frown, I don't have any relatives to invite. The people I invited were all friends and classmates. I don't think they have anything to do with her, do they? She counted with her fingers. The other people are all big shots in politics and the military. Could they be your friends or relatives, Major General Hua? Hua Xiaoheng had a little more relatives than Gun Yinji, but there weren't many who were qualified for Hua Xiaoheng to send out an invitation. He only sent 4 invitations to his uncle, Xie Beichun, and great-uncle, Xie Shinxing. They could each bring a relative to attend his wedding rehearsal and the official wedding. Gun Yinji's colleagues and superiors, like Hua Xiaoheng, weren't ordinary people. They would also bring their immediate family to the wedding rehearsal and the official wedding. Her friends only invited Vladimir from the Russian KGB and Ivan, the chauffeur. As for her classmates, only a few who were closer to her, such as Green Tea Fong, Little Temptress, and Lady Chow, could attend her wedding rehearsal. The other classmates received gift certificates for the official wedding, which didn't match Hua Xiaoheng's situation. JavaScript. Hua Xiaoheng saw that Gun Yinji had almost thought of it, so he didn't remind her. He quietly poured her a glass of milk. Gun Yinji drinking milk had become instinctive, so she couldn't help but take a sip when she saw it. After drinking, she looked up and heard Lu Jin say on his phone, I haven't eaten Boss Lu's cooking in a long time. Gun Yinji's thoughts raced from Lu Yuan to Song Jining, and then from Song Jining to Hua Guanchen. She looked at Hua Xiaoheng with a strange expression and asked tentatively, Don't tell me that Yuan Jia Nan is your father's female companion? The smile on Hua Xiaoheng's face deepened. Ignoring Lu Jin, he leaned down and pecked Gun Yinji on the lips. You're so smart. It was rare for him to praise Gun Yinji so directly. Gun Yinji tried her best to pretend that she didn't care, but the corners of her lips still curled up proudly. Lu Jin looked at Gun Yinji in confusion, then at Hua Xiaoheng. He asked in confusion, Yuan Jia, Nan is your father's female companion. Why are you two laughing so happily? Gun Yinji tilted her head and twirled the glass of milk in her hand. The look in her eyes was a little strange. I can't believe it. I really can't believe it. How did she suddenly become General Hua's female companion? General Hua's taste in women is truly indescribable. Gu Nianji glanced at Hua Xiaoheng from the corner of her eyes. Luckily, Hua Xiaoheng pretended not to hear anything like that. Lu Jin's attention was quickly diverted by Gu Nianji. He immediately said, "That's right, Xiaoheng. The best thing you did was to be with my girl. I'm telling you, if you don't get together with my girl, you'll regret it for the rest of your life." Hua Xiaoheng nodded politely. Commander Lu has a point. Gu Nianji, she tapped Hua Xiaoheng's forehead with her finger. "Don't talk about him. Hurry up and tell me how Yuan Jia Nen got involved with General Hua. It's only been a few days. I clearly remember that General Hua and Gua Huaining are about to get engaged." Gu Nianji deliberately angered Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng didn't seem angry at all. He spread his hands. "How can I care about my father's business? How did they get together? I did know a little. Ever since they had investigated these three people, he had someone keep an eye on Yuan Jianan. He had also kept a close eye on Yuan Jianan's relationship with her father." Hua Xiaoheng said casually. General Hua was rewarded to recuperate in Nanha because of his meritorious service. Ms. Yuan Jia then happened to be building a factory there to develop new energy. She was a guest of honor of the local government. The two of them met at an event organized by the local government. They had a good talk and exchanged phone numbers. Gunyan, she couldn't help asking. And then, they got together, just like that? Hua Xiaoheng, how could it be so fast? With General Hua's status, how could he be with a woman so casually? Hua Xiaoheng pushed her head away disapprovingly. "Don't stare at me so straight. It's too eye-catching." Gu Nianji pushed his hand away and was so anxious that she wanted to stomp her feet. Then why did she become General Hua's female companion? Yes, Ms. Yuan Jianan wanted to ask General Hua for a favor and help her set up a connection. She wanted to go to Russia to do energy business, but it was impossible for foreigners to do business in Russia without a backer. So, she wanted to take this opportunity to get to know high-ranking Russian officials. She actually wanted to get to know high-ranking Russian officials? Gu Nianji felt like a pearl in the dark. She said disappointedly, "I thought she was after me or you." Lu Jin knocked on the bowl with his chopsticks and deliberately said, "Why wasn't she after me?" Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng looked up at him. "What's wrong? You don't believe me?" Lu Jin looked up at the ceiling light at a 45-degree angle. "I'm also a general, and I'm more skilled and capable than General Hua. Maybe Yuan Jia Nan will abandon Hua Guanchen when she sees me." However, he looked at Hua Xiaoheng and said objectively, "Of course, my only weakness is that I'm not as handsome as General Hua. There's nothing I can do about it. Madams love money, and girls love beauty. Yuan Jia Nan doesn't lack money, so she probably only likes handsome old men." He made it sound like he was very young. Gu Nianji was too embarrassed to remind him. She just smiled and said, "Dad, it's not like that. It's just that you're extremely smart. You knew what Yuan Jianan was going to do with just a breath, so she wouldn't dare to seduce you, right?" "That's true. Only a man with a bad brain would be fooled by a woman." Lu Jin nodded without hesitation. "For a woman with a high IQ like me, if she wants to lie to me, she'll only be asking for humiliation and death." The corners of Hua Xiaoheng's mouth twitched. He felt that his father-in-law in front of him perfectly illustrated what it meant to be destined to be alone for life. Gu Nianji clapped her hands and quickly changed the topic. "Then General Hua has already agreed to let Yuan Jia Nan attend our wedding rehearsal as his female companion and introduce her to senior Russian officials?" She looked down at the list and quickly found the column for international friends. She successfully saw Russian President Vladimir Putin and his entourage. Her eyes darted around, and a plan came to her mind. She quickly swiped open her phone, opened her WeChat Moments, and posted a public photo on her WeChat Moments. Hashtag welcome my good friends from Russia, Vladimir and Uncle Ivan, to my wedding rehearsal and official wedding. The two of you have come from afar, so you will definitely be waiting. The accompanying photo was a photo she had taken with the two of them when she and Hua Xiaoheng were in Russia. In the photo, Vladimir had a big beard and was wearing sunglasses. His entire face looked like a natural mosaic. Even Vladimir's mother couldn't recognize him as her son. The middle-aged driver, Ivan, didn't cover his face. He was only wearing a fur hat on his head, and he was as tall as a polar bear. 3 seconds after her public post was posted, there were more than a dozen likes and comments. Vladimir and the middle-aged driver were, of course, running at the front. The second in command of the KGB. I've already bought the plane ticket. Will it be reimbursed? The middle-aged driver. The person above is a disgrace to Russia. Little Ninji, are you sending me a red packet? I've been a little tight lately. Mobile version M. Chapter 2204. Gunyinji smiled happily and quickly switched to the small group chat with Vladimir and the driver. She left a message. Come over here and send red packets. Let's see who's lucky. Vladimir quickly sent an emoticon of waiting. JPG. The middle-aged driver had no choice but to send a +1. Gunyinji saw that she still had enough money in her wallet and decided to send the biggest red packet. However, when she entered the password excitedly, the system mercilessly rejected her. The system has detected an anomaly in this group. Red packets are prohibited in this group. Gunyinji, she had no choice but to take a screenshot of the system message and send it to the chat group. She sent a cute emoji pack and said, I've been banned. I can't send red packets. The middle-aged driver immediately sent an emoji of a storm crying and then expressed that their friendship was over. In a fit of rage, he left the 3-person group chat. Vladimir also expressed his regret and then left the group chat without hesitation. Gunyinji, the boat of friendship built on red packets, could capsize at any moment. She shrugged and said, well, it saves money. Lu Jin poked his head over to take a look and said, what's wrong? Why do you look so dejected? The system forbids me from sending red packets. I don't know why. Gunyinji wasn't too happy either. She liked the comfortable feeling of giving out red envelopes, but she also liked the uneasy excitement of snatching them. Do you like giving and snatching red packets that much? Lu Jin looked at Gunyinji from the corner of his eyes and moved his fingers twice. Yeah, Gunyinji's eyes were practically shining. Although I don't even get $1 most of the time, it can make me feel refreshed for the whole day. I really enjoy the feeling of reaping something without putting in any effort. It's like good luck will fall from the sky, and a pie really does fall from the sky. I can reach the pinnacle of my life in minutes. Of course, if you miss out on red packets, even if it's just 1 cent per person, it's like you've missed out on 100 million yuan. Gunyinji concluded with a sigh. Red packets can really make a person go from heaven to hell for a second. A person's mental state is really unpredictable. The corners of Lu Jin's mouth twitched speechlessly. He said, since you think so, why don't I help you bypass the system surveillance? No. Gunyinji quickly stopped Lu Jin. Actually, I can also bypass the system surveillance, but since it's the law, don't challenge it. We'll see what happens in a few days. She thought that she had been abandoned by Vladimir and the driver. However, a few days later, she found herself suddenly pulled into the KGB Elite Duo group chat group. The second in command of the KGB, Ninji, we're here in Huaxia. Treat us to dinner. I have no place to stay for the time being. The middle-aged driver, Ninji, are you free now? We urgently need red packets to boost our morale. Ninji, now that she could send red packets, she immediately sent a 200 yuan red packet to the group. Vladimir had snatched 199.99, while the driver had only snatched a penny. Gunyinji, the middle-aged driver, suffered a heavy blow and fell silent in the group. Vladimir, on the other hand, was extremely happy and began to chat and laugh with Gunyinji. He didn't provoke the driver in the group. Instead, he called Gunyinji directly. Ninji, are you really not going to consider picking us up? He sent her his location and a selfie. It was already a scorching summer day in the imperial capital in July. Vladimir and the driver were wearing flight jackets made by the former Soviet Union and carrying 2 suitcases. They were dirty as they sat in the crowded hall of the airport. Gunyinji even saw a cleaning Annie in an airport cleaning uniform rolling her eyes at the two of them in the screenshot. How unkempt were they? Gunyinji couldn't help asking, Vladimir, what are you doing? Are you here to attend my wedding? Aren't you embarrassed to come dressed like this? I'm too embarrassed to let you in. I've really been a little tight lately. Really, I'm not lying to you. Vladimir rubbed his messy, light gray hair. Although his body was hairy, his head was starting to go bald. One could see that his hairline was gradually receding. Second in command, you're tight on money. 99% of the people in Russia are tight on money. Gunyinji didn't fall for it. However, she still sped up the signing of the documents. 5 minutes later, Gunyinji had already asked for leave from Speaker Long. She drove out of the parking lot of the Senate building and went to the airport to pick up her friends from afar. It was still working hours, so the roads weren't congested. She parked her car in the passageway in front of the airport lobby. She could wait for 5 minutes. Vladimir and the driver in the airport lobby received her call and suddenly moved extremely quickly. In less than 3 minutes, they arrived at Gunyinji's car and sat down. Gunyinji drove out of the passageway in front of the airport lobby before the police came to issue her a ticket. Nyinji, it's so good to see you. The driver spoke in pure Russian English, and Gunyinji actually understood him. Vladimir's English accent was more standard, but he insisted on showing off his mediocre Mandarin. Gunyinji's head hurt from listening to him. Fortunately, she hadn't seen her friends for a long time and missed them very much. Soon, the estrangement between them was resolved, and the three of them started chatting in the car. Fortunately, they were in the car. If they were outside, the three of them would definitely be able to make more than 60 decibels of noise. Gunyinji listened attentively for a while before she understood why Vladimir had suddenly come to Huaxia. So your top leader has changed. The current top leader doesn't like Vladimir? Gunyinji looked sympathetically at Vladimir's uncomfortable expression in the rearview mirror. Why don't you shave your beard and use your handsomeness to piss him off? The middle-aged driver suddenly laughed mischievously. Our top leader is a woman. Second brother should use your manliness to piss her off. Vladimir glared at him. The first thing I'll do when I get back is write a report to fire you. I'm just a driver. How shameless would I be for you to write a report to fire me? The middle-aged driver didn't think much of it. Maybe you'll already be gone before I leave. That was very possible. Vladimir was obviously sad. Gunyinji saw that the two of them were indeed a little depressed, so she asked tentatively, "Are you really here on vacation? Do you want to earn some extra money?" The middle-aged driver immediately perked up. How? Say something. Gunyinji smiled and didn't say anything. After a while, she said, "There'll be a chance. When I organize a dinner party, remember to speak Russian, not English." As she spoke, Gunyinji sent Hua Guanchen a text message. "Uncle, are you free these days? I want to treat you and grandfather to a meal. I've booked a restaurant. Do you think it's suitable?" Gunyinji sent the name of the restaurant over. She sent Hua Guanchen the name of a clubhouse restaurant near the West Hills of the imperial capital. It wasn't far from Hua Guanchen's West Hills villa. Of course, it was even closer to the West Hills villa. Chapter 2205. Hua Guanchen had just come out of the conference room when Gunyinji sent the text. The personal secretary took out the cell phone and other electronic items from the safe and handed them to him. As soon as he turned on his phone, he saw Gunyinji's message. "Uncle, are you free these days? I want to treat you and grandfather to a meal. I've booked a restaurant. Do you think it's suitable?" An address was also attached. Hua Guanchen looked around and saw that it was a clubhouse restaurant near the West Hills of the imperial capital. It was not far from his villa in the West Hills. Hua Guanchen was a little surprised. He couldn't help but open his calendar to see what special day it was. Gunyinji, who had always wanted to pretend he didn't exist, actually took the initiative to text him to invite him to dinner. Gunyinji didn't wait for Hua Guanchen to reply and continued to send messages. "I'm free this weekend. What about you?" Was he really going to treat him to a meal? Hua Guanchen suddenly felt flattered. A smile unconsciously appeared on his face. He thought of Gunyinji and Hua Xiaoheng's upcoming wedding, and his impression of Gunyinji improved slightly. He thought for a moment and replied, "I'll ask my secretary to see if she's free. I'll give you an answer tomorrow." Gunyinji smiled like a little fox and curled her fingers slightly to form a hook. Then, she quickly typed on the phone screen. That's great. I'm looking forward to eating with Uncle and Grandfather. Oh, right. I'll treat President Liu and Ms. Song too. They're quite close to the restaurant, so I'll be sorry if I don't treat them. Smile. JPG. Hua Guanshan's expression darkened. He turned off his phone and did not reply to the message. He returned to his office in silence. He could not look at the documents for a long time. Later, she was still hungry. When she was about to go out to eat, she received a call from Yuan Jinan. Only then did she decide to stop working and go to the West Mountain Villa to visit old Master Hua. Mr. Hua, are you free today? I made some soup by myself, and I want to invite you to eat together. Even though Yuan Jinan had an extremely gentle and elegant appearance, she conducted herself in an extremely straightforward and generous manner, causing her to have an attractive contrast. Hua Guanshan answered the phone as he walked out. Really? Thank you. But I'm going to visit my father, so I'm afraid I won't have the chance to taste Madame Yuan's delicious soup. Oh, you're going to visit your father? Coincidentally, the Tianchi chicken soup I made today is especially suitable for the elderly. Why don't I share it with old Mr. Hua? This wasn't the first time Hua Guanshan had eaten Yuan Jinan's cooking. He really hadn't expected Yuan Jinan, an overseas Chinese, to be able to cook so well. He wanted to refuse, but for some reason, he remembered Gun Yinji's text message just now. She said that President Liu and Ms. Song would also be going to dinner. He narrowed his eyes and agreed with a smile. If it's not too much trouble, I'll come pick you up. It's no trouble at all. I'll put it in the thermos right away. It was obvious that Yuan Jinan was very happy, and he was a little flustered. After Hua Guanshan got into the car, he asked the chauffeur to drive him to the luxurious apartment complex where Jianan had lived. This apartment complex was located in the bustling area between the 2nd and 3rd Ring Road, but it was quiet in the middle of the hustle and bustle. The land price was surprisingly high, and it was not something that could be bought with money. Hua Guanshan looked around at the scenery, his expression calm. Yuan Jinan came out of the complex with a large thermos and immediately saw Hua Guanshan leaning against the front of his car. He had a tall and strong body. Although he was old, he was still extraordinarily handsome, especially when he wore a well-tailored summer uniform, which increased his handsomeness by several notches. Yuan Jinan walked over with a smile and nodded slightly at him. Mr. Hua, we're already so familiar with each other. There's no need to be so polite. Hua Guanshan opened the car door for her in a gentlemanly manner. Just call me Guanshan. Yuan Jinan sat inside and placed a thermos by her feet. Hua Guanshan then sat next to her and chatted with her leisurely. As someone who worked in politics, Hua Guanshan was very good at interacting with people. He changed topics one after another with ease. There was no awkward silence, nor did he make the other party feel aggressive. Talking to him was indeed like sitting on a spring breeze. Yuan Jinan secretly admired him, and her smile was very gentle. Okay, Guanshan. When she said the words Guanshan, her accent was a little strange, as if her tongue was suddenly stretched out and shot out like a slingshot. Hua Guanshan glanced at her and handed her a bottle of water. It's a little far. Are you hungry? Yuan Jinan took the bottle of water and blushed. It's okay, I'm not hungry. They chatted along the way until they reached the entrance of the West Mountain Villa. Yuan Jinan sighed. Time passes so quickly when I'm talking to Guanshan. Hua Guanshan smiled, but didn't say anything. He brought her into the villa to see Grandfather Hua. After dinner, Hua Guanshan asked about Yuan Jinan's schedule. Are you free this weekend? Yeah, Guanshan asked me out, so I'm free anytime. Yuan Jinan smiled cheekily and lightly tapped Hua Guanshan's chest. She used just enough force that Hua Guanshan's chest actually felt numb and itchy. He remained expressionless. Then I'll pick you up this weekend, and we'll go eat together. Okay. Yuan Jinan nodded elegantly. Thanks to Guanshan's help these days, my business here has been much smoother. I wonder if you know the people in charge of the Russian government agencies. I like to talk to them. I know a few people, but they're all from the military. They're not government agencies, nor are they in business. Hua Guanshan expressed his helplessness. Wait 2 months for my son's wedding. Many of his Russian friends will be attending the wedding. There won't be any from the military. They'll all be from government agencies. Yuan Jianan smiled. Okay, but it'll be 2 months. Guanxin, do you have any contact information for those people? I'll try to contact them myself. I really don't have that. Hua Guanxin shook his head. I'll ask my son when I'm free. That's great. Yuan Jianan took the initiative to hold Hua Guanxin's hand. She didn't let go until Hua Guanxin sent her back to the entrance of the apartment complex. Hua Guanxin didn't refuse and let her hold his hand as he walked her out of the car. Yuan Jianan looked at him reluctantly. Guanxin, don't you want to come to my house? I still have something to do. Maybe in the future. Hua Guanxin didn't reject her like before. Instead, he stroked Yuan Jianan's hair. It was Yuan Jianan's turn to feel her scalp tingle. It was as if someone was sweeping her chest with a feather. Watching Hua Guanxin's car drive away, she sighed softly and turned around to go back. Gun Yinji didn't go to work for the next few days. She specially accompanied the second-in-command of the KGB, Vladimir, and a middle-aged driver to play in the imperial capital. At the same time, she also modified Vladimir. JavaScript. Hua Xiaoheng knew and said, I have a friend who's especially good at styling. Yinji, do you want to consider it? Gun Yinji understood that Hua Xiaoheng's friend must be from the Special Operations Forces. She nodded. Sure, I want Vladimir to change his appearance so that even his immediate superior wouldn't be able to recognize him. Usually, Vladimir had a full beard and his entire body was covered in hair. It was really difficult to see his facial features clearly. So when Hua Xiaoheng finished styling the stylist and pushed him out of the room, Gun Yinji's breathing almost stopped. Standing in front of her was a beautiful Eastern European hunk who had shaved off his beard, styled his hair, and re-groomed himself. Even his hands had been polished to the point where they were impeccable. Gun Yinji stared at the handsome Vladimir in front of her and quickly thought of when Hua Xiaoheng had gone to the other world. His overly handsome face and flawless hands. It was those hands that made her think that she had recognized the wrong person. Gun Yinji suddenly turned around and looked at Hua Xiaoheng, who was folding his arms and admiring Vladimir. She said in surprise, Did you ask him to style you, too? Hua Xiaoheng. Gun Yinji took a few steps forward and held Vladimir's hand. She asked the stylist excitedly, How'd you make his hands look like a girl's? The stylist smiled and said, It's a specially designed hand treatment. What about the scars on his hands? Can they be removed by hand treatment? That's cosmetic surgery. Gun Yinji, please remember the domain name of this book. The fastest website for mobile version, M. Chapter 2206. Gun Yinji turned to glare at Hua Xiaoheng. Her teeth itched, and she wanted to bite someone. Even her hands had to undergo special care and even cosmetic scar removal surgery. Gun Yinji instantly understood how she had made the wrong judgment based on the flawless hands of the ace of the Far East, Peter, in the other world. It was really the devil hiding in the details to deal with you. It was impossible to guard against. Hua Xiaoheng's heart trembled when he saw Gun Yinji's big, lively eyes. If there weren't others here, he would have gone up to hug her and coax her to call him good little sweetheart. Unfortunately, he could only ignore Gun Yinji's anger and ask the stylist calmly, Is it all done? The stylist stood there and pointed at the handsome, blonde, and blue-eyed Eastern European fresh meat Vladimir. Do you want to see the comparison photos before and after makeup? There was no need to look. Hua Xiaoheng still remembered Vladimir's stubbled and hairy appearance. Gun Yinji gritted her teeth and finally calmed herself down. She glanced at Vladimir and nodded slightly. Let's style Ivan too. Hua Xiaoheng waved for the stylist to bring the driver in. Only Vladimir, Gun Yinji, and Hua Xiaoheng were left in the room outside. Vladimir tugged at his collar uncomfortably and said with a sour expression, Gun Yinji, what are you doing? The hair on my body is very important. What's important? To prove that you're a transitional race between Homo sapiens and savages? Gun Yinji rolled her eyes and turned to smile again. She looked him up and down. You look very good like this. It's very good. What do you know? That's my camouflage. I'm a very shy person by nature. Vladimir pointed at his nose. Tell me, why are you doing this? Gun Yinji looked at Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng smiled. Tell me, there's no problem here. Gun Yinji held back her laughter and said to Vladimir, It's like this. Aren't you and the driver short of money recently? I'll give you two a chance to earn some extra money. Then she coughed softly and paused before continuing. I'll say it first. If it will violate your discipline, just pretend I didn't say anything. She knew that for these men on this particular front, discipline was stricter than the law. They might have legal immunity, but if they violated the discipline of their own organization, there was no leeway. Vladimir sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, and said, It's best if it's a chance to make a lot of money. Otherwise, I won't make a fool of myself. He was still a little uncomfortable with his suddenly beautiful appearance. It's definitely a chance to make a lot of money. It's good that you're fine. Gun Yinji smiled and sat down on the sofa across from him. There's a rich man who's using his connections to find a high-ranking official in Russia. He wants to invest and do business in Russia. Really? Vladimir knew what was going on the moment he heard that. He rubbed his hands excitedly. How rich? It's not that exaggerated to say how rich she is. She's probably one of the top 100 richest women in the world. Gun Yinji said nonchalantly. Her tone was as nonchalant as if she was a primary school student who was in the top 100 in her grade. Vladimir almost jumped up from the sofa. So rich. He still needs to use his connections to invest in Russia. Just fly over and throw money at those bastards' faces. They'll worship him like a religion. It's sure not them. It's her, not him. Gun Yinji corrected Vladimir's Russian English. How about it? Are you planning to take on this business deal? Could this kind of rich person be a fool? Vladimir muttered. Does he need to find connections in Huaxia? Or does he want to open up a path in Russia? Why does it sound so unreliable? Gun Yinji laughed so hard that she bent over. Yes. You also think it's unreliable, right? It's completely an ulterior motive. That's why I asked you if you wanted to earn some extra money. In order to prove that she's unreliable, she'll definitely give you a lot of money to open up a path. Sure. Tell me what to do. Vladimir's eyes lit up. This kind of person can be considered a person who has a major impact on national interest and security. So no matter what I do, I won't violate the rules. That's good. Gun Yinji tilted her head and said word by word, Actually, it's not difficult. What you have to do is pretend to be a member of the KGB, the backbone of the KGB from Russia. Vladimir's pupils constricted, but he quickly returned to normal. He said in surprise, Me? I still want to pretend. I'm not a real KGB member. That's why this trap is flawless. Gun Yinji waved her fist. Your current setting is to pretend to be a liar from the KGB. Understand? When she said this, Vladimir completely understood and immediately laughed. Good. I haven't pretended to be myself yet. Let's try. Don't try. You have to win people's trust. I still have something to ask you for help with. Gun Yinji said, then told him about the identity of the original Jianan. It's this rich woman who has been very close to our people recently. Apparently, she's trying to use us to find connections with high-ranking Russian government officials. But if you want to do business in Russia, it's not as appropriate to work with high-ranking officials as with the KGB. Is that right, Mr. Vladimir? Gun Yinji winked at him. Vladimir understood instantly. He suddenly put away the rough smile on his face and became reserved. His blue eyes were as deep as the vast starry sky, and his tall, Roman sculpture-like nose became affectionate. He looked at Gun Yinji, and even his voice changed. He said gently, Last night, the roses we planted together bloomed outside the window. Nightingales stood on the roses and sang all night. I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about you, Gun Yinji. His clear and melodious voice pierced Gun Yinji's maiden heart. For a moment, even her fingers were trembling. Hua Xiaoheng quietly pulled her into his arms and glanced at Vladimir. Vladimir, Mr. Second-in-Chief, do you think your boss will treat you better if I record what you just said for her to hear? Vladimir's face instantly contorted, and he screamed, "How dare you!" Just now, the handsome man and the beautiful voice that could move one's heartstrings were instantly broken, and the ambiguous atmosphere was completely gone. Gunyinji came back to her senses and clapped vigorously. "Amazing. Too amazing. Vladimir, your code name this time will be Nightingale. You're so charming." Vladimir shrugged and collapsed on the sofa. He said without a care for his image, "These are all basic skills. You can ask your fiancé. He's better than me." Please remember the domain name of this book. The fastest website for mobile version, M. Chapter 2207. Gun Yinji narrowed her eyes and looked at Hui Xiaoheng with an unfriendly expression. "Major General Hua, I didn't expect you to be so capable." Her sour tone sounded like it came from a vinegar jar. Hui Xiaoheng didn't fall for it. He calmly denied it. "Vladimir, this is the basic skills of Russia, not the basic skills of our Huaxia Empire." "No." Vladimir rolled his eyes. "Who are you kidding?" Hui Xiaoheng said seriously, as if he was giving a report at a conference. "The chairman said that the working policy of our industry is to be secretive and capable, to lay an ambush for a long time, to accumulate strength, and to wait for the right opportunity. Our ancestors also set the rules and confirmed that none of the three major tasks are allowed. And the most important principle is that our work is not allowed to be carried out by means of bribery, seduction, or assassination. That's why we've never sold our bodies like the KGB." This series of bureaucratic words not only made Gunyinji dizzy, but even Vladimir was stunned by him. He glared at Hui Xiaoheng for a while. "You really haven't practiced this kind of basic skills? What a waste of your good face." Hui Xiaoheng refused. "Our basic skills are 10 kilometers across country running, plus all kinds of psychology and professional knowledge. As for such a low-end operation like seduction, there's never been a need for professionals." Gunyinji was in awe. She shook her head hard to get rid of all the strange images in her mind. She held Hui Xiaoheng's hand and was filled with admiration. "Major General Hua, you really didn't disappoint me." Hui Xiaoheng smiled faintly and smoothed her messy bangs. He moved closer to her ear and said in an extremely low and slow voice, "I sang outside your window all night. When the sun rose, the thorns of the rose pierced my chest. My beloved girl, I used the blood of my heart to dye this rose red for you. From now on, the white roses and red roses in your life are all mine." Hui Xiaoheng's voice was already very deep, and he had used vocal techniques when he whispered just now. His magnetism was like the sound of a bass ukulele, and Gunyinji's heartstrings trembled with it. Her heart was beating wildly, and her breathing was erratic. She couldn't help but grab onto Hui Xiaoheng's arm tightly. She was about to lean into his embrace. Although Vladimir didn't hear what Hui Xiaoheng had said, he understood everything when he saw Gunyinji's expression. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. He sneered and said, "Didn't you say that your organization doesn't allow seduction? Chief Hua, where are your principles?" Hui Xiaoheng held Gunyinji in his arms and looked up calmly with a faint smile. "Of course our organization doesn't allow seduction. I learned this when I was studying in Israel's Mossad. There's no other way. We have to learn from the barbarians in order to subdue them." Vladimir was rendered speechless by Hui Xiaoheng's words. He could only shout hatefully and kick the coffee table across from him. Hui Xiaoheng didn't back down at all. He raised his foot and kicked the coffee table back to its original position. The two of them fought back and forth, but the teacups on the coffee table didn't move at all. Gunyinji's fantasies were completely interrupted by these two experts on the special front. She straightened up from Hui Xiaoheng's arms expressionlessly. She only wanted to sneer. Men. Not long after, the door to the opposite room opened again. A tall and burly man in a suit that almost burst from the muscles on his chest walked out of the room. He was like a mountain, extremely threatening and intimidating. Gunyinji's body shook again. "Driver uncle? Is that you?" The driver, Ivan, who had a straight face, as if the whole world owed him a red packet, finally grinned and revealed a mouthful of white teeth. Huh, even you can't recognize me, right? Although Gu Nianji had single-handedly planned this whole thing, Hua Xiaoheng's ability to act wasn't just a little bit stronger than hers. Without Hua Xiaoheng's top-notch stylist, Gu Nianji felt that her plan might not have succeeded. But now that she saw these two reborn Russian men, she knew that her plan was already standing on the shoulders of success. Gentlemen from the KGB, nice to meet you. Gu Nianji stood up, tiptoed, and performed an elegant ballet salute. Vladimir also looked at the driver, Ivan, in surprise. Not bad, Ivan. I couldn't tell that you had the potential to be in the underworld. What underworld? I'm the bodyguard of a Russian KGB agent. Ivan flexed his arms and flexed his muscles. Gu Nianji giggled. Vladimir, do you KGB agents need bodyguards? Pfft, they're obviously thugs. Why do you need bodyguards? Don't flatter yourself. Vladimir felt that Ivan had embarrassed the KGB and wanted nothing more than to draw a line between them. The driver couldn't be bothered with him. He stared at Gu Nianji and asked, Can you really earn extra money? How much can you earn? Gu Nianji smiled. How much you can earn depends on your abilities. It was the weekend, and Gu Nianji called Song Jinning at noon to remind her, Ms. Song, don't forget to have dinner at a clubhouse restaurant near West Mountain tonight. I can't forget. You called yesterday and texted me in the morning. I can't forget even if I wanted to, Song Jinning said briskly. She made the last note in the experiment notes and said, President Liu will pick me up in a while. We'll gotta buy clothes. We'll definitely dress up tonight. Okay? Hee, just dress up casually. Don't be too grand. Gu Nianji was elated. After hanging up the phone with Song Jinning, Gu Nianji called Liu Yuan to confirm. President Liu, don't forget about the dinner tonight. Got it. How many times have you reminded me? I'm not at the age of Alzheimer's yet. Liu Yuan had already walked out of the office and was going to the Institute of High Energy Physics to pick up Song Jinning. After Gu Nianji confirmed, she called Hua Guanchen again. Uncle, remind me that you're bringing grandfather for dinner tonight. Got it. Hua Guanchen said in a good mood. Thank you for the reminder. We'll be there on time. Okay. Gu Nianji blinked. See you tonight. She only planned to work half a day today, so after the call at noon, she packed her things and left the Senate building. She drove back to Liu Jin's official residence at the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces. Hua Xiaoheng was already waiting there. Hey, Hua Xiaoheng is here too? Gu Nianji was in a hurry to go to her room to take a shower and take care of herself. She quickly greeted him and went up. Hua Xiaoheng and Liu Jin adjusted the equipment and asked, Aren't you going to dinner tonight? Liu Jin shook his head and said nonchalantly, I used the book of changes to set up a divination. It's not appropriate for me to go out today, so I plan to stay at home and write a few robot nanny AI programs. Chapter 2208. Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything else. He nodded and waited for Gu Nianji to pack up before going out with her. After Gu Nianji went downstairs, she asked Liu Jin, Dad, aren't you going? No, I suddenly had a sudden impulse today and used the book of changes to do a divination. It's not appropriate for me to go out. Liu Jin waved his hand without looking up. Eat more and eat my share. Gu Nianji smiled. Okay, Dad. If you're hungry, there's something in the fridge. You can ask the orderly to heat it up and eat it. I know. I'm not picky. Liu Jin turned around and glared at her. The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched. Not picky. Only her father, Liu Jin, could say this without blushing. Gu Nianji chuckled and got into the car with Hua Xiaoheng. On a weekend evening, the road from the imperial capital to the West Mountains was very congested. The usual drive took less than an hour, but this time it took almost 2 hours. Fortunately, the two of them had planned for the traffic jam, so when they arrived at the parking lot of the clubhouse restaurant, they were still 5 minutes away from the agreed time. Gu Nianji got out of the car in a good mood. Looking around, the night was vast, and the light purple mist lingered in the ravines between the mountains. The lush trees stood between the mountains not far away, lush and lush. The light from the street lamps shone on the full green leaves of the trees by the side of the road, like waxed and polished green jade. The clubhouse restaurant in front of them was an antique brick and wood building with white walls and black tiles. It complemented the mountains and forests. "What are you looking at? Let's go." Hua Xiaoheng held her hand and walked leisurely to the entrance of the restaurant. "Hello, do you have a reservation?" The waiter at the door asked politely. Gu Nianji nodded. "Yes, I booked a private room." The waiter looked at the name she said and smiled. "Please come with me." He led Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng to the private room Gu Nianji had booked. Hua Guanchen and grandfather Hua were already waiting there. Other than the two of them, Gu Nianji was not surprised to see Yuan Jinan and Zhang Baochen sitting there as well. As long as grandfather Hua was invited, she had to be prepared that the old man would bring his beloved little illegitimate son along. As long as she was inviting Hua Guanchen, she had to be prepared that he would bring some strange women to dinner. Gu Nianji was already mentally prepared. She sat down with Hua Xiaoheng, who was always calm and collected, and greeted them with a smile. "Uncle, Grandfather Hua, good evening." He nodded at Zhang Baochen and said politely, "Mr. Zhang, long time no see." Finally, he looked at Yuan Jinan, who was sitting between Hua Guanchen and Zhang Baochen, and asked curiously, "Who is this lady? She looks so gentle and delicate. Is she Mr. Zhang's female companion?" The corners of Hua Guanchen's mouth twitched. Zhang Baochen quickly waved his hands and smiled fawningly. "I don't have such good fortune. Nianji, you think too highly of me. This is Mrs. Yuan, second brother's female companion. She's not mine. If my wife finds out, she will tear me apart." Gu Nianji laughed hysterically. "Ah, Mr. Zhang is afraid of Mrs. Zhang? That's true. The men of the Hua family are all henpecked," grandfather Hua suddenly said. Gu Nianji was still a greenhorn after all, and her acting skills weren't up to par. Grandfather Hua's words, "the men of the Hua family," caused her to break down. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and the smile was still on her face, but it was like a mask, and it was rather stiff. "Oh, that's right. Mr. Zhang's surname seems to be Zhang, not Hua." Gu Nianji pursed her lips and picked up the menu to flip through. Hua Xiaoheng coughed and smiled at grandfather Hua, who was about to lose his temper. "Nianji is young and immature, and she's serious. Don't lower yourself to her level." But what she said makes sense. Since Mr. Zhang is your biological son, you should let him change his surname and return to the family. Otherwise, if he keeps using someone else's surname, even passers-by won't accept him as a man of the Hua family. Don't you think so? Hua Guanchen raised his eyebrows slightly and said unhappily, "Baochen isn't the only man of the Hua family who doesn't have his surname." Gu Nianji was really furious now. Was he comparing President Liu to Zhang Baochen, his illegitimate son? Did he deserve it? Gu Nianji's face darkened. Just as she was about to lose her temper, the door to the private room was pushed open again. Liu Yuan and Song Jining walked in. Liu Yuan was tall and handsome. His mature man's charm had reached a state where he could control it freely. Song Jining didn't need to be mentioned in vain. Gu Nianji had called her several times to remind her that she had dressed up carefully today. She was wearing a pearl-white silk shirt with a mid-sleeve collar and the same color pants that just reached her ankles. She was wearing the famous black high heels with red soles. Pure elegance and sexy charm were perfectly integrated on her body. Coupled with an extremely beautiful and impeccable face, she was like a rose in full bloom. She knew that it was going to wither in the next moment, so she tried her best to bloom. She was so beautiful that it seemed like there was no tomorrow. Gu Nianji was also extremely beautiful, but she didn't have the unique charm of a mature woman like Song Jining. On the other hand, Yuan Jinan's gentle beauty made people unable to look away. When Gu Nianji first saw Yuan Jinan's photo, she had thought that she was the only woman who could compare to Song Jining. However, as soon as Song Jining came in, Gu Nianji immediately knew that she had made a huge mistake. Song Jining was like a beam of light. Under her reflection, Yuan Jinan's delicate features suddenly looked a little dull. There was no harm without comparison, especially between beauties. There was no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts. There was no such thing as a true beauty. Everyone in the private room was stunned by Song Jinning's beauty and fell silent for a while. Gun Yinji stood up and smiled in surprise. "Miss Song, you're here. You look so good today. You're getting prettier every day. If this goes on, what will happen?" Hua Guanchen looked up as well. His heart was beating wildly, but his expression didn't change much. However, his gaze was much deeper than before. His gaze only lingered on Song Jinning's face for a moment before turning to Lu Yuan, who was beside Song Jinning. He chuckled and said, "Nianji, this isn't something you need to worry about. This is something that Ms. Song's current husband needs to worry about." Lu Yuan, Ms. Song's current husband, calmly pulled out a chair and held Song Jinning's arm to let her sit next to Gun Yinji. He sat between Song Jinning and Hua Guanchen. The corners of Hua Guanchen's mouth twitched again. Yuan Jinan, who was sitting next to him, said in surprise, "Is it Director Song? We've met before. Oh my, you look so beautiful dressed up. You look much better than when you were only wearing a white coat in the laboratory." After a pause, she looked at Hua Guanchen, whose smile was gradually disappearing. She then looked at Song Jinning and said with a smile, "Did you dress up because you're coming here to eat with us?" Watch starts a new chapter section. Please come Tang Kushop. Mobile address. Chapter 2209. Song Jinning looked over in surprise, but before she could open her mouth, Gun Yinji had already burst out laughing. She clicked her tongue and said, "Ms. Yuan, what do you do for a living? Aren't you too imaginative? I'm the one who invited Ms. Song to dinner. Ms. Song dressed up to see me. What does that have to do with you?" She looked Yuan Jinan up and down. "You're not that shameless. How did you become a host?" Yuan Jinan didn't expect Gun Yinji to be so rude to him. He couldn't help looking at Hua Guanchen. Although she didn't speak, her eyes seemed to speak. It was as if she was waiting to see how Hua Guanchen would speak up for her. Hua Guanchen looked down at the exquisite menu in his hand. He had no intention of looking at her at all. Yuan Jinan looked away and saw Gun Yinji smiling disdainfully as if she was looking down on her. Yuan Jinan frowned slightly and said unhappily, "I saw Ms. Song in a laboratory at the Institute of High Energy Physics last time. Ms. Song was very plain at that time. It was very different from how she dressed today. So, I thought." Her eyes wandered between Hua Guanchen and Song Jinning, and she gradually relaxed her brows. She smiled and said, "All right, I was overthinking things. I thought Guanchen and Ms. Song used to be husband and wife, and they loved each other so much. Even if they're divorced now, they could still be friends." Gun Yinji put a hand on Song Jinning's shoulder and said disdainfully, "Ms. Yuan, you're really overthinking it. Even if Ms. Song is unkempt, she's still much more beautiful than you. There's no need to belittle Ms. Song intentionally or unintentionally. Really, I wouldn't say anything if you chose to belittle her elsewhere. But belittling Ms. Song's beauty only shows that you're blind." Song Jinning was a little angry at first, but Gun Yinji's barrage of attacks left Yuan Jinan flabbergasted. Her anger immediately dissipated. Patting the back of Gun Yinji's hand, Song Jinning deliberately said, "Nianji, what are you saying? Ms. Yuan is a guest. Don't be rude." "Okay, Ms. Song." Gun Yinji nodded with a smile. "I'll listen to you. You're the most beautiful, so whatever you say is right." When Gun Yinji said this, she deliberately tilted her head slightly, raised it at a 45-degree angle, and aimed her chin at Yuan Jinan. Although Hua Xiaoheng had criticized her for using her chin to look at people, he felt that it was appropriate in this situation, so he didn't say anything to stop her. Zhang Baochan felt that Gun Yinji had gone overboard, but seeing that Hua Guanchen wasn't saying anything, it wasn't appropriate for him to speak up for Yuan Jinan. He had no choice but to call the waiter over to take their order in an attempt to gloss over the matter. Grandfather Hua had always disliked Gun Yinji. He was even more displeased to see her arrogant and domineering manner. However, it wasn't easy for him to sit down and eat with Hua Xiaoheng, so he didn't want to leave immediately. He coughed and said, "Xiaoheng, control your wife. There are guests here. How could she be so presumptuous? Gunyenji became even more spoiled and said unwillingly, Grandfather Hua, why are you always siding with outsiders? I'm the fiancé of your grandson. Who's that woman? You're blaming me for her? Besides, this meal is on me. Why can she, a guest from the four regions, be presumptuous, but I can't? When Yuan Jinan saw that Gunyenji didn't take her seriously, she wasn't angry at all. Instead, she was completely relieved. She smiled warmly and said eagerly, I appreciate Grandfather Hua's kindness, but Miss Gu is straightforward and young. I don't blame her, and I quite like her personality. Hey, don't try to get close to me. Gunyenji rolled her eyes and muttered quietly, Who knows how many women Uncle has dated? Don't think that you'll have a meteoric rise just because you're connected to Uncle. There's so many poor relatives out there. When will it be your turn? She spoke very softly, but she was eloquent and articulate. So even though she was muttering softly, the people in the private room could still hear her clearly. Hua Guanchen raised his head and frowned. He didn't directly mention Gunyenji. Instead, he said to Hua Xiaoheng, Xiaoheng, aren't you going to do anything? Hua Xiaoheng crossed his arms and said nonchalantly, Grandfather Hua said that the men of the Hua family are all henpecked. Do you think I dare to do anything? Gunyenji glanced at Hua Xiaoheng and snorted. It's good that you know. There is no need to mention how cute and arrogant that little face of hers was. Hua Xiaoheng's fingers moved. He really wanted to pull her into his arms and ravage her. However, he couldn't do anything. He still had a doting expression on his face. Lu Yuan frowned secretly when he saw it. His gaze swept across the faces of everyone in the private room. He smiled and said, Nianji is young and has been spoiled by us. Please forgive her, everyone. The corners of Zhang Baochen's mouth twitched as he said, She's about to get married, and she's still young. Don't tell me you guys still treat her like a child. I'm still a baby. Do you think I'm a child? Gunyenji said cutely. She was so cute that no one could scold her. Don't pretend to be young. Grandfather Hua's expression became even uglier. You don't even have basic manners. How did you become the chief legal advisor of the Senate? Because I'm capable. Gunyenji boasted shamelessly. Even if I'm rude, I'm professional. You really know how to flatter yourself. Zhang Baochen couldn't take it anymore. He turned to ask, Waiter, when can we serve the dishes? Gunyenji's face darkened. Mr. Zhang, you have the same problem as Ms. Yuan. You like to be the host so much. Can you two treat the guests tonight? Sure, why not? Yuan Jianan couldn't be happier. She quickly said, I'll treat everyone tonight. Everyone is a busy person. It's my honor to have the opportunity to treat me today. Gunyenji snorted and spread her hands. But I've already ordered the dishes. Is Ms. Yuan really going to turn the tables and pay for tonight's dishes? It doesn't matter as long as everyone is happy. Yuan Jianan smiled and gently pushed Hua Guanchen. Guanchen, what do you think? Hua Guanchen finally said, Let's treat together. Okay, I'll listen to you. Yuan Jianan's voice became even more gentle. As they spoke, the doors to the private room began to open, and the waiters began to serve the dishes. Gunyenji was practically sitting in Hua Xiaoheng's arms. With his strong arms around her, no one could get close to her. She danced around in front of Hua Xiaoheng and was so happy that she didn't know what to say. When she raised her hand, the glass of grape juice that the waiter had just poured for her was knocked over, and the dark red grape juice dripped on her light pink silk dress, staining it ugly. Gunyenji frowned and stood up. I'll go clean up. Song Jining also stood up. Ninji, I'll go with you. No need, Miss Song. I'll go to the bathroom and wipe myself. Gunyenji walked out of the wide-open private room door. She kept her head down as she wiped her dress wet from the grape juice with a tissue. She didn't see a handsome, tall, and top-notch Eastern European guy walking from the end of the corridor. Behind him was an even taller and bullier man wearing sunglasses like a bear. He looked like a bodyguard and constantly looked around vigilantly. Gunyenji walked quickly and almost bumped into the handsome Eastern European guy. Miss, you have to watch where you're going. The handsome Eastern European guy spoke in Russian. Gunyenji also replied in Russian. Sorry, my dress is dirty. Start Zue new chapter section, please. Come Tonka shop. Mobile address. Chapter 2210. From the half-open door of the private room, everyone could only see that Gunyinji had almost bumped into a handsome Eastern European guy. Of course, she had almost bumped into him. No one paid much attention to it. This clubhouse was a dining and entertainment clubhouse. There were all kinds of handsome men and beautiful women, waiters and physiotherapists, so no one made a fuss. Gunyinji went to the bathroom to clean up, then went to the clubhouse's store to buy a cherry blossom knee-length silk gown. She draped it over her body to cover the red wine stains on her dress. She returned to the private room and sat down. Zhang Baochun asked in surprise, "Miss Gu, why didn't you buy a new dress to change into? This kind of gown doesn't match your outfit today. How am I supposed to change in a clubhouse like this?" Gunyinji glanced at him. "You're trembling even in the bathroom. What if there are cameras?" Hua Xiaoheng looked a little nervous. "You didn't use the bathroom here, did you? I just wanted to wash the wine stains on my dress." Gunyinji smiled and turned to look at Hua Xiaoheng. She immediately became affectionate. Zhang Baochun lowered his head and drank awkwardly. Lu Yuan smiled generously and said, "The dishes are all served. Let's eat first." The dishes that Gunyinji ordered were mainly from Chaozhou cuisine. Chaozhou cuisine was known as no feast without seafood. When cooking, it was mainly to retain the original sweet and fresh taste of seafood. This clubhouse was also particular about never getting tired of eating fine and fine. The dishes were small and refined, so most of them were small plates, filled with sweet white porcelain and light pink plates. They were placed on the mahogany table like clusters of elegant cherry blossoms. Gunyinji pointed at the dish in front of her with her chopsticks and said with a smile, "This is boiled conch slices. It looks small, but it only takes a few seconds to boil it and put on a plate. However, the broth in it takes several days to prepare." As she spoke, she picked up the dish with her chopsticks, and the plate of boiled conch slices was gone. "Delicious." She finished eating with relish and said to the waiter at the door, "8 more plates, one for everyone." "Yes, ma'am." The waiter at the door spoke politely. In the blink of an eye, 8 more plates of boiled conch slices were served. After everyone finished eating, Gunyinji recommended the crispy pig ginseng. She smiled and said, "The year of the pig is coming. Anything with the word pig in it is auspicious. Everyone have a taste. This is seasoned with abalone juice stock. Although it's just a small piece and you can finish it in one bite, the aftertaste is endless. There's only one word to describe it. It's worth it." Under her lead, 8 plates of crispy pig ginseng were placed in front of everyone. Zhang Baochun really enjoyed the taste of the seafood. He had eaten a lot of good food, but he had never tasted such delicious seafood. It was as if it had just been fished out of the sea. Even the fishy smell of seafood was cleverly neutralized by the seasoning, which served as a foil to the freshness. He sighed and said, "This dish is really good, but the quantity is too small. Even a 5-star hotel, the amount of food on a plate is 4 to 5 times more than here." Gunyinji pouted. 4 or 5 times the amount of food. Are you eating at a food stall? Zhang Baochun was so angry that his eyebrows were twitching. Grandfather Hua, of course, couldn't bear to see his beloved youngest son being insulted. He frowned and said, "Xiaoheng, control your fiancée. Is this how she talks to her elders? No matter what, Baochun is still her uncle." Hua, Xiaoheng smiled and picked up a tissue to slowly wipe the peanut crumbs from Gunyinji's mouth. He said, "My father is the youngest son. How can I have an uncle?" This was to show that he didn't acknowledge grandfather Hua's illegitimate son, Zhang Baochun. If he didn't acknowledge him, then Gunyinji had nothing to do with it. Lu Yuan picked up a piece of lion head goose liver with serving chopsticks for Song Jining and said gently, "He's not an elder, but also a guest. Nianji, don't be naughty." This was Lu Yuan denying Zhang Baochun's status. Zhang Baochun was furious. It was one thing for Gunyinji and Hua Xiaoheng not to acknowledge him. But who did Lu Yuan think he was? The only relationship he had with the Hua family was that he had married a wife that Hua Guanchen didn't want. Zhang Baochen's face darkened. He tightened his grip on his chopsticks and said, "Mr. Liu, right? Do you have anything to do with the Hua family? Do outsiders have the right to interrupt our own disputes?" Gun Yinji and Song Jining looked up at Zhang Baochen in shock. Even Hua Guanchen, who had been silent all this time, looked up at him and said unhappily, "Eat your meal. You have no right to interfere in the Hua family's affairs." Zhang Baochen had thought that Hua Guanchen had already accepted him. He didn't expect that he wouldn't even give him face in front of outsiders. He was embarrassed for a moment. He suddenly stood up and said, "Father, I'm not feeling well. I want to go home first. Come back with me." Grandfather Hua knew Lu Yuan's identity. He also knew that Lu Yuan didn't want to acknowledge him because of his mother, Xie Zian. He didn't even want the Hua surname anymore. However, he couldn't reveal Lu Yuan's identity. Moreover, Lu Yuan had always been his favorite and proudest eldest son. He also felt very uncomfortable being scolded by Zhang Baochen. Seeing that Zhang Baochen was about to leave, he didn't hold him back at all. He said with a straight face, "If you want to leave, you leave first. I still have to finish eating." It wasn't easy for him to have the opportunity to sit with his eldest son, whom he hadn't seen for 18 years. He wouldn't leave immediately. Zhang Baochen didn't expect Grandfather Hua to not give him face either. His heart sank. All he could rely on was Grandfather Hua's father-son relationship. If Grandfather Hua didn't like him, then what was he? He looked around and had no choice but to sit down dejectedly. He forced a smile and said, "Since Father wants to stay, then I'll talk to you." Gun Yinji had won a complete victory. She was beaming with joy. She ran her hand through her hair, shook her head, and winked at Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng looked at Gun Yinji with a smile. Seeing that she was getting happier and happier, he couldn't help but pat her head. Just as he put his hand on it, his expression suddenly changed. Although this subtle change in expression was very subtle, it didn't escape the eyes of someone who had been observing him and Gun Yinji. Hua Xiaoheng's hand paused. Then he turned Gun Yinji's head and said, "Don't move." "What's wrong?" Yuan Jinan asked curiously. "Is Miss Gu's hair messed up? Do you need to take care of it again?" "It's fine," Hua Xiaoheng said coldly, then carefully removed a black ball the size of a grain of rice from Gun Yinji's hair. This thing was black in appearance, very similar to the luster of hair. One side was smooth, the other side was rough, and it was just right for hanging on hair. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it at all. "What is this? I hate it. Throw it away." Gun Yinji pushed Hua Xiaoheng's hand away disapprovingly. Hua Xiaoheng opened his palm, and a small black grain of rice appeared in front of everyone. He sneered and said, "Listening device? Someone actually installed a listening device on you." Gun Yinji's face instantly turned pale. "How could that be? Didn't I check everything before I went out?" She looked around. "Even this place has been checked. There are no bugs or pinhole cameras." Lu Yuan looked at the thing in Hua Xiaoheng's hand and asked in confusion, "How do you know this is a bug?" "CEO Lu, don't you know what Major General Hua does?" "If he doesn't know, then no one else will know," Gun Yinji said proudly. But soon she was very confused. "Who wants to eavesdrop? When did they install it on me?" "I don't know at all. This is a professional eavesdropping device from the Russian KGB. It can't be bought outside." Hua Xiaoheng's expression became colder and colder. "Someone find out where it came from." Soon, Yin Shixiang ran in with a serious expression. "Chief," Hua Xiaoheng handed the black rice bug to him. "Go find out who put on Yinji's hair." He then reprimanded Yin Shixiang. "How did you do your security? We're eating here. General Hua, Ms. Song, and Chief Gu are all important people. You just let random people in? Go back and write your own review and hand it to Zhao Liangzi for filing." Gun Yinji suddenly grabbed Hua Xiaoheng's arm and said nervously, "I remember. Huh? You know who did it?" Yuan Jinan's voice was a little nervous. "Don't tell me we have the Russian KGB here. I don't know if he's from the KGB or not, but that person must have put this bug on my hair just now," Gun Yinji said excitedly. It's the Eastern European man I almost bumped into at the door when I went to the bathroom just now. Chapter 2211. Lu Yuan seemed a little surprised. Is that the person you almost bumped into at the door just now? I took a look, but I didn't see clearly what was going on. Yuan Jinan's gaze darted between Gu Ninji and Hua Xiaoheng. She said hesitantly, I saw it too. He seemed to have raised his hand, but I didn't see clearly if he had placed a bug in your hair. Gu Ninji rolled her eyes scrupulously. She didn't even lower her eyelids. She looked up at the lotus-shaped chandelier on the dining table in the private room and said disdainfully, if I could see clearly with the naked eye, those people wouldn't be able to survive. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it for a moment and said, maybe it's a coincidence. You went to a lot of places today, and the KGB isn't necessarily white. I'm afraid you're thinking too much. Gu Ninji was rendered speechless by Hua Xiaoheng's words. She said resentfully, are you really not going to investigate? I think that person is very suspicious. If I say it's fine, it's fine. What are you thinking? Hua Xiaoheng took out a pack of cigarettes and lit one. He said, I'm going out for a smoke. You guys make yourselves a home. He got up, left the private room, and walked towards the door. He pushed open the door and closed it again, blocking the prying eyes of the people in the room. Yuan Jinan's eyes flashed. She rubbed her phone and whispered, if that Eastern European is really from the KGB, why did he put a bug in Miss Gu's hair? Hua Guanchen said without looking up, who knows? Maybe he wants to know what the Senate is doing? Or it's for Xiaoheng. It's possible. Gu Ninji was the chief legal advisor of the Senate. Eavesdropping on her every move would indeed give her a thorough understanding of the work of the Senate. She was Hua Xiaoheng's fiancée, and the two of them were already living together. Therefore, she could also eavesdrop on Hua Xiaoheng. It was indeed a profitable deal. Yuan Jinan exclaimed in surprise. Really? Then why didn't Major General Hua get someone to arrest that Eastern European? Although her voice was low, everyone was sitting so close to her that they could hear it. Gu Ninji pursed her lips. I also said that I wanted to investigate it, but Major General Hua refused. He's just an empty shell in the country. No one trusts him. Ninji, how can you spout such nonsense? Hua Guanchen snapped at Gu Ninji. You're about to get married to Xiaoheng. You have to be careful of your image and watch your mouth. Don't say anything you shouldn't say. Gu Ninji shrank her neck and replied quietly. Oh. Song Jining, on the other hand, couldn't stand it anymore. She sneered. They're already bullying you, and you still have to be mindful of your image? As expected of someone who works in politics. Ninji, don't be afraid. When did you ever lose control of your mouth? He has much more self-control than some people who are only a few decades old. Hua Guanchen's face reddened, but he felt a little better now that Song Jining had acknowledged him. However, being embarrassed in front of so many people, especially in front of Junior like Gu Ninji, made Hua Guanchen very upset. His gaze swept past Song Jining's incomparably beautiful face and landed on the glass cabinet in the opposite corner. He said coldly, Xiaoheng's position dictates that he can't act recklessly. Ninji was going to be his wife in the future. If he couldn't even keep a low profile, what was the point of getting married? You'll drag Xiaoheng down sooner or later. Hey, General Hua, I didn't offend you, did I? You're already so sure that I'll drag Hua Xiaoheng down. You're blaming me for something that didn't happen? I can't accept this. Gu Ninji picked up her spoon and paused on the table, making a scraping sound. Yuan Jinan saw this and quickly tried to smooth things over. Stop fighting, everyone. Since it's not convenient for Major General Hua to come forward, I can help ask. Oh, you have someone who can help? Gu Ninji quickly asked. Mrs. Yuan is so amazing. It's not that I'm amazing. Yuan Jinan took out her phone with a smile and dialed number. I have a friend who works in the food and beverage industry. Maybe he knows the owner of this club. I'll ask him. Oh, sorry for the trouble. Yuan Jinan had just finished the call when Hua Xiaoheng pushed the door open and walked in, smelling of cigarettes. Gu Ninji fanned her nose with her hand and muttered unhappily, You're smoking again. I smoked half a cigarette. Hua Xiaoheng moved closer to her. Smell it, Gu Nianji repeated the word, with 3 sighs and lingered in the air. Hua Xiaoheng's scalp went numb. He glared at her and said sternly, "Don't cause trouble." He then said to the people at the table, It's fine. It's just a misunderstanding." But his eyes flickered, and he didn't dare to meet Gu Nianji's eyes. Gu Nianji glared at Hua Xiaoheng and bit her lower lip with her snow-white teeth. She looked angry but didn't dare to say anything. Then her eyes gradually turned red and tears gathered in her eyes, reflecting the lotus chandelier in the private room. They were crystal clear and beautiful. Hua Xiaoheng didn't even look at her. The lines of his jaw were firm, and he slightly pursed his lips. He scooped a bowl of soup for her and handed it to her with his head turned. Anyone could see that the couple who were about to get married had quarreled. Grandfather Hua chuckled and was happy to see it happen. Zhang Baochun let out a long sigh. The night's suffocation was finally over. He also scooped a bowl of soup for Grandfather Hua and attentively placed it in front of him. "Father, please have some." Grandfather Hua felt that he could eat 3 more bowls of rice. Song Jining couldn't bear to see Gu Nianji feel wronged, so she couldn't help whispering, "Can't you just call that person over and ask him?" There was really almost a conflict just now. Lu Yuan sighed and said, "I'm talking to the owner of this club about the investment. I'll go ask him." He got up and walked out of the door, standing in the corridor at the door to make a phone call. His back was facing the private room. From behind, his back was exactly the same as Hua Guanqin's. Yuan Jinan's eyes flickered slightly. She looked at Hua Guanqin thoughtfully, then at Lu Yuan at the door. Not long after, Lu Yuan put away his phone and walked back to the private room. He smiled and said, "I just found out about the situation. The boss here said that they did recruit a group of physiotherapists from Eastern Europe. I told him their approximate age and appearance, and the boss said to find out more." "Are they really employees here?" Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow. "Don't they do a background check when they recruit people? If they're really from the Russian KGB, which country's background check do you think we'll be able to find out?" Hua Guanqin snorted and glared at Gu Nianji. "Behave yourself. Don't be rash and cause trouble for Xiaoheng." When Gu Nianji heard this, tears began to fall. Large, crystal-clear teardrops rolled down her pale face. She didn't make a sound when she cried. Only her tears fell. Her dark eyes were wet with tears, like black crystals under the water's surface, emitting a lake of ripples. Song Jinning's heart ached when she saw this. She glared at Hua Xiaoheng disapprovingly. "Xiaoheng, it's not a big deal. Can't you get someone to check it out?" Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. "You can't agree to unreasonable requests. You can't spoil them." Gu Nianji almost fainted from crying. Song Jinning couldn't take it anymore and said sternly, "Xiaoheng." Hua Xiaoheng reluctantly patted Gu Nianji's shoulder and wiped her tears with a tissue. He said perfunctorily, "Don't cry. Everyone's watching." Gu Nianji didn't seem to dare to lose her temper at Hua Xiaoheng. Other than crying, she could only curl up in Hua Xiaoheng's arms. The atmosphere in the private room was a little awkward. Yuan Jianan looked at Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji carefully. She also had to divert her attention to look at Lu Yuan and Song Jinning. In the end, she accidentally caught a glimpse of Lu Yuan and Song Jinning intertwining their fingers under the dining table. She quickly raised her head and looked in the direction of the door, as if she had seen something she shouldn't have seen. At that moment, the door to the private room was pushed open again. The handsome Eastern European guy that Gu Nianji had almost bumped into earlier walked in slowly, followed by 2 people. One was a white man who was as strong as a black bear, and the other was a Huaxia man. He was relatively thin and had a shrewd look on his face. After the 3 of them came in, the thin Huaxia man pointed at the handsome Eastern European guy with a smile and said, "Hello, everyone. This is our club's top card, Big Ivan. May I ask which one of you wants a massage?" Chapter 2212. Big Ivan? That was the name of the famous super hydrogen bomb from the former Soviet Union during the Cold War. Hua Xiaoheng had once told her that Big Ivan was the most powerful bomb in terms of size, weight, and power among all the bombs that had been detonated in human history so far. Its maximum explosive yield could be equivalent to 100 million tons of TNT. However, at that time, the Soviet government was worried that it would be too powerful and have a serious impact on the environment, so it halved the power and changed it to 50 million tons of TNT. Even though it was halved, Big Ivan was still majestic. Compared to the 2 atomic bombs that the United States had dropped on Japan at the end of World War II, Little Boy and Fatty, Big Ivan's explosive yield was 3,800 times that of Little Boy and 2,300 times that of Fatty. Because it was too powerful, Big Ivan had never been included in the active list of weapons. It was only used as a strategic deterrent. It was a symbol that all Russians were proud of, and it was also their confidence to fight against any power. Now, it had become a name of the club's flagship. Vladimir really dared to name it. Gu Nianji buried her head in Hua Xiaoheng's arms to hide the twitching of her mouth. Under such circumstances, only Hua Xiaoheng and Lu Yuan, who had been professionally trained, could remain calm. No one else could hide the surprise and shock on their faces. After Song Jining recovered from her shock, she couldn't help but laugh. She looked up and down at the handsome Eastern European guy. Hua Guanchen frowned and said, "Of all the names, why did you choose this name?" Yuan Jinan's expression seemed to turn ugly for a moment, but in the blink of an eye, he returned to normal and asked curiously, "What's wrong with this name? Isn't it a normal Russian man's name?" The tall, burly man standing next to the handsome Eastern European guy coughed heavily and introduced himself in a rough voice. "My name is Little Vladimir." Gun Yinji buried herself in Hua Xiaoheng's arms and couldn't help rolling her eyes. "Mr. Driver, no one asked for your name." But wait, the driver's name was Ivan, but Vladimir had used his name as the name of the club's flagship. No wonder the driver was angry and gave himself a fake name, Little Vladimir. Gun Yinji wanted to laugh. Her shoulders trembled, and Hua Xiaoheng pressed them down. She quickly held back. The skinny translator at the side translated the words of both sides. The handsome Eastern European man, Big Ivan, leaned lazily against the wall next to the door. He did not seem to be standing or sitting properly. However, with his red lips, white teeth, and beautiful face, he looked indescribably romantic and elegant. There was a look of despair on his face, but his dark blue eyes were filled with a deep desire. Amidst his decadence, there was only that bit of sensuality that was real. It was extremely attractive, especially to the eyes of mature women. Yuan Jinan felt a little thirsty and took a sip of red wine. Song Jining also blushed a little. She looked away and glanced at Lu Yuan beside her. She realized that Lu Yuan's appearance was more to her liking, so she smiled at him. Lu Yuan glanced at the handsome Eastern European guy and was a little surprised. This person was definitely not an ordinary Eastern European handsome guy. His every move and movement gave him a very familiar feeling. It was a kind of intuition that people of the same trade were enemies. Could there really be the Russian KGB here? Lu Yuan's mind raced. He turned to see Song Jining's cheeks blushing slightly. His heart skipped a beat, and he gently drew a circle in the palm of her hand with his finger. Song Jining looked up and happened to meet Lu Yuan's gaze. His eyes were black, deeper and more distant than the dark blue, so the hidden desire was even more boundless. He held Song Jinning's hand and slowly brought it to his mouth. He kissed the back of her hand and put it down as if nothing had happened. Song Jinning's body went limp from his fiery gaze. She almost didn't realize what he was doing. Hua Guanchen held his chopsticks tightly in his hand and stared at Lu Yuan being affectionate with Song Jinning in front of him. His eyes almost burst into flames. It was one thing to know that Song Jinning and Lu Yuan were married, but it was another to see the two of them flirting in person. It was as if he had seen his woman cheating on him with another man. His face turned green. Zhang Baochen had never seen Song Jinning look so beautiful. He knew that he should avoid arousing suspicion, but his gaze was still glued to Song Jinning's body. He even began to look down her elegant swan-like neck. Hua Xiaoheng was glad that Gun Yinji was buried in his arms and didn't see the methods of the second-in-command of the Russian KGB. However, he turned around and saw that Zhang Baochen was almost drooling at Song Jining. He frowned slightly and slammed his palm on the table. With a loud bang, the cups, plates on the dining table jumped up together. A chopstick shot towards Zhang Baochen's wide-open eyes like an arrow leaving the bow. "Ah!" He screamed, jerked back, and covered his eyes. There was a loud thud. Zhang Baochen's movement was too violent, and the chair also fell back, causing him to roll to the ground like a gourd. Baochen, what's wrong? Are you okay?" Grandfather Hua glared at Hua Xiaoheng, then turned around to help Zhang Baochen up. Zhang Baochen let go of his hand and felt a burning pain in his right eye. He couldn't stop tearing up. He said to Grandfather Hua with a bitter expression, "Father, that chopstick went straight into my eyeball. If I hadn't retreated quickly, I would have lost my eye." Grandfather Hua turned around angrily and shouted at Hua Xiaoheng, "Xiaoheng, what are you doing?" Hua Xiaoheng clapped his hands. "My hand slipped. I couldn't control it." He stared at Zhang Baochen and said, "If there's a next time, I'll control my strength and poke a hole in your eyeball." Zhang Baochen shuddered and realized that Hua Xiaoheng had discovered that he was looking at Song Jining lustfully. Forget it. A beauty is beautiful, but it's not as important as my eyeball." But why didn't he see that Hua Xiaoheng was quite protective of his mother? He had never heard him call her mom before. He kept calling her Madam Song, and misled people. Zhang Baochen cursed in his heart as he covered his eyes and said to Grandfather Hua, "Father, I really can't stay with you anymore. I have to see a doctor to look at my eyes. I'll be leaving first. Let second brother send you home." Gun Yinji finally turned around and blinked her large, watery eyes. Her eyelashes fluttered like crow feathers. She asked curiously, "What's wrong? What happened?" Someone was stupid and was taught a lesson. Hua Xiaoheng said coldly as he stared at Zhang Baochen's back until he walked out of the private room and disappeared into the hallway. Hua Xiaoheng looked at the three people standing at the door, watching the drama unfold. "You can leave now." Yuan Jinan had also been watching with great interest. He snapped back to reality and quickly said, "We still have questions to ask. How can Hua Xiao let them go?" The more Hua Xiaoheng didn't want to ask the Eastern Europeans, the more Yuan Jinan felt that there was something wrong with them. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.